We're about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now.
Alrighty, Tux, what's going on, man?
Ooh, crazy week.
Right?
We thought it was crazy last week. Well, it got even crazy.
And it keeps ramping up. Sorry for the baby in the background. She's eating right now. Eating some avocado and some eggs. She has no idea what's going on. Little does she know. Maybe one day she'll look back at all this. At that point, I don't know.
Hopefully it'll be insignificant.
Monero will be $0 or $1 million at that point. So yeah, big week. A lot of excitement. The attack continued. The Qubic attack has continued. I think they're ramping up again today, right? I think is.
Yep, I just looked a little bit ago. Their pool is running, and I can see their hash rate. Well, their reported hash rate from mining pool stats I stream because they did turn their API back on. However, it is a little bit lower than it was yesterday. It's less than 2 gigahash right now.
Okay, so they're relatively low to what they were. Cyrus tipped $5. Thank you, very generous. I don't think I like this Qbert guy anymore. Yeah, well, listen, right? If we could at least thank him for lighting a fire under the Monero community, forcing us to deal with what would be an inevitable issue, right? A weakness has been exposed. Whether it's random X and the idea of trying to do the one CPU, one vote, or it's just proof of work mining, proof of work in general that is susceptible to these types of attacks. So we can at least thank him for lighting a fire under the Monero community. And forcing us to deal with this issue now, not kick the can down the road, not just talk about it in theoreticals, but force us to take action. And we are, in fact, seeing that a lot, and a lot of people are realizing that too, right? Saying there is a silver lining here. We're seeing people come together. The shit talking has really subsided because there's no time for it, right? So right now, everybody's talking about the issues, talking about what's going on, talking about potential solutions, debating the solutions. Some people are pretty strongly opinionated in one way or the other. I see people saying that, they'll sell all the Monero tomorrow if Monero moves to proof of stake. I think I even saw Monero Maverick going down that ladder. I have a feeling he would change his tune pretty quick though if that were the case. He's actually, I think, looks like he's pushing for moving to GPU miners. I don't know what that's all about. Like why that's
it's still sort of an ASIC. So I think in a way it kind of breaks the ASIC resistance. But I was gonna say. I don't think it's necessarily that an issue has been exposed. I think this is something that people, at least people who know about how
it's been known.
Work works. It's been known for a while, and now it's just like, oh, we're seeing this.
It was debated on the Monerotopia stage years ago now, right? Oh, yeah. When we had that famous proof of work versus proof of stake debate panel with Andre from Zano, with Francisco, aka Arctic Mine, who's very strongly in favor of proof of work and has always had fundamental issues with proof of stake. And the issues were exposed, were talked about then with what the weaknesses may be with regards to proof of work. But now we're experiencing it, right? It's no longer theoretical.
One though is that they no matter what actually happened, they still never actually 51%ed the network, which is what they're blatantly lying about. And they aren't even taking that 51 out of 100 blocks they happen to get this one arbitrary time. They got lucky. They aren't even taking that. Qubic themselves on the blog post said that they had more than 51% of the network's hash rate, which is just not true.
Yes, I know you did a great write up on all that, kind of exposed it. We could let you do a long dialogue on that if you'd like at some point and go through it, because that is important, because that's really fundamentally what the attack is. It is a social attack. It's not that it hasn't been proven that Monero is easily susceptible to a full 51% attack, but what it is susceptible to is reorgs and the social implications that come from said reorg, right? And the attack that happens, basically using media and information war, right? Where now information propaganda is put out there that Monero is broken, when in practical terms, that's not really the case, right? Monero's still functioning.
No, hardly.
Everybody's
been very, very far from being true. And it's crazy when you go to like any of these websites that provide you with like the price data, like you do CoinMarketCap, all of the news on the side of it is just like Monero's been 51% attack. There's a lot of fear.
Dude,
like,
my dad knew about it. Like,
dad.
all right, he obviously knows Monero, but I guess once in a while he does a Monero Google, right? Because he knows that's a big part of my life, right? He's like, let's see, and he's like, oh, I heard Monero was 51% attacked. I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, it worked. I'm like, it worked. So they did not successfully 51% attacked, but they successfully sold the story that we were 51% attacked, and they did successfully reorg. They did some deep reorgs, and that's how the story basically got sold. But at the end of the day, there was maybe some potential disruptions in that, right? There was some delays, right?
If you had initiated your transaction, and then a reorg took place, and it was during one of those blocks, then I believe it would be sent back to the mempool. Right. They weren't in any position where they could actually double spend or do harm, but they,
But this is an exposed flaw nonetheless, right? Even if they theoretically can't get to the 51%, what they can do is still an issue, right?
It's something that can definitely be improved upon.
Yeah, these deep reorgs is not something we want, right? We need to be able to get rid of that, and because it just allows people to have influence over the network. They can't censor. They haven't been able to censor transactions, and they have not been able to double
possible with Monero.
And double spend. What do you mean? So even if they have, because
particular transactions. Like if they wanted to mine empty blocks when they get to 51%, they could. But if they're trying to censor particular transactions, well, they have no insight into those transactions.
Right. They could censor everybody by basically shutting down, but they can't pinpoint censor because they don't know who's who, right? They don't know. Yeah. So that is an advantage Monero has over, say, something like Bitcoin. And that's the other thing to be considered too. I mean, I think I got flack last week when I kind of went off and said maybe this isn't necessarily just a Monero issue, but it could be indicative of an issue with all proof of work coins, even Bitcoin, which is ASIC mined. And I'm seeing more chatter about that from people way more intelligent than me that are kind of bringing up that point as well, that if you could do it on Monero, maybe you can do it on every other purely proof of work coin, even something like Bitcoin that's ASIC mined. Obviously, would be more difficult, but fundamentally, right? All they're just a pool that's attracting miners. Whether those miners are mining with CPUs or they're mining with ASICs, if there's enough extra funds that they'd be getting from jumping over to this other pool, I mean, people act rationally. They want those dollars. They value themselves in fiat at the end of the day, most of them, right? If they could get one Bitcoin plus, I don't know, 20% extra in some coin that they can then sell, this idea that can't persuade people in Bitcoin, I don't know. I think at some point it could become persuasive, no matter how indebted you may be to
I
the
do think
cause
at
of
this
Bitcoin.
point it kind of plays to Bitcoin's favor, because of how like expensive it is to add hash rate to Bitcoin at this point. You've got the top pool has only, air quote only, like 23% of the total hash rate. Or 26%, sorry, 24 to 26%. And it would be a lot harder because of how much more expensive it is in Bitcoin and how much higher the bar is. Like they're doing 1 Zeta hash a second, which is absolutely insane. The bar is much higher for someone to come in and start to screw with stuff, but at the same
Yeah,
time, it is
but it's
centralized
just a
around
pool,
these.
right? We've seen mining pools in Bitcoin already gain 51%,
No,
right?
yeah,
So it's the
I'm
same
not saying it's
concept.
not possible.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think it is a lot harder than it has been in the past. But at the
Hmm.
same time, it is centralized around these big mining companies like Foundry Digital is the top one. That's a U.S. company. You got Antpool via BTC. Yeah, and like you're saying, this is a challenge with, it seems like, all proof of work coins. I mean, even Zcash via BTC has more than 51% of the hash rate right now, I think. And that was something interesting that was brought up as well. Now they're
Well,
not.
what's interesting too is one of the top proposals we're looking at is basically was originally proposed by Zcash, which is this trailing finality layer.
They didn't even decide to implement it.
Yeah. So what's going on with that? So they're
I don't
not
know.
potentially like they're still that's not on their roadmap.
I don't know. And it's weird because this was brought up. I went and I looked a little bit, and this was brought up years ago, like 2 years ago, when BTC started getting this very large amount of hash rate on the network. And this was kind of brought up. And I guess they decided not to do anything about it. Maybe they weren't concerned. BTC is not. They're not like a malicious party like Qubic is. Like, sure, if they wanted to screw with stuff, maybe they could. I don't know what the exact implications are for that on Zcash, so I can't really say if it's as bad as it would be like on Monero or if there's something different going on. But it is interesting that this came up 2 years ago, and it seems like they didn't really decide to do anything about it. Uh, there's been some comments about how miners are more incentive aligned with Zcash if they're mining it. So,
Well,
as
now that this happened, they may re up that like get back to the drawing board on that as well. And I think this is also a good another aspect of this, another takeaway, something that should be realized in this moment or in these moments is that we should be open to learning from other projects, right? I sent out that controversial tweet like the week, I think it was 2 weeks ago, or with the Xano, saying, look what Andre had been saying years ago, right? And they implemented their hybrid proof of work, proof of stake, and everyone's out there like, they're horrible, blah, 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 blah. And he was saying, one day Monero will be proof of stake, and everybody's like, what? You're insane. Like we gotta tune down the maximalism in terms of what Monero is, right? We gotta stick to our ideals
Monero's ever
always.
going to be. I don't think it ever should be purely proof of stake. I
Yeah,
don't know.
well,
I don't
so
know if it means
like
that
look
there's
at you, like
any.
you're making that part of Monero's constitution. Me personally, I wouldn't make that part of Monero's like fundamental aspects, right? It's decentralization and censorship resistance. Whatever means we need to get there, let's use those means, and let's be open to evolving and always updating when necessary so that we have the best form of that, right? Like we want Monero to be unstoppable, whatever is required for that. If that means we have to become hybrid proof of work, proof of stake, and the intelligentsia of Monero is telling us so, and they've done the hard work and they studied it and they researched it and saying this is the way to go, and we've learned from these other projects. We're looking at what Zcash researched years ago, this trailing finality layer. Like, let's not dismiss that just because it's something
No.
Zcash.
I'm not. I said Monero shouldn't ever be fully proof of stake.
Yeah,
Hybrid,
I'm not
maybe there's
convinced.
something there.
I'm not convinced that this. Why would you be convinced of that at this moment? Like, like things.
I think it makes it even easier. Potentially even easier to take over the network than it is with proof of work. Now the amount of hash rate we have could greatly be improved. But proof of stake, I don't know.
There's some of the community. Yeah, so I'm really enjoying all this. Like I said it last time, I'll say it again. Like, this is fun. This is good stuff. Reading the chat, the research chat. What is it called? The room. It's just the Monero Research Lounge is. Well, first of all, it's hard to keep up with because there's just so much chatter in here right now.
Matrix, right?
But it is really fun, and you're just seeing people debating, talking to Luke Parker, Spirobell talking to Luke Parker. I really enjoyed some of that. I'm enjoying some of Spirobell's takes. He's like super pro proof of stake, and I gotta say, some of the things he's saying is convincing me. So I'm not like totally. I'm 100% open to a hybrid proof of work, proof of stake. Completely open to this finality layer thing they're talking about, using essentially a hybrid proof of work, proof of stake.
Yeah, that one's actually interesting to me.
Yeah.
The one thing that would legitimately be concerning is if we suddenly decide, because of this thing, because of this situation, there, wasn't a 51% attack, we suddenly pivot to proof of stake because of that. That would be really weird.
Yeah, I mean, there'd be all these hijacking rumors, right? Like, look, they came in, they attacked Monero using this Qubic attack, the end game was to get them to, essentially make a mistake and flip to proof of stake, right? Because that's what we want them to do for the ultimate attack of where you can now maybe take over the network. Like yeah, there's that doomsday, but I don't know. I mean, I know you understand this stuff on a deeper level than I do. But I don't know. I go off instinct and what I do understand to date, and I haven't been convinced that moving to even a purely proof of stake is like a big no-no. I have yet to see the thing that would convince me of that. Like Arctic Mind's like when you listen to Arctic Mind, for him it all comes down to this attack where you can basically short the network, like bet against it, and in his mind, proof of stake allows you to do that in a way where you have an advantage. If you're an attacker that has a lot of funds, you could basically bet on the network failing. You could short the network, and he's saying this only applies to proof of stake. But I fail to understand why that attack.
Yeah, it doesn't always apply to
proof of work.
Yeah.
So, now, in his mind, that's the in his mind, that's like the fundamental thing where it's a red line that we can't cross because of that attack. Now, I'm not convinced that attack only it can be done to purely proof of stake networks. I think it could be done to a purely proof of work network. But so putting that aside, what's beyond what Arctic is saying? What is this other fundamental reason why a proof of stake would make us more vulnerable? Putting aside Arctic's reasoning, like what's the next main reason people are saying, Tux?
Oh, sorry, my mic was muted.
No worries.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, it's not purely a proof of stake thing. I think the implications of that attack could be like worse or more successful on proof of stake than proof of work.
All right. So, but putting that aside, so then what is the next line of reasoning as to why, proof of stake is fundamentally flawed?
I guess it's because it's not, you don't have to have, like, at least with proof of work, you have to have, like, physical hardware. So you have to at least obtain, like, a certain amount of physical hardware in order to affect the network. It's more, like, I guess it brings more realness to it. And it's like, yeah, like, if we take the state into context, it's like, they have so much fucking money. It's, like, absolutely insane. Whether it's proof of work or proof of stake, ultimately, if they really wanted to, they could probably screw with it. But then someone like Qubic, I don't know. I feel like proof of stake could make it easier. Now, for Qubic specifically, obviously they're doing mining, so if Monero's proof of stake, Qubic wouldn't really be an adversary. There only are because of the proof of work.
It would solve the Qubic problem overnight. like, yeah, I don't know what the other attacks become. I know Bawdy's dying to jump up here, I'm sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was going to bring Bawdy up just in case he wanted to say anything.
Yeah. I mean, Bawdy broke it down as last week, right? Like talking about, well, you need proof of work to have fair distribution, but we've done that already, right? We've been proof of work for 10 years. And we're talking about being hybrid, so there'd still be that means of distributing the coin via the tail emission to anybody that has access to a CPU and electricity, so that egalitarian aspect of the network would still exist. It will still be completely permissionless. You could KYC free obtain Monero with the CPU if we were to maintain a hybrid approach, and random X will still exist. And so you then overcome that argument versus proof of stake. And then I think that the second thing Bawdy had mentioned, I'll let Bawdy speak, but I think was just the ability to do proof of stake in a private way, because that would be the concern. But yeah, Bawdy, you want to jump in here, and we'll see where. I mean, I guess we got to add some organization to the show, right? I mean, we should do a quick price report at some, maybe up front, and then the special guest will essentially be us talking about this. Tux can give us his presentation on his breakdown of how Qubic was basically lying about a 51% attack, and then we could just go into general discussion around everything that's being discussed in the MRL with regards to what all the options are and what people's takes are. And I'm sure others will want to jump up and talk. And then I have a good tweet that I just put out. Somebody in the Monero community that wanted to remain anon, but is knows what he's doing. Somebody knows what he's doing. He reached out to me and he gave me a breakdown of all the options that are being discussed. And so I just tweeted that out recently, so we could maybe use that as our guide as we go through all the options. We kind of did that with Luke Parker last week, but things have evolved, and so we can go through that and get everybody's feedback on basically all the main options that are being discussed. One of which is Bawdy had come up with one that's not even on that list, I don't think. So I'm sure Bawdy would want to talk about that as well. So, but I guess quickly, kind of give us your takes on what we're talking about right now, and then I do say we move it on to price, and then fully focus on this subject afterwards.
So I stopped in the MRL research lounge to kind of float this idea. I'll talk about it later, but it's basically time adjusted block weighting, and I even think there's like some philosophical reasons to do something like this. I think it's maybe a little bit short-sighted and a mistake for us to only go by hash weight, but we'll get into that later. But I stopped there to float the idea because, what I did is I went into Matrix, just the Monero community, because I don't want to bother the devs with an idea that they might be like, yeah, we thought about that, but it's trash.
Yeah.
Because I think I had another idea like a year ago about proof of work per transaction, and when you do the math, it doesn't actually help at all. You're like, yeah, that's useless. But anyway, so the more that I look at it, the more that I'm becoming more and more convinced that it is viable, and it does seem to be like the absolute minimal change that could be made. What I was kind of disappointed in the MRL chat, the lounge chat. There was some flaming going on, and I kind of showed up, and I didn't want to like scold the children, like at the first moment that I got back into the chat, because I got kicked for like not ever going there. I don't know if it's just like the room does that automatically or Matrix does it. And I was like, guys, this is a research lounge, like not a argumentative flaming lounge. Like, shouldn't we have
what was the flame? What was the proof of work, proof of stake thing?
Yeah, it's just it's a very emotional topic. There was one particular person who was like, Luke was trying to convince him. No, he wasn't even trying to convince him. He was like, listen, I just want to understand, what are your objections?
Can you just, rotten. This is rotten.
All right,
we can say who it is. Yeah, rotten.
It was fucking rotten. And he was like, I don't care what the reasons are. I don't care what the logic is. And Luke spent like an hour trying to be like, well, I just want to understand your position. I understand I might never be able to convince you, but what are your objections? And Rotten was just like, he was like, nope. I don't care. But he at least admitted, I have no logic to it. It doesn't matter what logic you present me. I will leave the community if you go proof of stake. And it's just like, God damn it.
Well, I think that was an important conversation to have. Yeah, granted, it wasted Luke's time, but it exposes the reality of what some of people's objections are to proof of stake, which is just this emotional attachment. So
he's in a minority, but he's not alone.
Yeah, there's other people like that. So they need to be convinced. They need to come to this realization that they are just being emotional, and maybe there's no reason to make that your hard line, right? Because the goal is decentralization, censorship resistance, right? And a network that can't be stopped. What the means we use should not be that shouldn't be our constitution, the means. It should be the end goals, right?
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Like it's about, at the end of the day, is it a good money, right? Like forget everything else. Is it a good digital money or not? Okay. What are the requirements of money? We've got the classic 5 fungibility and portability and all that stuff, but there's other things too, right? There's other things that we've kind of layered into there and realized, what, money actually needs this and this and that as well. And so it should be about that. Right. And yes. And then here's another problem, like decentralization maximalism is also a mistake there, because you can go overboard. Bitcoiners went overboard with it, and they heralded nodes as being the epitome of decentralization. It's like, you pay a cost for decentralization. You need sufficient decentralization to repel attacks. But if you overdo the decentralization design, you're gonna pay for that somewhere else. And Bitcoin paid for that with scaling, right? 1 megabyte blocks. Which ironically leads to greater centralization in other ways. So yeah, it should always be about what are the merits of the design? What do they accomplish? What's the threat model? Like, what are the trade-offs? Like that, as an engineer, that you have trade-offs. That's it. You always have, all you have are trade-offs, and you should never be married to emotionally attached,
And being in Monero over the years has really, trained me more, right? Monero has always taken this scientific approach, but being part of the Monero community, you really learn to practice it. I think that's one of Monero's greatest attributes, is that's really a big part of Monero's culture, that you should always maintain an open mind and look at these things from a math and science perspective. Take the emotion out of it, treat it like a tool that we're trying to fix, and don't get religiously attached to elements of it that aren't necessarily have anything to do with the underlying mission, right? Always remember what the mission is, and realize it's an experiment, right? It really is an experiment, and so you got to be okay with failure, right? And okay with adjusting and moving and pivoting. I mean, this is where Bitcoin has really failed. When they've approached problems in the past like this, they've swept it under the rug and kind of said, well, it's good for Bitcoin, right? And just kind of justified and coped with it and came up with reasoning as to why things don't need to change. That's why to this day, Bitcoin is not fungible, right? It never dealt with it. So
yeah,
Gombat Fire, everything has trade-offs, but if the network wants to face state-level threats, pure proof of stake would currently provide the highest security budget. Gombat, please do jump up if you can. Once we start to get into this more, we'll open it up to others that want to discuss. Would love to have you up on stage. Go ahead, Bawdy.
So this is a really good example of why just a few months ago I was kind of fighting against this maximalism, moon boy, emotionalism mentality, because we are inevitably always, we're going to cross these moments where it's like difficult decisions need to be made. Weaknesses in the design are going to be revealed. And if we have fostered a community like the Bitcoin maxis have, if we fostered a community that's emotionally oriented, we're not going to be able to make those changes. And I really kind of hope that that's a lesson we would have learned 7 years ago, 8 years ago with Bitcoin and the fork and everything. And maybe it's a lesson we kind of have to relearn all over again. But I really hope that anyone listening here, if you are emotional about a particular, never this or always that, or what you think is some sort of contract about any part of the design, everything is on the table, guys. We made this shit up. This is totally made up. So I would really implore you, if you feel emotional about it, you don't have to change your mind. Just stop for a moment and just reflect on that, right? really become self-aware of the parts that you might feel emotionally attached to parts of the design. You know, and then from there, at least you can make a more informed decision.
Sheldon tipped $1. Contribute to Monero security using your old or new Android phones by mining. Download Droid XMR Miner in the Play Store and add your address and node in the settings. Tap save and start mining. Bam. Yeah, that's a great. You know, it's a little bit, but if you got some Androids laying around, plug them in, ramp them up. Might as well. That's another thing too. I mean, we're seeing a new all-time highs with regards to hashing power right now, right? There's
Yeah, we are.
Yes.
I mean, it looks
Right?
like it.
Okay, because it seemed like it wasn't responding as much as it should have been.
Yeah, you would think, but it also seems like Qubic is, you know, we understand they're trying to steal existing hash power by incentivizing it towards their network.
I don't think they really are, if I'm being totally honest with you. Like, probably a little bit, but not to the amount that they wanted to. Because consistently, I've seen all other pools have had averaging around 4.2 gigahash consistently over the past couple weeks, is what it looks like to me. So,
Okay.
Roy is wondering if running a node would help. I mean, it's not going to help with this Qubic attack, but it always helps. It's always good for the network, right? I mean, right? It's not helping in terms of bolstering us against the type of attack we're seeing, unfortunately. But anything you could do to mine would certainly help, even if it's a small amount.
What
So,
helps is running a public node. So, like most nodes, you're often behind a firewall, behind a NAT, something like that, behind Tor. So, if you run a publicly reachable node where you have an IP address that you can advertise, that helps the network.
Sheldon tipped $1. Mine an Android phone via Termux commands 1 apt update and apt upgrade, 2 package install GitHub build essential. He's giving the directions of how to do it. He's giving the GitHub address. Yeah, so I'll leave that up there. But didn't he just say use this other thing? So he's saying the other one sounds easier. The Droid XMR Miner app that you just download.
yeah, I would probably do that instead of installing Termux and having to run CMake
Yeah.
to compile xmrig.
Yeah, I mean, this sounds like the quick and easy, and that's what we need right now. And plus, it's just your Android phone anyway. It's not like you're getting a ton of hash out of it. I would go with the quick and easy on that. You can't do it on iPhone, right? There's no... I think they block. I think the App Store blocks anything that
I don't think there's really an application that would allow you to do that. Theoretically, someone could make one if you wanted to, because you can install whatever you want on the iPhone, but you have to install it through a weird way of using your developer account.
Right, you can't develop an app in the App Store that would do it though. You can't make
probably not. I feel like
No,
Apple wouldn't accept that.
No.
But
Yeah, that's a
iPhones
whole-
wouldn't be like phones in general aren't that efficient for mining. If you have like a Mac, like a desktop or like a laptop, those are not too bad.
And there's currently
it's harder to
Go ahead,
get
sorry.
Apple to publish your app than it is to develop an app. You can more easily like code the fucking app than you can get Apple to accept it in their stupid app store.
And even if you're an existing app, Apple will give you shit for random stuff all the time. So
I mean, that was how Cake really kind of beat others at the iOS game, is because they came from out of nowhere. Nobody even knew they existed. Vic was just working behind the scenes, and he managed to get it on the iOS App Store before others that were already out there, public, that had other wallets.
yeah, I don't even know the lore behind that. Was it just because there was such little demand that no one actually...
No, like Monero, I think they were trying to. I think they were trying to get on the App Store, and then Vic came out of nowhere. He's like, "I'm on the App Store," and I was like,
do a
"Bam!"
full wallet instead of this garbage light wallet. So
Yeah. We got other comments, other super chats.
no, Qubic is depends on what you define winning, but I would say no, because there's stated efforts about what they did is just not true. So
If you think about the phrase winning, if you remember Charlie Sheen from like about a decade ago, and he was like, winning, duh. He's Qubic is winning about like Charlie Sheen is winning in like a certain kind of way, but not really.
Is there another thought too? There really is no way to build a miner into a browser now. I mean, that used to be a thing on Monero, right? We had the Hive miner, but I think with RandomX, it's kind of eliminated.
It's going to be way less efficient because XMRig.
Because it would be nice to have, a website where you could just go to and like essentially click mine, right?
Yeah, it's going to be less efficient than running something like XMRig directly on the hardware, though, where it can also sometimes apply efficiency improvements.
But is it possible still? Or it's just like doesn't
possible? I don't know, but I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it'd even be worth considering.
But you see where I'm going with this, right? Because it could just another way to make mining super easy for those, I could tell my I could tell my dad, yo, Dad, open up your computer, go to minexmr.com and just hit that big button there. And you could just, help out that way. Like just as an example, right? But that's what we need. We need this next level of adoption. And to achieve that, we need usability. We need things to be super dumbed down, where people can just contribute to the network, participate in the network, without having to, understand computers and downloading things and installing and making tweaks so things work. We need plug and play, go to websites, push buttons. I think it's possible. I think
already
it's
pretty good.
Yeah, Qubic is great. But imagine if there was a minexmr.com website. You just go and you press a button and you can see, shows you all the stats, shows you what's going on. And it's pulling out the full compute power of your computer.
Well, it's just the thing is that I don't think it's going to be able to pull out the full compute power.
But why? Why is that like a technical impossibility?
Because XMRig wants to do things, which is why in Windows you have to run it with administrator. It wants to change things on the system itself to maximize the hash rate using like MSR modifications. And if you don't do that, like, sure, you could mine a good amount, but you're not, like you're saying, you're not getting the absolute full power of the computer itself.
It'd have to be that you have to download something, but maybe that could even be done where it's kind of like you're still doing it through your browser, but it's like just a quick click install. I don't know. I
think part of the problem is that we don't have really good JavaScript libraries that implement all of the Monero libraries. There's someone working on that. I forget his name. He's on Twitter. I've talked with him fairly often. He's not like the most popular Monero guy, but I think it's a worthy project. I really think it would help a lot if we had JavaScript libraries that implemented all of the Monero stuff. And then people could make browser wallets. They could make add-ons. They could do what you're talking about, Doug. They could, you could at least do some kind of mining. Probably it wouldn't be fully optimized because you're not playing at the low-level language like C++ really is. But at least you would still like you said, people would easily be able to go there and then just click a button. And maybe also people could start more easily implementing. Hey, here's some resources. I'm serving you up something. Give me 10 seconds of hash power. Or 10 seconds, you'll still have to do some browser enabling because browsers usually block mining. But you could still overcome that by saying, hey, you have to a pop-up enable mining for a moment in your browser.
I mean, remember Monero had the Hive miner before RandomX came out? I thought that was super cool, and people were using it in interesting ways, like basically to prevent spam and stuff. Building proof of work into the browser for taking certain actions. I thought that was actually really cool. But
it's a fantastic idea. It's unfortunate that because of the stigma of crypto jacking, that can't be something that gets used more often, because that would totally just secure the network outright. If that was just a common thing to, instead of Cloudflare, that you had Monero Flare, something like that.
Exactly. Can you TLDR this for me, because I have no idea what this is?
Say what?
Can you TLDR this for me, because I have no idea what this is?
Go ahead, Doug. Real quick, Spirobel was the one that was trying to code up the JavaScript libraries. But you go ahead.
Okay,
Doug.
I was trying to get him on the show today because he's also the big proof of stake advocate right now. But
Yeah,
Tux, we're just talking about how there was this thing called Hive Miner back in the day before RandomX existed, and with Monero's previous proof of works, it was basically easy to do these things we're talking about, where you could integrate Monero mining into the browser. But it was criticized because people were using it for crypto jacking, right? So you'd go to these fake websites.
No, that's a thought I just had. I'm like,
you'd be on a website and you didn't realize it was stealing your compute power to mine, right?
Like if what you're saying is actually like possible, I had a thought. I was like, oh, you know what? That could maliciously be used to secure the network. Not advocating for that, obviously, but
yeah,
it would be interesting to see what would happen with that.
But we still have botnets, right? We still have all these botnets. Why hasn't RandomX been able to boot those?
I mean, it still happens. Like, we do see cases of hackers basically utilizing non-secured Kubernetes clusters to start mining Monero. So we see that happen occasionally. It's just not enough to like make a huge difference, I guess is what it looks like. So
yeah, so there's a slight difference here between a botnet versus a crypto jacker, like versus on a website. We have like, so for example, if you open up your ports, if you like go and get into your router at home and you open up the ports and you just like listen for who's scanning your ports, you'd be shocked. Like it's a constant background radiation of port scanning bots that have existed for 25 plus years, and you can't shut them down. There's just no shutting them down. They'll be on the internet forever. And it's kind of the same way with the Monero botnets. There's just like people's computers get infected, and then that virus spreads to other computers. And even if the founder goes to jail for something else or whatever, like that botnet is still running, and you just can't stop those botnets. So yeah, it's a set of infected computers. And it basically can't be stopped.
HBS is saying there is a proposal from Tevador to change RandomX to make it harder for botnets to mine. So, all right, that's cool. That's cool. Also want to get Shortwave's tip out here. I don't think I mentioned before. 10 cents. Bawdy, I would be interested to hear your thoughts on time-weighted, your proposal, versus 10-block rolling checkpoint to stop any reorg older than 10 blocks, no matter what. So, yeah, Bawdy will get into that. I think after price report, we can get into that. We'll talk about all the different proposals, options being discussed. But we should do it all at one point. If anybody else is, we got any other sages out there in the Monero community that want to jump up on stage when we do that, please feel free to do so. Gombat, I was saying before, please come up if you can. HBS, please join us if you like. I will try to get Spirobel, because I've been DMing with him. But anybody else that would want to jump up, please consider doing so. Guys, should we jump into price report? Otherwise, we'll never get the show on the road. I think that's what we need to do, and then
let's go ahead and
get back to this discussion.
All right, I guess let's do it.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by Exolix, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolist.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
All right, buddy, take it away. You're muted, FYI. You're muted, Bawdy.
All right, sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. Just want to catch you before you went 5 minutes deep.
Yeah, I was. Geez, okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah, so we're looking here at the Monero chart. We're going to try and knock out a quick price report today. Obviously, we've had the big fall off this week, and I don't think that that's any accident. We've seen the rest of crypto prices. Actually, crypto prices in general also did fall off this week. But Monero price was falling well before, the rest of crypto fell off. And to be quite real about it, crypto had a little drop, not a big drop. Like here's Ethereum on the bottom right. That's a 4% drop, 5% drop. Bitcoin had a little bit more of a drop, 5.5%. But if we go over here to Monero, you can see that we had like a 30% drop off. So, there's a lot to be said about this, and I'm going to try and keep it short here today. Try not to be long-winded, but guys, just like we talked about last week, we said, hey, it would be naive of us to think that all of these things weren't related, right? The shutdown of Trade Ogre, the price falling, the Qubic attack that they're trying to pull. And we had listed a few other things as well. I don't remember exactly what they were at this exact moment. But the point is, I think everyone is now extremely aware that this is in fact coordinated. And what I really want to present to you today on the price report is the notion of how Qubic is trying to fund what they're doing, and how that relates to the price, and how that relates to exchange shutdowns. All of these things that we've seen. In fact, just to get a point of reference, let me go to my Twitter and I can just pull up the post that I made. Not that I should be reading you guys my posts on the show, but all right, let me scroll down here. Damn it, I've been posting too much. I can't even find it. Okay. So we have Trade Ogre disappearing, right? This price hit while the rest of crypto is basically positive. All the exchanges have closed their withdrawals except for Kraken. There's a few exchanges still up. The instant swap exchanges like xolix.com. They're still running, and I think Swappas, and there was one more I can't remember. Anyways, but most of them have all shut down, especially MEXC, which is the new Binance. I just assume that they're the same guys. We've seen this bot army show up the past few months, right? There's this reorg scare, and all of this is happening right as alt season is just beginning. So what we have to understand here is we're going to take a little step back in time. To 2021, and what we saw with the exchange shutdowns and the price hits against Monero. We basically had our smoking gun when we did the Money run. We had our smoking gun that, yes, these guys were shutting down exchanges withdrawals because they didn't have the Monero. Basically, we just did a run on saying, hey, let's go withdraw our Monero, right? We actually got the attention of the crypto community and said, hey, everybody, these guys are fractional reserve, withdraw your Monero, and we're going to watch as they shut down withdrawals. It'll prove our point. And that's exactly what happened, right? We got the attention of the community. Everyone went and started withdrawing from the exchanges, and they all shut down. But more than that, we saw other instances where crypto would be positive. In fact, very particularly, we saw it in August of 2022, where everything was moving up, including Monero. Monero had this weird flat top as everything else continued to move up. Then about halfway through that, the exchanges all shut down their withdrawals. Monero's price stayed flat topped while everything pumped. And then like a week and a half later, everything crashed because we were still in the bear market at that point. Everything crashed. And then they finally opened up Monero withdrawals again on the back end. And so they had basically sold a bunch of Monero that they didn't have. And then they didn't have anything left, and so they had to shut down their withdrawals, but they did that to hit the price to keep people out of Monero while they pumped the rest of the crypto market. This is, we could look at it from many angles, right? We can use the deep state angle, we often do here, but the primary angle that you can look at is, hey, these guys are just shitcoin exchanges. They print shitcoins for nothing, for free, and they want you to buy the thing they printed for free, right? They want you to buy their shitcoins, not Monero. They didn't get Monero for free. Okay, so moving on. We know that they do this, right? They have a history of doing this. They've done this for the past 4 years. We proved it. It's unequivocal. A lot of people are like, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. No, bro. We looked under every rock, right? We looked at the alleged volume of these exchanges to the order book, those kinds of ratios. We looked at the borrowing ratio, the borrowing fee for Monero as related to other coins. And it was just obvious, right? Every rock we turned over, it was obvious. And that is what culminated into the Monero run, or the Money run, to actually prove our point that, yes, they were fractional. And all these other coins that cry about being fractional, none of them have done the things that we did, right? They just say that as a way of like sort of trying to be cool like us or whatever. Okay, so we know they have a history of doing this. How did Binance and others cover their shortfall into their delistings recently? Well, when the first delistings got underway in May of 2021, NiceHash also shut down their Monero withdrawals at the same time. And NiceHash at the moment,
Wow, fucking NiceHash? That's so weird.
they comprise like 10% of the mining at that time. And so, and then what we discovered, Howard Chu showed us that Bitmain had made this XMR miner that came online about that same time. It was right around that same time, ish in terms of months. And that was a very unprofitable miner. They were trying to sell it, and maybe someone bought it, I guess. But all the math on that was like, wow, this is really not a profitable miner. So how did the exchanges make up their shortfall? With mining. And that ties, maybe you're starting to see how that sort of is tying back into where we're at right now. They were able to delist Monero. They were able to meet their withdrawals slowly over time with mining, by supplementing what they didn't have with mining. And they probably paid a premium for it on the basis of how unprofitable that Bitmain miner really was. So it means that they're willing to pay a premium to make up the difference on the back end, to sell Monero that they don't have to suppress the price. It's not even a question of did they do that? It's a question of why. And again, I come back to, it's probably almost certainly because they have thousands of shitcoins that they printed from nothing, and they want you to buy those shitcoins. They don't want you to buy Monero. So yeah, that's basically, that without even being conspiratorial in the deep state stuff, we could just say, hey, they have a financial incentive to do this, to sell fake XMR, to shut down withdrawals. So these cubing mining antics cost them money, right? The things that they're doing cost them money. They spend all this time trying to find blocks that they're, trying to reorg the chain and then failing and then trying again. And if they just acted normally, if they just acted like an honest miner, they would make more money. So they're spending money to do this. And moreover, their token is worth significantly more. Like when the token that you receive, if you give them hash power, the token you receive is worth significantly more than what you would get just by mining Monero. Even though they're acting in a mining sense, they're acting against their own best interest. So how do they have this token, this shitcoin token? How do they have this high price token that they can pay you like twice as much as what you would earn on, by mining Monero? It's because the exchange complex everywhere, Binance, they all fucking list this token, and they can pump this token. They can artificially prop up the price of this token to subsidize mining to go into the Monero network so that they can create the story, they can push the bot army onto Twitter, and they can hit the price as much as they can from every angle possible. They're trying to suppress our price because we are at the verge of another alt season. It's going to be a more tame alt season than it has been in the past, but we are in a bull market, right? And so they want to keep Monero's price suppressed while they sell you the shitcoins that they printed for free. So I know hopefully that sort of comes together like Charlie Day with his wall of crazy lines in the background. I just need to get my hairdo a little bit more, crazy, but that's what's going on, guys. Like I know that like a lot of that, there's a lot of dots to connect there, but I'm telling you, that's what's happening. Just on the basis of all the things that we've seen over the years, in terms of in terms of the things that we know they're doing. And then speculating now on the things that we're seeing them do again. It's the same playbook, right? And it's not surprising. We had to understand that the next bull market they were going to price attack us, right? The first time it was really simple. They could just naked short Monero by selling people Monero that they didn't have, and and then that basically hits the price. And by the time that we realize what's going on, bull market's over, right? Or mostly over. And so they had to come up with more creative means this time. And of course, right, it's the mining ecosystem. If you don't have any Monero, how are you going to get it? You're going to have to mine it. And they're willing to pay extra on the back end for mining it. Or this is a clever little scheme they did with the Qubic token, to pump the price of the Qubic token to incentivize hash rate so that they can, again, short sell Monero, make up the difference by paying extra for it on the back end while they sell their shitcoins at a much higher price. So whew, that's a lot. That's a lot, right? Okay, but let's get into some TA. Let's get into other price action stuff. Right now, Monero, in terms of just the straight up TA, is sitting at a place that we would expect this to be support. Most of the exchanges are shut down, as we said. Let's go over here. You can even see that KuCoin is currently diverged significantly to the downside. Earlier this week, they had another major volume divergence to the downside. And this is exactly the kind of shit that we saw back in 2021 and 2022 when exchanges shut down withdrawals because they didn't have the Monero that they say that they do. Same thing with MEXC, right? You can see here MEXC earlier this week also did the same thing. This is the signatures that Binance gave us in 2021 and 2022. Let's turn off the volume adjustment, and you can just see the absolute amount that they are diverging their prices down, right? So you can see KuCoin here is down minus 1.5%. MEXC also goes down to minus 1.5% from time to time. It's not nearly as severe as it was back in the day, back a few years ago. We were seeing back in May of 2021, Binance diverged their prices down like 25% at a maximum divergence. I think they actually pay a little bit of attention to us, and I think they know that we're watching them, and so I think that they try to not look too bad because they know that's a bad look for them. They can get away with it once, and then they have to clean up their act because we sort of expose them. But they still, they can still do some of this price divergence. So part of what's happening here with this price is them hitting, using these price divergences and so naked selling Monero. A lot of this is not organic. Part of it could, again, we also have the other simple fact that, hey, Trade Ogre disappeared, and because Monero's private, we don't know if those guys are selling off their price or not, or selling off their XMR or not. And then we also had that hacker, right? When things broke out here, we have a hacker, and we don't know if he's just, chain hopping. Right, maybe he's smart enough to keep his coin, gain some extra anonymity set, maybe do some random churning, not and only a little bit, right? You don't churn. You just occasionally do a random churn, consolidate all those little outputs that could all be potentially poisoned, and you consolidate them into one output, and then now you have a lower probability of being detected. Anyways, so they might just be chain hopping, right? There's a few things here that could be the case, but a significant part of this is an intentional price hit on the basis of naked short selling on exchanges that don't have any Monero.
And if we're being real, they definitely don't want something like that to happen again, where some hacker has millions and millions of dollars of BTC suddenly tries to dump it on the Monero and the price skyrockets, which gets everyone's interest. And they could do that by doing something like this, and then like spreading this FUD, putting fear and uncertainty into the network might dissuade someone from doing something like that in the future.
Yeah, that's another good point. It's well timed. If they were, we had this big spike up, and they might have said, hey, whoa, we don't want Monero spiking. This is a bull market. We need our coins to spike. So let's make sure and cap this. So yeah, I mean, we really are fighting some pretty nefarious pieces of shit, guys. Like, these guys are absolute like scumbag to the point of basically being evil. No kidding, evil in the way that they go about just conducting themselves. Anyways, from a TA standpoint, you would actually say that this is a spot to pick up some Monero, right? If you missed the breakout here, this is kind of your second opportunity, because they're going to have to pay this back, and our price is going to come back up at some point. It might be in the bear market. Maybe there's a long game that has to be played there, but you really do want to be picking up Monero down here. This is a cheap place to get it. And guess what? You could just, instead of, you could go mine Monero, right? Not on your computer, go buy hash rate, right? If you want to convert some of your coins, some of your shitcoin gains or whatever, go buy hash rate, right? And then now you have Monero. You can buy a significant amount of hash rate for short time frames, and I mean, you don't get your full amount there, but you are supporting the network, and it is one way to get into Monero, especially if the exchanges are shut down, right? Although Kraken's still open. Okay,
Kraken's the only good one.
Yeah, seriously, they're the only ones that have not shut down withdrawals like for long periods of time. Okay, Monero BTC, we talked about, hey, we need, it's almost certain that we have to get to this area right here. Let me change the color on this. I'm on purple. There we go. Yeah, almost certain. Like I said, we were going to have to touch this orange line down there. This is just not a surprise in the slightest, but this is actually a good place to hope for a rebound. So if you're a short-term trader, you could flip some BTC into Monero here and have a reasonable hope that you could get some sort of rebound here. Although, again, we are facing like fundamentally nefarious headwinds. So that just know that like a lot of stuff is in the air, and TA is not going to necessarily be.
Yeah, weren't you just saying last week that doing TA with Monero is just largely pointless? And we're seeing this play out right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly that it's pointless. It's just that you have to adjust.
It's unreliable.
TA always has to be interpreted in terms of the fundamentals and the dynamics of the chart you're looking at. Because, in some cases, a TA that you would say is bullish could actually be bearish if you understand the chart that you're looking at. Like, for example, the stock market is just like the stock market just goes up, and it has moments where it crashes, but it almost always goes up. So you have to bias your interpretation to the upside, which sounds like a lot of bullshit. I understand why people would say that. All right, let's look at the hash rate really quick with Monero. This is the difficulty, the average daily difficulty. So it is going up. It does look like, there probably are chads here in Monero that are stepping up. We have hit 700 gigas now at a few points. And that's good, right? We need to continue doing that. Getting all the hardware, mining on Monero, and then buying the hash rate when we need to. Let's see. Okay, so let's pivot here to crypto, to Bitcoin. We can look at the Z-scores really quick. Obviously, Monero is down here. We're lower than FTT. Can you, like, this is how scummy, scammy, fraudulent this industry is, and in bull markets is the place that it really starts pissing me off, and I really start getting vocal about it. It's the market is just fraudulent, right? It's one cesspool of fraud, and Bitcoin is involved in all of it, and it's insane. But all right, so Link is currently performing well. That's actually a good sign that there's more bull market to come, because when Link pumps, for whatever reason, it tends to pump a little bit earlier. It tends to pump a little bit more. So I would say that's a sign that, yes, we do have more gains coming. Although we talked about Bitcoin did have a little bit of a pullback this week. But hey, here's where TA is actually starting to work out in our favor a little bit. Check out these purple lines, right? The top of that purple line, this is actually a spot I would say, hey, that is a spot of resistance. In this case, I might have wanted to hope to get up here to these purple bands, but that's fine. Honestly, like, the more that you have progressive price action towards the upside, the faster that these purple lines are gonna curl towards the upside, and they're kind of an acceleration metric. That would be a sort of colloquial way of putting it, but these bands will start to curl up, and it sort of gives you this channel to ride in, and then hypothetically, Bitcoin eventually could make it into this channel and do something, something like that. That's not going to happen as fast as all that, but just kind of giving you an idea of what to expect. Actually, let's go to the daily so that it becomes a little.
And remember, guys, we are not in alt season until Litecoin hits 140.
I wouldn't expect your Litecoin to do shit, guys. Don't expect Litecoin to do shit. They're old news. They're old hat. They don't matter, and they have a little bit of privacy now. So, like, who wants Litecoin now? Not the cabal. Yeah, it's too old. Litecoin is too old. It still is used. People use it for stuff because it's popular for that. But I mean,
in terms of actually purchasing stuff, I'd say it's my second most used behind Monero, because if I can't use Monero, it's usually swapping to Litecoin. So
it is used. It's just that the cabal, they've probably milked that coin for about as much as they can milk it. I mean, it's an altcoin. It needs to go up with everything else. Charlie Lee still has some bags. I'm sure he's got to get paid. But they've got the newer stuff, right? They want the newer stuff to extract more, typically. Probably Sol, I don't know, whatever. Anyways, let's take a look here at Bitcoin on the daily. So we're seeing here purple bands, right? We're looking at this purple channel. At some point, you're going to expect Bitcoin to get into this channel, into these purple bands, and this will be somewhere near the top. I'm not saying at that moment. I'm just saying that expect these purple bands to do a pretty good job of top calling for us, and that should coincide with the regression boundary analysis, which currently sits at probably about 190 or 180,000. Ultimately, by the end of the year, that'll be about 200,000. Okay, so yeah, I mean, again, we're in a bull market. This pullback here of this week for Bitcoin was no big deal. It's just ordinary action. Nothing to be concerned about. Let's look at the dominance, because again, like I said, we really are going into an alt season. Again, it will be more tame than last time. It will probably go down slower than what we saw here, right, on the last bull market. That's extreme. This thing maybe will just sort of meander on down more like that, but do expect that alts are going to outperform Bitcoin moderately as time comes, particularly Ethereum, right? I'm really expecting Ethereum to actually, this ETH BTC chart should come back to a significant degree. It already has. So Ethereum's going to do well, right? Sol's probably going to do well. Tron is going to do well. Notice a theme here: USDT, Tether, right? Tether is the backdoor. We won't get into that. Tether is the extension of United States dollar power, and a way to cover bond buying shortfalls. It's a way for them to manipulate the bond market as they see fit. Speaking of bonds, do we have anything with bonds? No, I don't even have the chart pulled up. That's how little bonds matter lately, is I don't even look at them anymore. And that's a mistake. You need to always be looking at the bonds. They're boring, but you just need to always give them a quick eyeball. Nothing here concerning, nothing problematic with bonds, right? Okay, moving on. We actually saw stocks made another all-time high, both the NASDAQ and the S&P. A little bit of pullback going into the weekly close, but we did set a new all-time high for both of them. This is unsurprising. Again, macro is stable, right? As long as the macro is stable, expect stocks to continue going up over the weeks long time frame. That oil is, still in that zone where we're kind of like, yeah, it's raised an eyebrow, but it's nothing concerning. As long as we're above $60, everything's fine. And again, even if this chart drops down, expect it to do this, right? Expect it to play like that. They're really, really managing the price of oil. In fact, why don't we go to the weekly and we can do a little bit of on the fly TA here. See this guy right there? See this line? We're going to extend that, and we're going to extend it maybe something like that, right? I don't know. Let's flatten it out some. We'll do that. Yep. And so you can see why people think this is bullshit, and it kind of is. You're sort of eyeball estimating what the what the current trend is, right? The point that I'm trying to get here is you could try and say, hey, we're now going to operate inside of this part of the triangle, and then maybe we'll end up drawing another triangle, right? You'll have to do this, and then it'll break down. I don't know, right? There's still the patterns that we've noticed where we could be going into some macro crash, but it's not now. Like, it's not now. We had the macro crash scare, and then they fucking managed it. They handled it, right? They fucking manhandled that macro crash scare, and then everything came back. So, but the pattern's still there, and it's still problematic. It's just not a problem right now. So don't get out of the market. You must be long. Look into my gold watch here. You must be long the market right now. Okay, so here's the interesting thing. The reverse repos have actually made a new low, coming down further and further. So I guess what it looks to me is that, the institutions, they know. They're like, yeah, this is a bull market. Why the fuck are we going to be sitting here in bonds? Why are we going to sit here and get the Fed funds rate overnight when we can be making, crazy gains on Nvidia or Netflix or what, FANGs, whatever, you name it. So why would they want to do that? Right. So they're just like moving money into the stock market, and into risk assets. Okay. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? So gold still just, trending sideways here. Again, this looks mostly bullish. It looks mostly bullish. It's actually, I kind of would have wanted to see this chart be up here. I really would have wanted to break this top right there. The fact that it hasn't, I mean, it's still a pennant kind of, right? We could still say pennant. We could still say rising wedge, etc. I'm not bullish on gold, but this definitely is sort of a holding pattern. It might be. So again, think of gold like Monero, right? They want to cap it. They don't want to, as the rest of the market is running, they don't want it to run with the market. They want to get people soured on it. And then say, yeah, gold hasn't done anything. Let me just sell my gold and buy stocks. Monero hasn't done anything. It got attacked, but I sell my Monero and buy Tron, buy TRX. They want people, the same thing with gold. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, fuck, I had a point there. There's no point. Whatever. Gold is sideways. I wouldn't expect this to necessarily break out anytime soon. If they can cap this for long enough until like the macro problems resume, then maybe they can actually prevent gold from really making a new significant all-time high. We could look at the liquidity too. Like, look at this. In green is the United States liquidity. So, right, this is M2, and this is the central bank balance sheet plus M2. And I think I have treasuries in here. Not treasuries. I have the U.S. balance sheet as well. Treasury balance sheet. I'm sorry. And so we're including that in the calculation. So, anyways, the liquidity is expanding. It makes sense. It's like this chart actually does a weird thing where the stocks will go up. So then this will go up, or this will go up, and then stocks will go up, and they'll just like they'll feed off each other. And that's kind of how you know that like the bubble is growing, right? Because it's like, oh, we printed money, so stocks went up. But since stocks went up, now we can print more money. Because now those stocks are more valuable, and so we can take more loans because the economy is booming. So we'll do more loans with printed money, and we'll put that into the companies in the stock market, which makes the value go up. And it's like an infinite loop until it's not anymore. And that's also what they do with Tether in crypto. They actually copied that playbook. Very, very smart on their part. Dixie, stable, right? Like we said, don't expect Dixie to do a whole lot. That's going to be good for markets as long as Dixie just sort of occupies the zone. Doesn't make any sharp moves. Things should be good there. So, all right, that's the macro. That's Bitcoin. That's crypto. That's Monero. And that's all I got for you guys today.
All right, Bonnie. Thank you as always.
You're welcome, sir.
I'm curious. Obviously, we like to think that the state has some involvement with these price pressure attacks or whatever. How much? I think obviously, as you pointed out, it is in their best interest, regardless of whether this is like some kind of state orchestrated thing or not for profit. But do you maybe this is a retarded question, but I was going to say, do you think there is any ties to the state influencing these things happening because it's in their interest as well to price suppress Monero and to have people lose interest in it?
Yeah, no, 100%. The thing is, the state doesn't want to look like they're attacking Monero, other than regulations, right? Oh, well, we just have to do the AML KYC. You need to be careful on your exchange and not have, right? But in terms of like, the state doesn't want to outright use state resources, the CIA computers, to attack Monero's hash rate. They want to make it look like Monero failed because of market forces. So we didn't do anything. It's just Monero was weak, right? That's what's going on there. So these guys are not acting alone. It's like Binance, CZ was, I believe, part of I don't want to call them the deep state apparatus, but how we say an asset. A lot of these guys, they're not in the CIA, but they're an asset. They're someone that's managed. They're someone that has a sort of Damocles hanging over their head. And they turn them, right? And they're like, well, you need to do a few things for us. So yes, absolutely. I think that there is some state involvement. It's very covert. It's very back channel. It's very hush hush. It doesn't rise to the level of, top level bureaucrats. They probably have a small team managing that kind of stuff. And again, they use their corporate means. They give them top cover for conducting their crypto industry fraud. Because as long as everyone's distracted by shitcoins, they're not using digital freedom money. So I know that's kind of long-winded. I apologize.
No, that was very well put. Very eloquently put. Yeah, so I guess we'll go ahead and move on. I'll go ahead and run the guest segment so we can get our favorite sponsor, Cake Wallet.
Yeah. Why don't we do that? Run the guest segment. Tux will be our guest today. Tux, you give us a rundown on Qubic and what your full take. I think you did a really good post this week on it. And then I do have this post, this tweet that I put out like an hour ago. Like I said, somebody gave me a really good breakdown of all the options that are being discussed right now with regards to responding to Qubic. Short
yes,
term,
I did see that.
Long term. So I think we can maybe use that as our roadmap. So you could go ahead and say what you want to say, Tux, with regards to Qubic itself. And then I think it'd be cool if we go through those options with you and Bawdy. We could open it up to other people that want to jump up on stage. Maybe we don't make it a complete free-for-all, but we bring up some people that we think would really be able to contribute to the conversation. So anybody that wants to jump up, we'll put the share link out there. And then eventually we'll open it up to everybody and just have our free-for-all viewers on stage for the next 24 hours. But yeah, go ahead, Tux. Do your thing. Run the segments, and then we'll go through that X post.
Awesome. Let's do it.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
Alrighty, guys.
Right,
I'm going to go ahead and share my screen in 1 second, and I have some insights from other people I'm going to bring up as well that'll help expand on the conversation. Yikes! Yeah, I'm trying to scroll through my own timeline, and I've been tweeting nonstop this week. Okay. And I do hear an echo. I think it's through Doug's microphone.
Sorry about
Neelis
that.
did tip a super chat. Hey, you've got time to fool around? Stop what you're doing and get on goopacks.io, download it, and click start to stick it up Qubic's unwashed blankety blank. It literally takes you 5 minutes to mine Monero on P2Pool. Do it right now. I'm watching you. He is watching you. He's like looking through your window right now. He's got access to your webcam. You better do it. That's a joke.
He's making a list and checking it twice.
All right, trying to find my right tab. I've got a billion tabs open for the news. Okay, let me zoom in here. So this whole thing kind of initiated on it was either the 10th going into the 11th or the 11th going into the 12th. I think it was the 10th going into the 11th. Qubic this was right as they were switching to their selfish. Oh, my screen.
You're not screen sharing.
Thank you, sir. It used to pull it up automatically. It doesn't anymore. So Qubic last week, well, I guess earlier this week, they started switching over to their selfish mining strategy, which enabled them to do some funny business more than they could have before. Because before it was more just looking at their hash rate and seeing it's getting a little bit up there, a little concerning. But switching to this selfish mining strategy of basically mining in secret and hoping they can get so many blocks ahead to then reorg the network. Was somewhat successful and did allow them to do these reorgs. They had enough hash rate to make that happen, and they were able to get up to, I think, a single 7-block reorg and then a couple 6-block reorgs. They managed to get 6 blocks in a row with earlier timestamps than the blocks that were being mined by the other pools, and then they were able to just suddenly shove that into the network, and the network had to reorg because it saw the timestamps, and it was like, oh, these blocks are actually earlier. We got to switch to these ones. So they were able to do that a few times. They did a bunch of very small reorgs, like 2-3 blocks, but they did 1 7-block reorg, and that is as high as they got. But the real problem, or the real upset about this isn't even really the reorgs, it's how Qubic is presenting themselves. They are coming out. They have an official press release. Let me see if I can go to their website real quick. Qubic. Studio tipped $1. Kudos the Bawdy and Tux, etc. on X for articulately dispelling the FUD and highlighting the coordinated attacks this past week, doing the Lord's work. Thank you, Pseudo. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Pseudo.
Yeah, so sharing this tab. So Qubic themselves, they are playing this off, and they are presenting themselves as if they had actually done 51% of the entire network. And everyone is just absolutely running with this. All of Qubic fanboys, all of their hundreds of bots. I don't think they're all bots, but there's definitely a lot of bots. And of course, all of the news and all of the journalists, all of these major corporate crypto news networks, they're all just absolutely running with this headline that Qubic took over the Monero network for a period of time.
These people who never say anything about Monero, never say a good word about Monero, suddenly have all come out of the woodwork simultaneously to shit talk Monero and Qubic 51%. That didn't even happen. Like, again,
crazy. Yeah.
We're retarded if we think that's not coordinated.
Yeah. Yeah. And I don't even know if these same people were talking about it when, suddenly the price jumped to 350. They might have been, I don't know. But it is interesting that they're all like all of these. And I mean, this is not super surprising. Like journalists typically, like especially corporate journalists, are kind of in a way scum of the earth. They don't really care about the research or what's actually going on. They just want the headline. So in a way, it's not surprising. But there's a lot of big and small accounts who, like Bawdy was saying, don't really give a shit about Monero, suddenly are all over this. And even people who are sort of adjacent to the Monero community are spreading this propaganda, and people are correcting them, and they don't really care. So they are basically presenting themselves here by actually owning 51% of the network. Yeah, so they say in their process here, the final successful push began on August 11th. Okay, yeah, so this was the 11th going into the 12th, with the deployment of a more sophisticated selfish mining strategy. This technical tactic, which proved effective with slightly less and at times more than 51% of the total hash rate, involved the Qubic pool secretly mining blocks and withholding them. The sudden appearance of orphan blocks on Monero network in the days leading up to the day was a telltale sign that Qubic strategy was working. The tactic allowed the Qubic pool to gain a disproportionate share of the block rewards and ultimately the network's consensus. So we're going to basically look at why this is just not true. A lot of what they're saying here is true. They did deploy selfish mining strategy. They were able to mine quite a lot of blocks, which is why I'm not saying that their hash rate is false. Now, they could be misreporting it because we're basically like believing what their API says. But because of the amount of blocks they have been able to mine, I lean more towards it being true at this point. But the main reason why we can see that this is false, if we look at these charts that keep getting put up here. So this one in particular, let's see if I can make this bigger here. So this chart in particular here, it shows, this is from, I think, Qubic's API website. It shows a pool hash rate of 2.61 gigahash a second, and then it shows a network hash rate of 4.95 gigahash a second. Now, this network hash rate could be wrong, but why this is not true is because they are at the very least lying about the network hash rate, if not their own hash rate. And we can prove this by actually going to, actually, I'll open the website myself. So if we actually go to miningpoolstats.stream, and we take a look at the hash rate of all other pools. So if we ignore Qubic, you got to remember, Qubic actually disabled their hash rate for like an entire week. So you can see right here when they re-enabled it again, and the network hash rate with Qubic mining at 2.8 gigahashes is 7. It's 7. And the hash rate of all other pools over the past week has been around an average of 4.2 gigahash. And you got to remember that in order to 51% attack, you don't take the existing network hash rate and then add 50% to it. They have to take that and then double it if they aren't already participating in the network, or by stealing miners over. But by looking at this chart, we can actually see that the average over the past 7 days, when they did commit the attack on August 11th, it never went below 3.7 gigahash for a very brief period there. And this was when Qubic was not reporting their mining or their hash rate via their API. So they showed up as just unknown hash rate. If you scroll down to the bottom of the page, they were basically this unknown number, which now has 0.9%, because that is the people who are not on pools or are not reporting hash rate. So in order to actually have 51% of the attack, they would have had to have around 4.2 gigahash a second, approximately, depending on the exact time. And as we can see through these screenshots that people have been sharing, now this is just one I have here, but there's just one going around that has a big red scary number. It shows 52%, and it shows around 2.6, 2.8 gigahash. They would have had to have around 4.5 gigahash a second in order to actually 51% the network. So while they do have quite a large amount of hash rate, and they have been able to get around up to, I've seen approximately 3 gigahash a second, once again, assuming that's actually true, they still aren't close to a 51%, because it just becomes even more expensive to add almost 50. Basically, they had to have 50% more of their own hash rate to 51% of the network, unless they could steal existing miners. And it looks like they weren't really doing that. I think all the miners that were to switch over to Qubic had already done that, and it didn't look like it was too much of the hash rate, if I'm being honest, because 4.2 gigahash for all their pools seems pretty in line with what it's been over the past year. So that's basically the main reason why this is just total BS, is taking into the account all the other hash rates of all the other pools and seeing the average of that and seeing what they actually need to hit to accomplish a 51%. Now, once again, I do tend to believe now that the numbers that they are posting by the API are probably true, because if we do actually look at the amount of blocks they've been able to mine, they have been able to mine quite a lot of blocks. So if we go to the last 1,000 blocks, Qubic.org did mine around 30% of the last 1,000 blocks, and that is higher than any other pool at the moment. And if we go to the last 100 blocks, they also managed to mine around 30%. So I do tend to believe that their hash rate is true, but they are basically just lying through misrepresenting statistics and misrepresenting their own data. And a lot of people are also claiming, they're sending a screenshot of this where Qubic had 51% of the blocks over the last 100 block period, which does not equal their hash rate. A lot of people are also purposely misrepresenting this, and also they don't understand it to begin with. Just because Qubic has 51% of the last 100 blocks of an arbitrary period does not mean they ever had more than 50% of the hash rate. This does not equal the hash rate. This can sort of plays in line with hash rate, which is why this sort of helps me know that their hash rate is real, what they're reporting, but this does not equal their hash rate. Because of how the distribution works. So the distribution is not equivalent to hash rate. There's a certain amount of probability and luck involved if you're going to get blocks at all. So people were sharing this around like crazy, is that, oh, they got 51 out of 100 blocks of some arbitrary period. It's like they hit the lottery, right? One time over some arbitrary period, they happen to have 51 out of 100 blocks, which is a lot. Don't get me wrong. That is a lot. but that did not mean their hash rate was even close to 50%. So that's the main breakdown of why that just isn't true. And once again, I'm not saying it's not something to be concerned about. There is somewhat of a concern, but they're seriously misrepresenting what's actually going on, and I think they're doing that on purpose to do what we've seen over the past week. Push this absolute FUD campaign, which in turn makes this easier for them. Which, if what Bawdy was talking about is true, and they are just a part of this suppression campaign, this helps them largely because not only do they suppress the price of Monero, like the price went down, this makes it easier for them to 51% if they want to, because the price of Monero coming down de-incentivizes all of these other mining pools. I don't think we've seen a significant drop off, but the price has dropped quite a bit. And if they can push it down much farther, I imagine that there's more and more miners that'll start to drop off as the profitability starts to tank, which ironically makes it easier for a Qubic to do just that if they wanted to. It makes it easier for them to actually take over the network and perform at 51%. And there's been a lot of like a change of attitude over the past week where they're like, "Oh no, we're not actually harming. We don't want to do that. We're actually trying to help." Well, if you wanted to help, maybe you could at least not lie about what happened. Like, the fact that they're lying about what happened, blatantly lying about what happened, goes to show me that they are in no way a friend of Monero. They are not actually wanting to help. If they actually wanted to help, they could have been honest about, yeah, we're testing the rigidity of the network and we're testing to see how far we can get. And they could have been honest about the fact that, hey, we didn't actually hit 51%. We got some of these reorgs, but we could not actually take over the network. But no, they're not actually being honest about it at all, which shows me that they are more than likely a malicious party.
There's, sorry to interject, there's a case to be made that for them to actually reorg the chain and try to double spend against like an exchange would probably open them up to legal liability. It's probably illegal for them to do that. Not that we should be relying on the government threats of whatever. Like that's a terrible fallback, but that is sort of a slight mitigation.
That's a good point, because Qubic they are an organization. Let's see. I think we got another super chat here from Nihilist. Thanks, Tux, for recommending everyone to check miningpoolstats.stream/Monero to know Qubic's real, weaker than advertised hash power. I was about to do it in this super chat. All right, I'll go back to making sure everyone is spinning up their Qubic's. And thank you, Nihilist. And I do want to once again mention, I think the reported hash rate is probably true, but they are misrepresenting the total network hash rate through all their posts and misrepresenting their percentage. Now, I was made aware that this network hash rate, this is actually the average, or it might be the mean over the past 24 hours. This one right here, the small one, which you can only see if this window is large enough, this is the 100 block estimation. So don't rely on this for basically representing the current network hash rate. I imagine it might be hard to like very accurately report on the total network hash rate at any given time. So they just give an average. But what they can accurately report on is what they're getting back directly from the APIs, which is the all the pools that actually report. And you could make the same argument about these other pools. Maybe these pools are lying about their hash rate and making it higher than it should be, which then means Qubic maybe did actually 51%. I don't think they have any incentive to do that at all. And once again, if Qubic actually did 51% for any given time, we could have more easily seen that, hey, they're mining every single block for like 10 blocks, right? If they actually did that, they could mine every single block. They could mine empty blocks. They could double spend. Maybe if it was like for like a very short period of time, maybe it wouldn't be enough to actually see anything. But once again, I just don't see it the case is that Qubic actually got a 51%. And they're trying to back up that lie once again by pivoting and saying, "Oh, we didn't do anything bad because we don't want to attack the network." Well, no, you're saying that because you couldn't actually get to that point, and you're just lying about it. But I want to pull up and read this pretty interesting post from somebody that I came across. I think he's been in the Monero community for a little while. I guess I can't view an X article on. Oh, dang it! Wow. Twitter sucks ass. I cannot view an X article without going to my other browser, so give me a second while I move to this screen. But this individual, Johnny Law, he actually did some analysis on this attack that I just want to look through real quick because it's actually pretty solid. So let me stop sharing and reshare my screen. Like this one right here. Yeah, okay. So this is from at Johnny Law 2021. And he did a little bit of a investigation on this, debunking the Monero attack, or quote, attack rumors, a data-driven look at chain stability. And it reads, over the past few days, social media and some crypto forums have been buzzing with claims of an active attack on the Monero blockchain, implying deep reorganizations and sustained hash rate manipulation. To separate fact from speculation, we pulled direct RPC data from a local sync Monero node and examined the network's actual reorg history, hash rate, and pool distribution. The verdict, the numbers do not support the attack narrative. Why a reorg on Monero is less spooky than on Bitcoin. So in Bitcoin, the most transparent UTXO chains, transactions and orphaned blocks are publicly visible and can be selectively remined, enabling targeted double spends. This makes even shallow reorgs a potential tool for deliberate financial attacks. Monero is different. Its transactions are private by design. Even if a block is orphaned, the contents are shielded without public mempool visibility or clear transaction origin/destination. Executing a profitable targeted double spend is vastly more difficult, which is a very good point that I and a lot of other people forgot to bring up. This is why a Monero reorg, while still worth monitoring, is inherently less dangerous from a theft perspective than a Bitcoin one. So recent orphan history data, not drama. To evaluate claims of instability, we queried our local node for recent alternate chains and calculated the reorg depth. So if you want to actually see any of this yourself without relying on other websites, like Recnium did make this really cool moneroconsensus.info website, which I do recommend you check out. But if you want to actually rely on this on your own end, you can see a lot of this data just directly through a Monero node you have synced locally, like he did here. So he did a network health check mid-August 2025 over the past approximately 2 weeks, or 10,000 blocks at Monero's 122nd target. Total reorged orphan blocks 118. Total reorg events 85. Average orphaned blocks per day around 8.4. Average reorg events per day around 6.1. And share of total blocks affected approximately 1.17%. The depth profile is a vast majority of reorgs are 1 block long, which that happens normally all the time. Sometimes 2 mining pools mine at almost the same time or within a similar time frame, and one just gets a little bit sooner and they win. That happens. That's normal. And then the next category is a small number extending to 2 to 7 blocks. Now that's a bit more suspicious, especially as you get higher up in that range, and that's what we saw Qubic doing. And the third point here is all observed alternate chains were behind the main chain in cumulative difficulty, meaning no sustained equal or greater difficulty competitor was observed. Interpretation. This is consistent with normal background orphaning due to network latency and simultaneous block finds. There is no evidence here of an ongoing deep reorg attack. Hash rate reality check from the node's own get info RPC. Current difficulty is this long number. Target block time 120 seconds. Estimated network hash rate approximately 5.58 gigahash a second, which does fall in line with what we've seen. Because this hash rate is computed directly from difficulty and block target, it cannot be faked by an external website. While public mining dashboards can be manipulated or delayed, the local node's difficulty reading reflects actual consensus state. Pool attribution, no clear single entity dominance. We sampled 100 recent block Coinbase transactions, extracted miner tags where present, and matched them to known pool identifiers. Monero Ocean, Support XMR, Petapool, Nanopool, Hero miners. Many blocks lacked pool tags, but no single identifiable pool dominated the majority. A significant share came from unknown or untagged miners, typical for Monero's privacy-friendly ecosystem. Then comparing to Bitcoin's orphan history, Bitcoin has also experienced many orphan chains, some of them several blocks deep, even in periods of relative network stability. The difference is that Bitcoin's transparent ledger means that there are events that can be exploited with precision. And Monero, the lack of transaction visibility makes such attacks far less practical, which is important to keep in mind. And the conclusion is, based on the past 2 weeks of live chain data, Monero's recent reorg pattern is well within historical norms. While the privacy model makes it impossible to know which transactions were orphaned, the depth and frequency observed do not match the scale of an active attack. Rumors thrive in the absence of facts, so let's stick to variable on-chain measurements rather than relying manipulated dashboards or hearsay, which is very well put. And that, once again, I can reiterate, if you want to be able to see some of this data, you can verify this yourself by looking at this data through your own locally synced node. I don't know the exact commands you have to run to see this data. I'm sure those are available online. But yeah, he brought up some really good points about how on Monero it is much less practical to do a double spend, which that is one of the biggest concerns when you get to the 51% attack range. There's other concerns, but double spending is like one of the biggest concerns, because at that point you start to destroy the basis of being able to use Monero, is that someone can then double spend. They can not create Monero at thin air, but basically cheat and spend it twice. And that is much less practical in Monero because of the privacy of transactions. You have much less ability to peer into that, to manipulate in such a way to allow yourself to double spend. And then also, this one's interesting to me. I don't know exactly at what time he pulled the estimated network hash rate. I don't know if this was during the attack, or if this was an estimate over a specific period of time. Because this could potentially give us a greater insight into the real hash rate and if Qubic is lying or not. Once again, I tend to believe that they're close to telling the truth, even if it's manipulated a little bit because of the amount of blocks they have been able to mine. But getting this directly from the node will be more reliable than relying on a website. And then, of course, through this, he's able to sort of extrapolate this further, the real hash rate further, by comparing the difficulty with existing pools. So really cool. Good post. Just looking at data he got from the node itself. If you have any comments on that, feel free to jump in.
No, man, actually, I don't have any comments there. It's very well covered. In a lot of ways, I'm learning from you guys and guys like Johnny Law when they post these things, because I haven't really dug deep into the into the signatures of their mining and everything. So I'm enjoying it very much.
I guess in order to actually change to, there we go. I'm gonna change back to my other browser. Gotta stop screen sharing. Kind of clunky. Yeah. And oh yeah, I already covered that. I talked about that with the website directly. I don't think I had any more information to really add about that. But I did want to bring up one or two of Bawdy's posts, kind of in line what he was talking about earlier, with how it is interesting how a lot of these things are happening around the same time. Looks, we got a super chat come up from Unknown, tipped $5. If Qubic didn't announce their attack, would there be any way to know who was attacking? Perhaps this little stunt is related to proving you could take over the hash rate anonymously. That opens the door for more powerful entities to attack without recourse. Potentially. Potentially that is the case, and I mean that's one of the concerns that have been brought up with how low the hash rate relatively is. Actually, before I look at this, let me just pull up another one of my posts here, if I can find it. Scrolling. I'm trying to use Knitter on this browser, and it's a lot harder to scroll through the timeline. So the main thing that I think this brings to the table, like ignoring the FUD, ignoring like the lies, this does bring concern to the table, like we did discuss earlier in the show. And that is that it is relatively inexpensive to get a large share of hash rate on the network. Now, this number that I have here is extremely rough and probably very much on the low side because it's not taking into account a lot of things. But theoretically, if Qubic really wanted to actually complete the 51%, they could do it for a certain amount of money. This number was kind of pulled out by just averaging the cost of what it would actually cost to get the amount of hash rate they need from mining rigs on miningrentals.com. Now, that website doesn't actually have that much hash rate available. I think they have less than 1 gigahash. And at that point, the cost starts to skyrocket, because if you've got to spend money at like AWS or like, Linode or any of these larger server farm companies that provide a lot of server space and CPU cycles, the cost is going to go up significantly. So this is just like a lowest case scenario, is that they could potentially pay approximately 120,000 per day to add 2 more gigahash to their pool. Once again, very harshly approximate and very much on the lower side, but I don't imagine it would be like terribly higher than that, unless I'm like really misrepresenting it. But given that they've already been able to get 3 gigahash a second over a very short period of time, that does raise some flags about the fact that Monero's network hash rate in general is relatively low, especially compared to other chains, which is partially due to the fact that we use RandomX, which then brings in all the arguments about, do we change proof of work or whatever, compared to something like Bitcoin, which is in the Zeta hashes, but that's because of lots of ASIC mining. So within this, I think there are good things that can come about this, like assuming Qubic doesn't continue to cause more like PR damage and, actually end up 51%ing the network. I think this did kind of get the gang back together, and people are starting to talk about solutions. People have been involved with Monero for years, are like actually having conversations about like what can we do to either short term make this a lot harder, and then long term to really improve the network and its resistance to 51% attacks. But what you can do at home, of course, is you've got gaming PC sitting around, you've got like old computers or something, just spin those up, start mining, assuming your electricity cost isn't absolutely insane. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to be profitable for you, but it is a small price to pay for what Monero offers in terms of its freedom of being able to spend your money. So if you have if you've got AMD Ryzen systems sitting around, those are the absolute best systems you could have to mine on RandomX. So I highly recommend, if you have systems sitting around, just boot them up, put them in a room that can get a little bit hotter, and start mining on Qubic. And I recommend you check out Zenu's got a couple really good tutorials if you're like a little bit scared of touching this. He's got a couple of good video tutorials that kind of walks you through how to do that, setting up Qubic. And then if you want to throw money at it, there's a lot of people saying that, hey, I've got all this money, I kind of want to throw some at this problem. Then you can very much do so. This isn't a permanent solution, but this is something you can do right now, is miningrgrentals.com. They have a lot of hash rate available at relatively low cost. You can get a lot of hash rate for not too much money. And so for about half a day, I was mining, I think, 2 mega hash a second. But you can do much less. You can do a lot more. You can pay in, unfortunately, ironically, you can't pay in Monero. You can pay in Litecoin though. So I deposited some Litecoin. But in a way, you're turning your Litecoin, like Bawdy was saying earlier, you're turning some of your other altcoins into Monero by doing this. Once again, you're probably going to get like a third, maybe a half back if you're lucky. Monero is not that profitable to mine, which is something that could be improved to incentivize miners. But this is a way that if you have money you want to throw at this to bolster like legitimate hash rate, then you can do that as well. And I think I will leave my long rant spiel there. I think I mentioned about everything I wanted to. And of course, there's Bawdy's tweet, which he talked about during price report, of how coordinated this could potentially be.
All right. Good job, Tux. Very well said. So what do we want to do? Do we want to move? When do we want to do news? Because obviously, I would like to go over that X post I put up, and we could go through all the issues and have people come and like talk about them.
I can go ahead and I have all the links open, so I can go ahead and go through that right now if you'd like me to.
Do the news?
Yep.
Yeah. Why don't you try to run through the news fast, and then we'll focus back on all the proposed solutions that are being discussed right now. We are an hour and 43 minutes into the show, 520 live viewers. Guys, like and retweet. Tux is going to run through the news, and then we will get back to the main topic at hand here, the Qubic attack and what Monero should be doing in response. Talk about what some of the short-term solutions that are being proposed, things that could be done ASAP if they do appear to get too much hashing power, if they become too disruptive, things that we could immediately do to thwart them. And then talk about some of the longer term solutions that are being discussed, given what this attack has exposed, and that we should probably think about just bolstering our proof of work consensus mechanism long term. So, Tux, go ahead, run through the news, and then we'll get into it.
All right, let's do it.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
All right, let's switch gears a little bit here. I think this is the first one. And of course, Bawdy, since you're up here, if you ever want to say anything, just go ahead and interject. So this first post is from Frank Corva, who we had a couple posts we looked at from him last week. And it reads, "We're definitely going to be the crypto capital of the world for regulated ETF funds. But are we serious about making America the crypto capital of the world for peer-to-peer transactions and individual liberty? We should be." Let's play this video.
All in all, I still am hugely excited for and happy about the PWG report. Calls for the passage of the BRCA, which will be the best way to stop future prosecutions like the Tornado Cash prosecutions from happening. It does great things vis-a-vis the SEC, the banking regulators, this sort of thing. But those two little things about, and maybe not so little if they end up being the surveillance dragnet, but those two things about the surveillance policies were not great. And if you couple that with the fact that the DOJ didn't really put the brakes on these prosecutions, you start to wonder, like, okay, we're definitely going to be the crypto capital of the world for regulated ETF funds. Are we serious about making America the crypto capital of the world for peer-to-peer transactions and individual liberty?
Good point. And I think we know the answer to that. Why allow people? Why hype up all these other permissionless systems when you can just continue scamming, making money through fucking stable coins, which is literally all of the talk of the last Bitcoin conference. It's hilarious. It's not even about Bitcoin anymore. It's just about stable coins. Moving on. We've got a post from Peter van Valkenburgh. "So much has happened lately and need help keeping track. Coin Center has a half-year review of crypto policymaking from 119th Congress and new administration. There's good, Congress and SE, bad, DOJ, Tornado, Samurai, and big lingering questions, financial surveillance." So he kind of goes over just the TLDR of what's happened over the past half year in terms of like the crypto industry, and then how the government's changing, what they're regulating stuff. So if you are interested in getting his nice little TLDR on that, feel free to go to his post. Next up, we've got a post from The Rage. That's a cool news name. Ethereum core developer Federico Caron was arrested at passport controls in Turkey over his contributions to a paper that assessed privacy on Ethereum or Tornado Cash. Oh, this just keeps getting worse and worse, doesn't it? So this article reads, "I'm in Turkey, Izmir. They are telling my lawyer that I helped people to misuse Ethereum and I might have a charge." Federico Caron, an Ethereum core developer and founder of the venture studio Lambda Class, wrote last night on X, after a night in Turkish custody during which Caron was able to keep his phone and live post some of the ordeal to X. Caron followed up with a longer explanatory post when he was able to leave the country this morning. "I'm finally out, safe and free," Caron posted. According to his account of events, the Turkish Minister of Internal Affairs had filed a case accusing Caron of helping others, air quote, misuse Ethereum, apparently connected to a privacy protocol. A few years ago, on the day Alex was detained, we received a call that gladly didn't escalate any further regarding an academic paper and code we had published about Tornado Cash called Tutela. Caron wrote, "We never helped anyone engage in illegal activity. It was purely research on mixers and their properties." So at this point, governments are basically apprehending people for just merely having a part in developing this research, or developing, not even necessarily developing, but having a part in the research of these privacy tools on Ethereum. So hopefully that's all it was, and you won't actually be charged anything. But that is still concerning nonetheless, seeing that he wasn't even part of running this centralized interface for Tornado Cash. He may have just had a part in writing a paper and how to implement it or use privacy behind it. Very much not ideal, of course. We got a post from Sir Jams a lot, and it reads, insane bot psyop happening right now. Tons of unknown Web3 news outlets pay to spread the same FUD script. Yep. And like many other people have said and pointed out, Qubic has a lot of bots. They have a total bot farm that is just pumping their shitcoin and trying to reiterate their lies about a 51% attack. So we know this much, and this further plays into how they're not just a neutral, innocent party trying to help stress test the network. And at one point, they were claiming they actually were working with like the Monero developers to do this test, and that never happened. So they're really just trying to push it in with these lies, and the bots just like help confirm that they are malicious and that these are lies. They're pushing them like crazy. And next up, we got a post from Doug. If you've never tried mining Monero on CPU, now's the time to start. Go to goopacks.io, download, install, turn the miner on. It's really simple. Come ask questions here if you run into some. Yep. Goopacks is the way to go. It is pretty easy. Next up, we got a post from Nikita. I'm not going to try and pronounce that last name. It's probably... yeah, I'm not going to try. Lots of Monero bros are in disbelief that a 51% attack by Qubic can happen. Any proof of work chain can be attacked. It doesn't matter how good your coin is. What matters is the security budget. Bitcoiners shouldn't gloat. Bitcoin might be next. Here's a brief history of 51% attacks. So it kind of just like has a lot of screenshots showing 51% attacks that have happened with other coins. A lot of these other coins are probably really small. I don't agree with that. I don't think Monero bros are in disbelief that 51% attack is possible. I don't think anyone's actually said. I haven't seen anyone say that. I think we're just trying to point out the reality of the situation and dispel the FUD. This FUD that is so very much could help them do such a thing. And I see Bawdy had a response here. It's not denial. It's not denial. It's not disbelief. It's that you and others are encouraging fear and panic on the basis of a minimal amount of data. Many of us have said for years that we need more hash rate. I'm not worried about these guys in particular. I might be worried about Govs though, which is a very good point. So yeah, and the reality is that it could happen to these networks as well. Monero is not the only one that's vulnerable to this. Even Bitcoin's still vulnerable to this, even though I think it's in a place where it's much less likely to happen at this point. Moving on. Next up, we've got this post from Redain, which says, oh boy, check out the funding sources for Qubic. And this kind of goes over some potential funding for Qubic. It turns out this might not be totally true. I guess you got Grok or ChatGPT to spit this out. It mentions some US Israeli ventures and some other like government ventures for basically funding. I don't know I didn't really look into this that much. I don't know how much of this is true. So if somebody wants to take this information and try to confirm if some of this is true or not, feel free to go ahead. Moving on. Got a post from SethForPrivacy, which is a quote tweet to a post from The Rage. This ended up being a nothing burger. Essentially what happened is that Google Play updated their policy without clarifying the difference between custodial and non-custodial wallets. And for a time, they made it look like custodial wallets were or non-custodial wallets were covered under this policy and were required to have licenses like MSBs or money transmitter licenses or potentially bit license for New York. In order to have a crypto app on the Play Store, but Google then later clarified that this does not actually apply to non-custodial wallets because that wasn't a part of the policy scope. So we're in the clear here, but this does go to show that this duopoly essentially has a lot of control over who's allowed to basically reach the mainstream market with their application, because it really is just Apple and Google. And yeah, you can install apps outside of the App Store. iOS, you can sort of do it depending on what country you live in. Android, you've always been able to do that. But I think a lot of people are missing the point by saying that, is that the point of being able to have it on the Play Store is that you are reaching the masses. And this is a problem that Google and Apple have basically these can determine the success of your application, because if it gets ripped off the App Store, yeah, people who really want to use it, they will still be able to go and download it and install it like I would myself. But that takes an absolutely massive amount of market share away from us, because most of our, for instance, for Cake Wallet, most of our users come from the App Store and the Play Store, and that's how we reach the masses. So it wouldn't be a good thing for that to happen, even with the ability to download it from the GitHub anyway. And that's just an unfortunate reality of how things tend to centralize, because centralizing is an easy thing to do because it makes things easier. So thankfully, that was a false alarm, and we should be good. Non-custodial apps in the Play Store should be fine for the time being. And next up, we've got a thread from Nighttime, KN Nighttime. And it says, alert, Qubic is a Ponzi scheme disguised as, quote, useful mining. And this reads, Qubic tells you to mine Monero with your CPU. They promise to sell that XMR, buy Qubic on the market, and burn it to create scarcity and value. Sounds nice, but it's not. Monero is 100% private. No one can audit whether the XMR mined was actually converted into USDT and used to burn it by Qubic. You're trusting only their word. In practice, it's perfectly possible they keep all of the mined XMR, which is valuable, liquid, and untraceable, and just make up burn numbers to keep the illusion alive. The model depends on continuous entry of new miners and artificial token buybacks to sustain price. That's exactly the dynamic of a Ponzi. New participants come in, early ones cash out until there's not enough inflow. They've already changed the rules. Before 100% of the XMR supposedly went to buyback/burn. Now only 50%. The rest goes to validators. If they can change this anytime, the price support is pure smoke. Meanwhile, Qubic's weekly issuance is massive. If buy and burn purchases slow down, selling pressure explodes and the price collapses. Marketing even claims 3 times higher profitability than mining Monero directly. This only works while the scheme grows. Once it slows, the house of cards collapses. Summary. You spend energy and hardware to mine Monero. Monero is private and untraceable. They control where the coins go. Burn and scarcity narrative keeps the hype alive. Classic Ponzi scheme. Don't mine Qubic. Don't buy Qubic. Don't fund opacity disguised as innovation. If you want to support cryptography and privacy, mine XMR directly and keep your coins. And yep. So that's an interesting insight into basically the monetary system of Qubic. And it does mention how they can potentially lie about the fact that they burn tokens by not being able to prove that because XMR is private. But yeah, moving on. We've got this is just once again reiterating the false alarm. Low leads posted about this. Google has changed its Play Store policy in response to our reporting. Here's why this is a big deal for the developers. Since our story yesterday, several people reached out to me about the Google Play Store listing non-custodial wallets well before this policy in question came into effect into July, asking for local licenses under what was previously known as their blockchain-based content policy. One second. One of these wallets was Electrum Wallet, who thankfully documented their ordeal with the Google Play Store publicly. It seems that as soon as the local jurisdiction codified licensing requirements for software wallets, Google wanted to see that the developers obtained said license, making no distinction between custodial and non-custodial wallets. If no license was provided, it appears that Google auto-banned flagged wallets for policy violations, leaving it up to the developers to prove that they did not need a license under local laws. In the case of Electrum Wallet, getting their wallet back into the Play Store took over 100 days. That's 100 days in which no new installs were possible while existing users weren't able to pull updates. That's pretty bad. A big deal seeing how some updates push critical security fixes. By fixing their newest policy to now specifically exempt non-custodial wallets, non-custodial wallet developers will no longer have to prove that they don't need a license if they are flagged, but can simply point to the fact that they are a non-custodial application referencing Google's own policy. Never thought I'd say this, but thank you, Google, for fixing this, and thanks to everyone who helped raise hell to make this happen. That is a win indeed, and I think that'll make these false alarms, not false alarms, but false reportings, false policy violations less likely in the future, because Cake Wallet has gotten so many policy violations, and we've had to go out, bend over backwards to try to prove to Google that we are a non-custodial wallet in the past. Moving on. Next up, we got a post from Bandar, and it reads: Bitcoin Cash and Monero communities built the BCH to XMR atomic swaps wallets implemented by mainnet Pat with help from Offrin and BC Autist, or BC Bitcoin Cash Autist, BCH Autist, and it has been longstanding. For devs interested in adopting this into their stack, find the resources below. So it looks like somebody had been working on a Bitcoin Cash and Monero atomic swaps, which is pretty interesting to see. I think we need to have, well, I would like to see more work done with atomic swaps and to see those push forward, because that's really going to basically prevent, well, it's going to help continue guaranteeing that we can swap between tokens instead of relying on these smaller exchange services like we do right now. But moving on, we've got a post from Doug. Once again, would love to get some feedback on this idea. Maybe it is idiotic, I don't know, but to me, it seems like it could be a quick response that can pull hash power away from malicious pool. Using funds for the Monero General Fund, I agree, and perhaps raising additional funds to create a pool of bonus Monero funds that can be put towards supplementing the current P2 pool mining rewards. I see discussion of potentially using some of the general funds to put towards renting hash. I'm a little surprised I haven't done that by now, but maybe that speaks to how they're not really concerned about this situation, and maybe everyone else is too concerned. I don't know. This continues reading. Why not instead put it towards increasing P2 pool payouts? This seems like it would be better, a better use of funds. It would pull miners away from malicious pool if they can get more rewards on P2 pool. It would give P2 pool growth momentum that as it kickstarts miners into switching over and then hopefully staying. Also, I imagine renting hash is less efficient use of funds since the COs that rent the hash are taking their cut, and using Monero to rent hash probably has a transaction fee loss unless you are renting from someone that accepts Monero directly. Yep. Creating a P2 pool bonus pot, however, would put Monero from the general fund directly into hands of miners who are opting to use P2 pool. Also, I imagine this is something that could be launched swiftly. Thoughts? I feel like I remember seeing a post from Luke Parker mentioning about how this wouldn't really be possible. I don't have it on the top of my list right now. But this is something that we can get into in the Viewers on Stage segment if anyone wants to discuss that. Moving on. This is a post from Untraceable, and it reads, who asked for this? With a quote tweet to a post from Disclose. Let's see if I can click into this. It's loading slowly. There we go. Stanford researchers developed brain implant capable of decoding inner speech in real time, bringing society closer to an era of brain transparency. This is awful. That is just, yeah, no. I mean, maybe this is be like cool for like some kind of like research, but this is like, you're just like inching further into this insane reality of just any government or corporate entity can know everything about you in every given time, including your thoughts, which is scary reality. But moving on to Bawdy's post, which was an idea that he brought up, which is a pretty interesting idea, actually. And I think this should be discussed, is time-adjusted block weight. And it goes right now, the longest chain is determined solely on the basis of difficulty. But if we include time as a weighting factor, attackers would need 60-70% of hash power to reorg 10 blocks and 90% plus for a long chain reorg of 100 blocks or more. The idea is simple. Each node records the UTC time that they personally saw a block arrive. As blocks age, nodes individually calculate a linear upward weight adjustment, meaning that a reorg attacker must have enough hash to reproduce the original difficulty of blocks already recorded by the network plus the time weighting. Roughly, we might apply a 10 to 20% increase in weight of each block for every 2 minutes of time that passes. While this doesn't eliminate the possibility of reorgs, it significantly raises the bar. It can also be applied rather quickly and has improved trade-offs to simply applying a rolling end block checkpoint. So, pretty interesting idea that I think should be discussed. And if Bawdy, if you want to say anything extra about that now, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, there's actually quite a lot to say about it. So it started out yesterday morning. I don't know. I was just like musing to myself, and I thought, wait a second, what if we applied a time weighting, right? So I kind of floated the idea a little bit, and it seems the more that I think about it, it actually seems reasonably possible. So we already have we have better trade-offs as opposed to doing an in-block checkpoint. So for example, like BCH, is it 10 blocks? I can't remember exactly, but they checkpoint their chain and say, okay, we just don't reorg beyond 10 blocks. And you sort of open yourself up to specific attacks, like partitioning attacks, for example, where they target exactly 10 block reorgs to fork the network. And so that is a danger that they run into. So believe it or not, the ability to reorg is partially a feature of proof of work. It is also partially a bug, obviously, because of 51% attacks. But the ability to reorg is the ability of the network or nodes on the network to self-heal, right? So a partitioning attack is when like some entity, let's say like Qubic, has a significant amount of the hash power and a significant amount of nodes, and they can sort of like at the edges of the network isolate nodes or isolate groups of nodes so that they don't see the rest of the network happening. And so they could feed them their own blocks, say, hey, here's the real state of the network, right? They could sort of get them to be in a different state than the rest of the network. The problem is that with a hard checkpoint, you could end up where if an attacker is able to partition off the network for long enough, those nodes all pass the end block checkpoint and they can never reorg to synchronize back to the rest of the network. The proposal that I have here effectively says, no, you can always reorg. It's just a matter of how long will it take to reorg. So if a dedicated attacker tries to partition the network, yes, those nodes are going to be off, but eventually, unless that attacker just keeps up their attack forever and can also prevent those nodes from seeing anything else from the rest of the network for an extended period of time, then those nodes are eventually going to be able to self-heal. And so there's sort of like a number of different trade-offs here. I don't know. Do you want me to like really go into it right now, or do we want to save this for the next section?
I think, yeah, I think we have a few more news. Actually, let me check. It might actually be the last post. Yeah, I think you were by and large the last post.
Okay.
So if you want, we could, as perfect timing, we could go ahead and jump into the viewers on stage segment, and then you can go ahead and dive into that in greater detail if you would like to.
Cool. Yeah, go ahead and roll the credits, and then we'll continue.
It's the Viewers on Stage segment. It's that time where we invite you, the viewers, up on stage to comment on anything you've heard so far today, ask the guest a question, or maybe talk about one of the news topics. Come on down.
All right. Tux, can you play the other one where we have the sponsor in there? I know we keep playing the wrong viewers on stage.
Do you want me to just delete this one already? It's because it's in the same position.
I know. We got to delete it.
It's so predictable. I'll delete it right now. There we go. Gone. Okay. Re-rolling.
The Monerotopia Viewers on Stage segment is sponsored by XMR Bar. Play dice with Monero using your privacy-respecting and provably fair algorithm. Go to xmr.bar. As always, verify and never trust.
Please gamble responsibly in accordance with the laws of your jurisdiction.
The AI is just crazy. Yeah, that was the news. That was a lot. I'm going to take a break from talking.
Very sensual song, XMR Bar. It feels more like an advertisement for an escort service than a dice service.
So true. So we have a few people in the backstage, but I want you guys to give Bawdy a chance to go ahead and talk in greater depth about this idea. We do have Arctic Mine as well. Hey, Arctic Mine, good to see you as always. But yeah, go ahead, Bawdy.
Oh, am I live? Yeah, great to be on.
Yeah, thanks for hopping on.
Yes,
Bawdy's going to talk about his time-adjusted block weight idea.
Okay, so I'll just we'll just sort of put the general idea out there. Maybe I'll start maybe not in the best place, but in sort of a kind of a philosophical way. The notion that we only regard proof of work as the only means of how we weight the entire blockchain, maybe that's a little bit incomplete, because the time value of history also matters. And so in some ways you might think philosophically it could make some sense to say, blocks that are 100 blocks old, that has more time waiting for me personally, and should, with the time value of money and kind of a general concept, maybe that should be weighted a little bit higher. But the general idea then is what you would do is your node, and it's kind of listed here on the screen, but your node, on the basis of the time that you personally see when a block arrives, you're going to calculate a block weight, an adjusted block weight, not just the difficulty of that block at the moment that it arrives, but as time increases, you're going to use some kind of formula, and this is up for debate, right? This is up for, modeling. We need to see what kind of the numbers would look like. I propose something simple here, 10%, 20%, 25% every 2 minutes. And then the idea then, of course, being that if an attacker wants to try and reorg the chain, now they're fighting not only against the hash rate, the proof of work that was already posted, but they're fighting against the time-weighted adjustment as well. So they have to come up with even more hash power. So depending on how we want to set these numbers, we could get something like where an attacker would need 60% of the hash rate at a 10 block depth. If they want to reorg 10 blocks, they would need maybe between 60 up to 70% of the hash power. Again, depending on how we want to organize this formula. I did it in a very simple way. I did just a linear formula as opposed to doing like an exponential weighted formula, which some other chains have actually done that. So moving forward then a little bit, this isn't an entirely crazy idea. We have seen rolling checkpoints. So like we talked about, BCH has rolling checkpoints. Again, that comes with the trade-off that they risk actually fracturing the network if a dedicated attacker wanted to put 50% and then snipe the network at exactly n blocks of the checkpoint. So the notion of always allowing for a reorg, never having an actual checkpoint, that's a feature, right? That allows nodes to be able to self-heal. Now, I've had a number of questions that came up. Again, I just kind of floated this idea. It's not an official proposal. I would need to do some modeling in terms of how long would it take a partition of nodes if a partitioning attack happened, and under what circumstances, how long would it take those nodes to recover, right? So, for example, if the proposal is such that, actually it doesn't take those nodes long to recover at all, that's a really good thing. Or if it's, it takes a long time for nodes to recover, if it takes them days to recover, then it's kind of like, yeah, well, that's almost the same as a checkpoint, and it's, so maybe you would just go with a checkpoint, right? So there's still some work that needs to be done. This is very preliminary idea, but some of this work and some of this research has been done by other chains. I need to go start reading those papers if I want to actually try and push this. Or maybe there's other people that find it valuable, like other researchers in Monero, true devs that find this valuable and also want to help with that. I don't know. So let's go over some of the questions then really quickly that I got on my Twitter post over the past 12 hours. If an attacker spins up thousands of nodes and they want to tamper with the weights, what then? The response to that is you're never trusting somebody else's weights. You're only relying on when your node personally sees the block arrive. So then that gets into this question about, well, what happens if you're a new node, right? Like you're syncing the chain or you're catching up. What happens if your network time is off from UTC, right? What happens if your NTP isn't at the correct time from UTC? Effectively, your node would operate all the same. Like it doesn't matter if you're syncing a new node or if you're catching up on blocks, you would personally see those blocks arrive at the moment that they were served to you. And that's the weights that you would record. Now, ultimately, pretty much all the reorgs would have been resolved except for perhaps like the absolute most recent history. So what you're getting served, you generally still have to trust, that the network is generally correct for, all the historical blocks, and then maybe there's still some question over the most recent 10, 20, 50 blocks, 100 blocks. But one thing that we might do to sort of make sure that the network all sees the same block weights over time is that we put a cap on that time adjustment. So maybe somewhere between 100 and 400 minutes. Again, that's a scientific wild ass guess on my part. I'd need to do real modeling. But maybe between 100 and 400 minutes, we cap the time weight adjustment, right? So you say, okay, after this time frame, no more adjustment is to be made. And that way the entire network converges on the exact same weights for historical blocks over time. And the only sort of fuzz that happens, that each node has this sort of like slightly subjective view of, of what they think the block weights are, only happens within the nearest, 10, 20, 50 blocks or whatever. And so again, that means that we all converge to the same historical block weights for, beyond the threshold there. Another person asked, they said, what about like the network time sync? What happens if your node is off time sync to somebody else, to the rest of the network or whatever? And, because you're depending on your personal wall clock for recording that block arrival. So the network being time sync doesn't actually matter in this scenario any more than it already does. Like, so for example, if you try to connect to a peers where your clock is off by more than 30 minutes, that connection is going to be rejected. And the block blocks already have a header timestamp that cannot be off by more than 2 hours to the surrounding blocks, and otherwise those blocks are rejected. So there already is some small amounts of time synchronization that happens, but most importantly, your node time is adjusting the weights on the relative arrival. So even like, let's suppose your wall clock is off by 20 minutes on your node, your NTP, your network time protocol is off by 20 minutes. As long as it stays off by that same amount, your calculation for the historical weight for the age adjustment, right? The time weighted or the time adjusted weights, that's going to be the same amount. As long as, like, it doesn't matter if you're off by 20 minutes, it matters the relative time that you have seen the block at your node. So unless you like do, service start NTP, right? And then you synchronize your node, okay, you're going to have some weirdness there. But I mean, that's going to be such a tiny minority of the time. Generally speaking, we're expecting, 99% of the network plus is all going to be within a few seconds of NTP time. So the network time sync really isn't an issue. Again, we have this ability, we could sort of cap the time adjustment to make sure that we all have the same historical weights for blocks. And like I said, we're not the only ones to do this. And we mitigate some of those problems of having a hard rolling checkpoint like BCH, for example, has. And it still provides the ability for nodes to self-heal. The rest of it is kind of devil's in the details, right? We need to actually look at what are the numbers, how long does it take for the network to heal, or partition parts of the network to heal, and what kinds of protections do we get? But it does look like we can raise the threshold for a long-term reorg, like a 50, 100 block reorg. I think we can raise that threshold to like 80 to 90% of hash power to actually reorg the network at that kind of depth. So that's kind of the overview of my proposal. It's not exactly a proposal, still kind of floating the idea, but the more that I think about it, I think it's viable. So I'm curious what other people have to say about it. Some of you smart guys out there, what are the things I haven't thought of, and what are the trade-offs here?
Well, I'd like to comment on a meta issue related to the proposal. And what it is I see this particular proposal as a host of other ideas that can be part of the solution as opposed to the solution. And that's, I think, is the proper attitude to look at this issue. There's a lot of merit in what I have heard. It's not complicated to implement, which I like. And it's likely going to mitigate the attack in some way, shape, or form. And all of these make it attractive, in my view. Is it the perfect solution to the problem? No, it is not. And it doesn't pretend to be. And when I look at the question of the Qubic attack in general, what I have reached the conclusion is that what we need to be doing is a series of relatively small mitigations where the sum is greater than the whole of its parts. And that can actually bring down this attack quite effectively. It's not incompatible with Trevorrow's proposal of effectively forcing miners to run their own nodes. It is not incompatible with the idea of signing blocks, which I kind of sort of picked up the mantra myself, but with a different type, where again you're forcing the. You're not forcing, but you're heavily incentivizing the actual miner to sign the block rather than the pool, thereby decentralizing the pool. So you keep layering these things one on top of another, and now you start building a fairly robust infrastructure. And that is kind of, I believe, is the correct approach in dealing with this issue, is that we need to be embracing these proposals that are simple, that are straightforward, and maybe are not perfect. In fact, they don't pretend to be perfect, but can actually help the problem. And that's where I see the situation. So that's my opinion on the proposal. I think it's very likely could be part of the solution. It is not the solution.
Yeah, I appreciate that a lot, Arctic. It definitely, just to reiterate, it doesn't fix the problem. It just sort of raises the threshold of an attacker, right? It's something that can be done conservatively, quickly, and with minimal change to the code. It's something that can help. But it's like you said, it's definitely not the solution, but I think it can help.
But I don't think the solution exists, and this is the point that I really want to emphasize. It's that simple solutions that can throw cost and friction into an attack of this nature will solve this problem. if you layer them one on top of another. So if you add then a whole bunch of other simple solutions that other people have come up with, and then you turn around and then you end up in a situation where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And to give you a powerful analogy of why this is important is that we need to think of how the current privacy model in Monero works. If you take ring signatures by themselves, without confidential transactions, they're very easily attackable, even with a ring of 16 through blockchain surveillance. Why? Because you're mixing each fraction of a Monero. So you're mixing, if you're sending 3.1459 Monero, well, you have to mix the 3, the 1, the 5, the 1, the 4, the 9, all of the little elements. And that was the old way of doing it. And then, of course, you set the whole thing up very effectively to a blockchain surveillance attack. The minute that you now introduce confidential transactions into the picture, now you can mix 0.001 Monero with, 10,000 Monero. And these are perfectly fine mixing situations. So now what you've done is by adding the two privacy protocols, you've actually strengthened them, and the sum is greater, and the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And this is the issue that we need to understand. That's the analogy that I'm saying, that there's a lot of small proposals that are relatively easy to implement that can actually mitigate the problem. By themselves, it might not solve the problem. In fact, they likely won't. But once you start stacking one on top of another, then the attacker has a very serious problem to deal with.
What
and
are some
that's
of the,
sorry.
What are some of the proposals that what are the other ones that you would want to stack together?
Well, definitely the two that I'm thinking very much right now is Trevido's proposal. This basically was proposed 3 years ago. And the primary idea was to encourage people to mine peer-to-peer on a peer-to-peer pool. And what it actually does is it basically forces the hashers to run their own node. It essentially creates bandwidth stresses on an attacker. That's one of them. The other one that I like, which is a sort of a remix of another one that was presented beforehand, and it's my own remix, is this idea of code signing, where the block signing, where the blocks are signed by the person who actually finds it. And you design it so that you do at each step of the block. And that's also causes a real, doesn't really, if your threshold is low enough, like about 1%, which is what I'm proposing, then what happens is that the pool can basically function as it is. It can distribute 99% of the way they are. They just can't sign the block. If they're now so effective, or at least easily, so now essentially the pool becomes an administrator rather than a block signer, and so you've decentralized the centralized pool. The nice thing about that one is that it actually could work with Qubic, and this is very interesting. If you're going to look at how Qubic functions, what Qubic is what's called proof of useful work, and it's essentially requires sort of an arbitrator, an oracle, somebody to determine what useful work is and assign the job tasks, which is highly centralizing. And then what they did is they said, well, let's consider mining Monero useful work. Well, what it does is essentially you end up with what could be considered, if it's centralized, a centralizing merge mine, because Qubic itself is highly centralized, and it's effectively been merge mined with Monero. So if you take the right of the Qubic pool to sign the block, or you make it difficult for them, and you have the hashes on the Monero side signing the block, you've totally defanged the attack. Now, people are going to tell me, okay, we can do certain things. So obviously, what an honest pool, basically, you have two addresses. You sign the block. The finder has signed his own address. The pool has that information. The 99 rest of the block is signed by the pool address. Those both show in the block reward, and everybody's happy. And the private key for signing remains with the miner. In order for the pool to try to gain control over the signing, they have to go out of their way. So they have to go out and send private keys to all the hashers or to all the miners. And then if they send the same private key, then they have a problem of trying to hide it from the miner on their own device. And this is a DRM problem, which it's usually a losing battle for the person who's doing the DRM. The pool basically becomes the Motion Picture Association of America or a gaming company or whatever. All the people who have had their intellectual property or their movies or their games or whatever sitting on the Pirate Bay. The majority of the topmost torrented torrents on the Pirate Bay are literally were released with DRM. So DRM has been proven over and over again to be a failure, but it doesn't stop major corporations from trying. So you force the attacker to go into a battle which is actually they're going to lose. You could use a trusted execution environment, okay, which is one of the people are talking about. What really that is essentially a secure element. It's hardware DRM. And then you turn around and it's just be abbreviated as a T. Now, if you actually search for T, what you get is a T-shirt. So it's important to realize that what you're getting is a T-shirt, not in a T. So those are the kind of things that so you're forcing them into that. Botnets will have a similar problem. They might just walk away and from that 1% and not even and let throw a private key into the public domain and mine the 1% with that. But now you've opened a door to law enforcement to attack the botnet. The other way to do it, because now they have one of their private keys. As soon as the one's out in the wild, it's actually going to be in the wild. So they can then use that private key to try to attack the botnet in all sorts of different forms. So you've weakened them. So yes, you can circumvent it, but you get weakened. The other one, although this one will only work before full-chain membership proofs, is where the botnet, for example, will send us each victim their own separate private key, and then they can then add all the ones from all these separate private keys who found the hashes. Now you set them up for a blockchain surveillance counterattack, because now you're doing a what's called the blockchain surveillance, the spend heuristic, and you're turning around and you're adding all of this. That's one case where things action analysis actually works very well. It's where you add massive amounts of small output. So again, you're creating vulnerabilities for the attacker. Does it totally eliminate it? No, but you keep stacking these things one on top of another. And you get the picture that I'm getting at, is that you actually can be very successful at deterring and mitigating and eliminating an attack like Qubic. Like I said, my idea of my remix of somebody else's idea of block signing essentially makes it compatible with Qubic without being attacking Monero. So it actually is a win-win when it comes to Qubic. We're not fighting Qubic, we're working with them. And that is a very interesting situation, because then they're forced in the situation either they're going to fight or they're going to cooperate. And if they cooperate, they become a non-issue. Sure, they can become a huge pool, but they have no control over signing of the blocks. If they try to take control of signing of the blocks, it destroys their social attack of saying that we're going to do this to try to reorg Monero and chop out whatever. So yeah, they make a 60% of the hash rate, but who cares if they're not signing the blocks? And that's essentially the idea, or something like that. So there are ways to mitigate these attacks, is what I'm saying. And the more simple ideas that can be reasonably implemented independently of each other, on top of each other, this is actually what's going to solve the problem. So that's kind of my take on the whole thing.
All right. I think now could be a good time to run through perhaps what all the primary proposals are. I know you guys have talked about a few of them. Bawdy spoke about his. I don't even think it was on this list, actually, so it's good that he spoke about his. I would like to see it on this list as a front runner based on everything Bawdy is saying. It sounds like something that should highly be considered. But I'll take it from the top. So somebody broke this all down for me, which I really appreciated. They didn't want their name to be named, but they told me I could go ahead and post it. So basically, what's been recently being discussed in the dev channels. So they broke it down as, so these are all like the kind of what's on the table of potential responses to the attack. And so it's organized in terms of immediate emergency responses. So things we could do like right now. So if we saw Qubic later this afternoon really ramp up the amount of hashing power they have and, significantly overtake the network, or we see them getting close, maybe we would want to consider some immediate measures such as renting hash power. Then the next major topic is long-term options with limited impacts. And the final main topic is long-term options with high impact. So I'm going to go ahead and run through these, and then you guys can kind of respond. Like I said, we talked about some of them already. So immediate emergency options. Generally, emergency options have significant disadvantages, as you would expect, right? So once again, these are things that if we got really worried that Qubic was about to become too disruptive to the network, things that we could maybe do like, today. So first one, enforcing aggressive DNS checkpointing. A new Monero release could be made that enforces DNS checkpointing by default. This is currently disabled by default. So Monero core team could use Monero Pulse to aggressively checkpoint new blocks. For example, DNS checkpoints 10 blocks old could be delivered continuously. This would result in nodes preventing reorganizations longer than the last checkpoint. In basic terms, these nodes would not accept reorganizations longer than X blocks. There are two significant downsides to this approach. The first is that this is a significant centralizing impact. All nodes would request information from Monero Pulse. All nodes would entrust Monero Pulse to provide the appropriate Monero network information. It lets the Monero developers pick the correct chain, even a worse one if they wanted to enforce that. The second is that this could cause a permanent network split. Monero nodes that do not use enforced DNS checkpointing would be split from the nodes that did unless the primary blockchain eventually gathers the greatest cumulative work and is communicated with the nodes that don't enforce this. So that's kind of listed as the first aggressive, immediate emergency option we can do. I don't know if people have comments on that one. I could go through all these immediate ones, and then we can kind of discuss them in general.
I think that might be an idea. You go
yes.
through most.
So the second one is prohibiting reorganizations longer than X blocks. A Monero software update could be pushed out that would prevent nodes from accepting reorganizations longer than X blocks, e.g. 10 blocks deep. This has some support from Boog 900 and a few others due to its simplicity. This has significant downsides. If a malicious miner submitted a reorganization exceeding the limit, it would effectively halt the network, since there would be two simultaneous networks. Nodes that previously saw the old replaced blockchain would stay on that blockchain. Other nodes that didn't see that chain for whatever reason, potentially network latency or anyone syncing a new node, would be on the other chain with the longest work. Arguably, economically, significant nodes should have a relatively current view of the network that is only up to 2 or so blocks old. However, this is not guaranteed. If nodes are stressed by network conditions or otherwise targeted, then it could impact their live view of the network. If an attacker has 50% of the hash rate, then they can sustain this network split indefinitely. The Monero network would remain in a frozen state. Establishing max reorganization limits further incentivizes undesirable mining behavior. Keep in mind that a reorganization exceeding the limit would effectively halt the network. This could encourage malicious miners to get this threshold since it's guaranteed a payoff. And two, encourage selfish miners to be more aggressive about withholding blocks until they know that they can lock in their rewards without reorganization risks. It creates pressure to encourage deeper reorganizations and for miners to participate in them. Basically, this doesn't prevent a 51% attack, causes a network split, and encourages weird behaviors. So that's the second emergency solution that's being discussed. Third, this one has been thrown around. Renting is something as simple as just renting hash rate. The Monero team could use the donation assets they have to rent hash rate to add more security to the Monero network. The assets aren't unlimited, so a determined attacker can drain these resources. This doesn't solve anything except for the immediate term. It's also a centralizing effect. A fourth is merge mine stake with a larger network. Monero could accept defeat and decide that the network is not strong enough on its own to provide ample security. It could use checkpointing on larger blockchains. Ethereum and Bitcoin are the most realistic options. This effectively makes Monero a vassal of these networks and their miner stakers for as long as the Monero ecosystem relies on them. This is essentially the same as the finality layer option, though instead of using proof of stake on Monero as the finality layer, it would rely on the selected other blockchains as the finality layer. This could be a selected option while the finality layer on Monero is being worked on. So yeah, we've heard Luke talk about this being like a quick, easy fix if we were to basically make Ethereum our finality layer. A fifth short-term quick thing that can be done is increasing fees. I won't read through all of it. Just because this is taking too long, but you guys should probably know kind of what the pros and cons are of that. It would make it more difficult to attack the network. There'd be more security. Miners would be more incentivized to mine. Mining would become profitable, but at the cost of potentially reducing the amount that the network is used, reducing the amount of transactions, because it would become cost prohibitive to send transactions. So why don't we go through those? So these short-term, quick emergency things that could be done if we fear that the Qubic attack is ramping up too much. Things that we can quickly do. What do you guys think of these potential solutions that are being thrown around? Do you think are any of them are worth considering? I mean, do we really want to consider mining, using general funds, for example, to start mining? Is that something that's seriously being considered, or some of these other things? I threw out there in response to this idea of using the general fund to mine, what if instead we use those funds to put it towards increasing the payout of P2 pool? So kind of adding a bonus to anybody that wins mining rewards using P2 pool. We supplement it using the general fund. So instead of putting that money towards paying, renting for hash power, we put it towards supplementing miners who are mining using P2 pool. But Arctic, why don't you go ahead and give us your response to what you're hearing as these proposed emergency responses?
Various types of checkpointing solutions have been used in the past. And they were basically used against the attack in 2014, threats that were made, and in fact were used in the Bitmain situation, because there you had a 90% attack. It was literally led not to a frozen chain, but a chain split. So in that situation, what ends up happening is you fork the chain, essentially, and then you have two chains, and the one that most of the myth around the longest chain theory in proof of work is that in the case of Monero in 2018 with the Bitmain attack, the longest chain did not win. Bitmain had the longest chain. And what happened was that the economic power and the social power went to the Monero chain, and Monero original became essentially a useless fork. Not totally useless. And the reason it wasn't totally useless is because some of members of the Monero community, myself included, decided it was profitable to extract the Monero original, i.e. the other chain, and dump it. And Bitmain at the same time was trying to support it with cash. So they were trying to throw money to prop up the failing chain. And to be blunt about it, and I'm going to say this publicly, I got a house out of the whole deal. Literally, the one I'm sitting in right now, literally by doing this.
I wish I would have sold my Monero original. I was scared. I was scared to do. The word was being put out that you would lose your privacy, whatever.
No.
Potentially,
There was a way to do it, and I figured it out, and I did it safely. And then the process was going through KYC at hit PTC, which they literally put barriers for me for about 10 days. And eventually I met all the requirements, so they had to give me the thing. And then I just started selling. I literally started selling the stuff. And I sold it for Bitcoin. And then I turned around and sold the Bitcoin for Canadian dollars through Quadriga CX and CoinSquare. And I got all my money out of Quadriga CX. So that's the story on that one. So, but what I'm saying is, and that wasn't the only one. There were majority of the community did not do this, but they turned around and did that. So those type of checkpointing solutions, what it'll tend to do is lead to a chain split. And I think in a case like this, Qubic will probably give up. They don't even have anywhere near the resources of Bitmain. So you could provoke a shake split by doing that, and then basically implement longer term solutions such as, well, in the case of the Bitmain case, with the long term, the initial short term solution was just making tweaks to the existing algorithm to break the ASICs, and then what happened was random X. That was the long term solution.
So in terms of all these short-term solutions, though, we have enforcing aggressive DNS checkpointing, prohibited reorganizations longer than X blocks, renting hash rate, merge mining with a larger network like Bitcoin or Ethereum, making that the finality layer, increasing fees. Out of all of them, which ones do you seriously consider on the table if, like, right now we're like, all right, decision needs to be made. They're gaining too much. They're being too disruptive. We got to do something fast.
Checkpointing, and basically blocking reorgs after a certain number of blocks. Both of those would actually cause the chain to split, which is what you want to do. And then you have to it's not which is the longest chain. It's which is the chain that the economic majority is going to go with. And like I said, the case of Bitmain in 2018 is essentially what happened. Is that you get a chain split, and then the weaker chain actually won, which was the one that we know today as Monero. So
you'd put that on the top of your list for emergency responses.
But I wouldn't put. I would put checkpointing, and I would put DNS checkpointing, these kind of things. And yes, some of the blocks on reorganizations, those kind of things can be done to basically do that. There are other ways where you could also, the nodes would delay forwarding nodes that it was suspicious of, which kind of weakens them up. So these kind of solutions, the other one is, of course, where the node compares what the node that's been mined to what their own template is, and if it's really off, they simply don't relay it, or those type of solutions are reasonable emergency solutions. And yes, I think it's a significant risk of a chain split. I'll say that up front. And then it's not going to matter which is the longest chain. What's going to matter, which is what happened in 2018, and this is really surprised Bitmain, is which chain the majority of the community, the economic majority, chooses. That's what's going to matter. And yes, you'll end up basically with two chains, and you'll end up with the same situation that happened in 2018. You're not going to have multiple splits because the attacker is going to keep one chain, and the rest of the community is going to say another chain, and then which one has the economic majority is going to win.
How about renting hash rate, merge mining with Ethereum, increasing fees?
There's a host of different things in here. Increasing fees is a non-starter. Now, this is one of the biggest myths is you can sort of, unless you...
But as this is being proposed as like an emergency short-term thing.
Unless you want to make the fees like $100 a transaction or something. And I don't think that's really going to work. It just doesn't have the revenue source to do that. I mean, fees are minuscule. The fee and reward in Monero is actually about 1% right now. So you raise it to 10%. It's not going to really change much. It's high impact and relatively little value to it. So merge mining with whom is interesting. Now, Merge mining and checkpointing on another chain are two entirely different things. Checkpointing on different chains is what Pirate Chain has been doing. Some other chains will do that. And so you could actually put checkpoints on Bitcoin. Way less controversial than doing it on Ethereum. So you want the strongest proof of work chain, which at this current point is Bitcoin. So that's an issue. Then the question is, do we want to merge mine with, well, you don't want to merge mine with Bitcoin. I don't think that's going to be a good idea. Do you want to merge mine with Dogecoin and Litecoin? I mean that's a longer term solution, but it is the idea of convincing, say, Bitcoin Cash to merge mine with us, which is another interesting option because they've been attacked quite a bit. And that might be an attractive option too. I mean, I see my own solution, my own proposal of block signing actually encouraging Qubic to honestly merge mine with us as an interesting alternative, because that should not be taken off the table.
Yeah. How would that work? I was been mulling that over too, but how would that go down?
Well, essentially what happens is that you take away the signing authority from the pool and give it to the miner, which is what the block signing solution does.
Is that an emergency short-term measure? Like, could that be implemented today or tomorrow?
Well, I mean, to implement today or tomorrow, you can't do anything on a hard fork. You have to do it on no relay. It's something that technically could be done quite quickly, yes, if you're prepared to hard fork. Just as Trevor's solution, which is basically also a hard fork, and it's been sitting there developed for 3 years. So you can take that and implement it quite quickly. So block signing could be done relatively quickly in a hard fork, as could Trevor's solution. As could one of the ones that was recently just discussed here. I wasn't too clear of your own proposal, so I haven't want to comment on that because I haven't really heard it in detail. But my point is that if you're willing to hard fork, there's a whole bunch of relatively quick, simple things that you can do, which by themselves are not necessarily going to do it. But when you start stacking one on top of another, they certainly will work.
What do you think of this? Using general funds to rent hash rate. Is that something that should be considered, or that's?
Well, I think it's self-defeating. I mean, if you're going to do something like even subsidizing the peer-to-peer pool, I mean, I think the funds should really be used to. I'm a bit leery on that one.
It feels like it's like the attack is now draining our resources. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. I think what you want to do is. Well, number one, potentially a peace treaty, but the issue with Qubic, and this is one thing that people are understand about Qubic, is Qubic is essentially a proof of work coin, but it's a proof of work coin that is incredibly centralized because you want to have a group of people or a person deciding what is useful work. And so it's not a candidate for merge mining unless you have a way of discouraging or eliminating the pool from actually signing the blocks. And so the block signing idea is that you allow a pool to get 51%. So what if they get 51% if they're not signing the blocks? It's the same case with peer-to-peer pool. What happens if peer-to-peer pool gets 51%? Well, can they attack it? No, because each miner is basically signing their blocks. So this is essentially what you're doing with a block signing proposal, is you're encouraging the actual miners to sign the block, and essentially the pool loses control over signing the blocks. Now they can try and regain it, which is the argument that Luke Parker has made in a whole bunch of different ways, but then that has a cost barrier to the attacker. Okay. So if they try by getting control of keys. So that's the answer to that.
Okay, thank you for explaining it that way, because I knew that if P2 pool got 51%, that it would not be a problem. Like every other pool, if they got 51%, it's a major problem. But I knew that if P2 pool got 51%, that it wasn't a problem. I did not know why. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I must admit, and it is a bit of my fault, I didn't get the gist of Bawdy's proposal. Of your proposal, so maybe somewhat it's going to be discussed later on, and what the essence of it is. So
Bawdy's proposal?
Yes.
Yeah. Other thing, what if we were to mandate P2 pool? Basically, so the only way to mine Monero is via P2 pool.
Well,
this would eliminate a Qubic attack where they can create a competing pool. They would actually, need the real hash power then at that point if they were going to try to double spend P2 pool itself.
That's basically the block signing proposal, which a much higher percentage. I don't think that is really the answer. I think the answer is to encourage. I mean, it is a solution in the sense of that's block signing with a much higher percentage. I think that was kind of the original idea with that proposal, is that you would basically not necessarily mandate it depending on how high a percentage you use, but you actually were trying to basically make the centralized pool uneconomic. It's a secondary. I think the answer with that is better to incentivize the centralized pool to become decentralized, rather than to put them out of business. I mean, that's the distinction. But yes, that's a proposal that has been discussed, that essentially would be some form of block signing with much higher percentage. I'm proposing with 1%, but I guess if you did it with a high enough percentage, it has failed in other coins. And
I'm just saying, like, you basically make it where the only way you can mine Monero is via P2 pool.
Well, that's essentially what you can do. I mean, you could actually force, so you make any pool, but this one, the P2P pool, essentially it's a drastic proposal in the sense that what it does is it's likely going to lead to a chain fork, and you get back into the Bitmain battle. But I much rather bring into the support the existing centralized pools, give them an option, because by 1% minimum idea, the pool can go higher. Essentially, what you're saying is you take the pool, 100% pool reward, you have to give 1%, regardless of what hash rate they've got, to whoever finds the block, and then the rest is distributed by the pool. And so effectively, if you increase this figure higher and higher and higher, you make it solo mining. So if you make it, so what happens is a pool could turn around and say, well, because a minimum 1%, instead of doing 1%, I'm going to do 10%. So my block rewards, the regular rewards are going to be less, but now I get a bigger yield if I actually find the node. So you turn it into a lottery, basically. And different pools could want to use different amounts. And maybe compete with that, create a market around, well, do I want to become effectively a solo miner by going to 100%? Or do I want to just be predominantly a pool miner, 1%, or do I want something in between? And that becomes a market decision. But the beauty of it is that in all the cases, the signing is done in a decentralized fashion. And that's the key point about blob signing.
Sheldon tipped 56 cents. Is there a way to automatically be notified if the chain starts being attacked or reorged maliciously so that I and others can spin up more hash? The 7-block reorg happened while I was AFK. Had I known, I would have rented hash to defend Monero. So, and a Monero alert system, an app that goes off iOS and Android, beep, beep, beep. Time to mine.
I guess this is the other thing. People are mining on their computers, and then they want the app on their phones, which is okay. I understand. I'm a baby boomer. I understand this, but so I understand that. But I guess you would write an app that would monitor the Monero network. It has to connect to it. And then if it finds the criteria, generates an alert to the actual phone. Now you don't want to be running the network on the phone, because if something you can't even do that. So you have to sort of set up a server like a wallet that basically is connected to a node, and the node
run your own node.
But ultimately, you're running your own node. It's exactly what you're doing. You're running your own node, and what you're doing is then having your phone connect to the thing. It is a way to distribute this effectively to mobile devices and set them off and warn people so they can dynamically add hash rate. That's actually quite interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely workable.
I'm sitting here imagining, like, the National Weather Service alerts. The National Weather Service has issued a
Monero alert, add hash rate.
All hands on deck.
But here's the thing. When I talk about some of these ideas, they may not work by themselves, but when you start layering them one on top of another, a lot of the stuff that I'm hearing actually can work. Because what you're doing is you're layering one thing on top of another. So now you have some people sending out alerts, and if it goes to a certain threshold, they're going to suddenly add hash rate and destabilize an attacker. Another one is going to make force of fast time modes. Or let's make them also have to run their own node. You go, let's put some checkpoints here and there that's going to do that. So you start throwing all this stuff at them, and now you have a host of solutions. So those
another idea we talked about too is just letting people seeing what Qubic have done, and you said like turn them from malicious to friendly, or creating another version of Qubic that is a friendly version, essentially doing the same thing that they're doing. Now, I'm not even talking about this useful proof of work, but basically have a token associated with the pool that people can purchase, and it can go up in value, even if that token may be nothing more than a meme, right? So like a meme coin connected to a pool, and I'm connected to P2 pool. I'm hearing somebody is working on this.
Yeah,
so now it's like, why mine and get Qubic coin when you can mine and get P2 pool meme coin
memes or some kind of whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing with this type of a system, and creating this type of it's a very nation centralized. So you go back to, I think that works best if we had block signing, to be honest. It really strengthens that type of a solution. It's a classic example where the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. So yes, if Pool wanted to do a centralized meme attractive and sell that as a bonus in the pool when you mine with them, thereby increasing the hash rate, absolutely. But that type of thing generally has to be done in a fairly centralized way. And so this is where the block signing comes in. So the block signing, I think, would enable those type of things.
That alert app,
sorry?
that alert app, the alert app, just going back to that real quick, the alert app is something so like not absolutely like critical that you could just vibe code that with AI and get that out in like a couple of hours.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what I'm saying. So these kind of things by themselves aren't going to solve the problem. But when you start layering one on top of another, they will solve the problem.
I just wanted to throw something out there, which is,
yes, please.
I thought a lot about like modeling what these, I mean, people are calling them attacks, but I think there's so much more of this that is psychological rather than is actually an attack. And the real attack is more or less the price conundrum that we find ourselves in from all of these situations. But like some back of the napkin math real quick. So right now, the difficulty is designed around this idea of 120 seconds, you get a block. Now, a user's lived experience of 120 seconds on average is super inconsequential if you turn it into, let's say, 125 seconds. Or 126 seconds, I guess I should say. And then if you adjust the block rate accordingly, let's say you make Monero's block reward 0.63 Monero instead of 0.6 Monero for each block. Well, you are now adding a slightly longer time gate to actually getting the block reward, thereby prolonging the amount of time that it takes to get to, let's say, 5 blocks, 10 blocks, so on. But that's not to say, I would also point out, I've been trying to say that we need to have an actual discussion about whether or not landing on 0.6 every 2 minutes was in fact the correct number. I would imagine at least some of you remember we had like a little bit of a conversation on this show several months ago about like, while adoption is increasing and price is increasing, this is really the time for us to start modeling as to whether or not we have landed on the correct size block reward, because now we have so much more data than we've ever had before on whether or not 0.6 was the right number.
I just want to comment that if we raise that tail emission, and you were talking about price earlier, that allows, I don't want to call them nefarious miners, but that allows, like, let's just say exchanges and or liquidity providers that are short selling Monero and closing withdrawals because they can't meet withdrawals. That allows them to make up that shortfall much more easily in the mining ecosystem.
I would be extremely...
I want to say something about. First of all, this is a historical story about this proposal. Originally, Monero was a 1 minute coin with 0.3 tail emission. That's how it was originally coded. And what you do if you increase the time interval is you lessen the probability of reorgs and of blocks. So
that's what I'm getting at.
That's what Alaska was getting at. And this is the point is but I wouldn't tweak it by, if you're going to do that, you go and say, okay, let's go to 1.2 Monero in 4 minutes if we want to make the slow down the coin. Essentially what it is Ethereum has a real problem with this, and proof of stake does not solve it, because Ethereum is running at something about 12 or 15 seconds a block, which is crazy. And what happens is that relativistic effects basically kill you. Monero was having a lot more orphan blocks when it was at 1 minute blocks, and when it went to 2 minute blocks, it actually the orphan block rate drastically dropped, and that's why it was done. So if we're going to do something like that, and I'm not necessarily opposed to it, I mean, you can increase go to 2.5 like Litecoin, for example, or even go to 4 minutes or something like that.
Well, here's the thing, like that tiny little percentage change that I'm talking about. Yes, you could obviously go longer and get, but that tiny little percentage change, if you pair it up with a couple of these ideas, but I really like the idea of, for example, if you do like hash rate difficulty for reorganizations of blocks longer than such and such time, you actually magnify the effectiveness of doing that by stretching out the block time just ever so slightly.
But why? What's the advantage of the slight stretch?
So for one, it doesn't really change the user experience. For two,
okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so that's one of the advantages is you're not going to have a whole bunch of people talking about, oh, Monero is different now or blah, blah. So you minimize the social impact. Number two, you actually have a greater incentive to claim that block before it can be claimed by somebody else. Okay, which is a marginal improvement, but it also, and then the other thing is you have a decrease in reorgs just generally. But then the other thing is you magnify the value of these checkpoints on aggregate. So like the farther back you go, because the hash rate is slightly more difficult by doing this. And then on top of that, the time horizons on getting the blocks are slightly longer. So all of a sudden, if you have these, let's say a checkpoint of 5 blocks, and you have this much extra difficulty in order to reorganize the block, on top of that, the reward increasing and the time horizon for getting there also increasing, all of a sudden, that idea of a 5 block or a 10 block checkpoint, however it were to manifest, and I realize there's still a lot of people thinking about the pros and cons of how many and what difficulty increase and so on, but you're now dealing with a multiple of a multiple. So you've just strengthened the idea of, for example's Bawdy proposal by an additional 10%, and you've reduced the likelihood of the paralyzing of the blockchain on some of these other proposals by like a huge amount.
Does it change the economic model? Because part of the problem is that we have one
separate from the idea of raising the cost.
No, it doesn't change the economic model at all. What this does, like, for example, to be honest, I think if you do less than if you go to the level of Litecoin, like 2.5 minutes and 0.75 XMR on the tail emission, I'm fine with that. I mean, but
that's exactly what I'm getting at. Less is more in this situation.
I'm not sure that I want to do it. I'm not sure that I want to do it for less than that. But if you want to do, say, like Litecoin, and me say, well, we're going to increase to reduce orphan blocks, we're going to increase it by, say, which would be basically you go to 2.5 minutes and 0.75. I'd be fine with that. I mean, I see a lot of the merit in it. It's not a huge impact on the experience. Effectively, 10 block rearcs become 8 block rearcs. I mean, you're saying
the way you're proposing, you're saying with the inflation would essentially still be the same?
It has to be the same. No, you keep the inflation the same.
Because that's absolutely a non-starter.
You keep the rate of the tail emission the same, but what you do is you go from a 2-minute block to a 2.5-minute block.
So I just want to be clear, like there's two separate conversations that I'm bringing up, but they're kind of related. And what Arctic Mine is saying, like that one seems like a no-brainer to me. You just stretch out the block, the block by, honestly, 30 seconds is almost certainly going to be the right answer. But the one that I'm throwing out there is, dude, even like 6 seconds is a huge difference. Like it makes a huge difference. 30 seconds would be amazing, but you just stretch out the length of the blocks in a low user impact sort of way. Like you make it really, really small impact as far as the actual user. 30 seconds is totally still doable. They're already used to waiting 2 minutes. And the thing is by doing that alone and not changing the block reward as a percentage of time, so you raise the block reward perfectly equivalent to the amount that you raise the time, that's one thing, okay? But then the other thing that I'm pointing out is even just the tiniest adjustment of the inflation rate does change the equilibrium at which the coin stabilizes. So what I'm saying is it's not going to actually devalue Monero in the sense of like over the long time horizon, in short bursts, it might have a little bit more instability in price until there's larger adoption. But for one, it wouldn't be that big. And for two, Monero people are already diehard people used to getting totally screwed on price. So the thing is over the long term, it's only going to move the equilibrium. It's not going to actually change the buying power of Monero. Okay?
No, well, it would actually. It would in the sense that it will have an impact on orphan blocks, and because you're dealing with the impact is significant. Something like 30 seconds will have an impact on orphan blocks. Definitely do that.
Yeah, I agree with Arctic here in the sense that the more that we create orphan blocks and the more prone you are to orphan blocks, the more that I worry about attackers being able to.
Well, no, what you're doing is you make it more difficult to create orphan blocks.
Exactly. Like, do I stretch?
That's exactly what Alaska want to say. I mean, you're basically.
I thought I heard him say reduce it from 2 minutes to 30-second blocks.
No. That definitely wouldn't work. No. What we're saying is you add 30 seconds, so you go from 2 minutes to 2.5 minutes. I have a bit of concern. I'm not opposed to it. It's not going to hurt Monero, and it may have a potential impact. But I think we'll get if we go we're just going to increase it by 10% or something, or not even that. I think it was 5%. I mean, you might get some impact on that. I'm not going to dispute that, but to me, if we're going to do that, I would do an increase of 30 seconds.
Yeah, as long as
the key to this proposal that I'm throwing out there, which is you want to try to pair it up as close as possible. I'm not saying Bawdy's current proposal is exactly right, but I'm drawn to that one because it pairs up with it really well. So you try to do both of them at the same time.
So what's Bawdy's proposal? Someone could bring me up.
That was the idea of having some kind of increased difficulty the farther back the real.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that definitely. So you're essentially creating dynamic checkpointing,
Yeah,
Because,
and now,
yeah,
however
okay,
you
that's
do
great.
that,
That's fine.
however you do that aside,
It's not
okay.
checkpointing though. That's the thing. There is no checkpoint.
Well,
Like, you
it's no
always preserve the
checkpointing,
ability
but
to reorder the chain. Nodes can
you're
always self-heal.
your idea is that you create a sort of a dynamic. Yeah, the difficulty increases to reorg the further back in the reorg that you go.
Exactly. And that's the thing is, if you have like this, I like the idea of just calling it dynamic difficulty, because that's pretty much what it is. The further back you go, the harder it is. But if you pair those things together,
nomenclature
however,
overlaps with the fact that we already have difficulty adjustments.
Go ahead.
Well,
it's time weighted. It's a time weighted, or it's a time adjusted weight. Like maybe there's a better nomenclature, but dynamic difficulty wouldn't be it. I don't think.
No, it's not dynamic. What it is it's a weight as you go further back. The difficulty of the reorg increases. That's essentially what is being said here.
And the trick is like, if you take these two ideas and you don't just like immediately throw them out, you try to take both ideas together, you model them a bunch. So you can figure out like exactly, maybe like 20 seconds versus 40 seconds, like just to see what the impacts are of both of them. And then you pair those models up with the idea of your weighting difficulty. So like if you're adding a lot of weight to blocks that are old versus adding a little bit of weight to blocks that are old, then you also look at them like maybe if you do exponential versus linear. And so, I mean, you could do a lot of that analysis pretty quickly.
I think I think you just have to make sure that there is not an impact to 157,680 Monero per year, because if you did that and you screwed that up, then you get people like Bitcoin saying, oh, well, your inflation rate's changing and you don't know how much the Monero there's going to be in the future, and we don't need all that conversation to happen.
Allow me to retort to the fact that I don't really give a fuck about people in Bitcoin chiming in on tokenomics, because they don't have a tail emission at all, and so I don't really like value their opinion at this point.
Alaska Non's proposal does not change the economic parameters.
But that said, there is a separate conversation.
I don't think that changing the block time really. That's going to have at best a marginal impact. It's not really going to solve the root of the problem.
No, actually, changing the block time does reduce the probability of orphan blocks in general.
No, it does reduce the probability of orphan blocks, but how much that's actually going to prevent an attacker or reduce the probability of a successful attack. I don't think that it's necessarily it's going to be a marginal impact there. And I mean, if there's modeling to say, if there's specific modeling to say otherwise, I'm totally open to it. But intuitively, it doesn't seem like it's going to make that much of an impact.
Well, Bawdy, what I
do know is what happened when we went from 0.3 to 0.6, when we went from 1 minute to 2 minutes. And there was a significant marked reduction in the amount of reorgs.
But Bawdy, if you take the idea of stretching out the time horizon and you add to it the idea of having weighted, let's call it like legacy blocks or whatever. The older the block is, the more weight it has. But you've also stretched out the time at which those blocks are being made. My main case is, not only are you gonna improve the quality of the orphan blocks on Monero just generally, so that you have less of them just overall, but more importantly, you're strengthening proposals like yours for its function of reducing the effectiveness of a 51% attack. You're magnifying its value without having to do a whole lot to change the way that we do Monero now.
I see what you're saying, but that's a misunderstanding of how formulas and constants work. This is merely a question of constants changes. Now, I agree with Arctic when he says, listen, we saw a marked decrease in the number of orphan blocks when we went from 1 to 2 minutes. And that makes a lot of sense because of network latency, right? That's a real, and especially, years ago when the network latency wasn't as good. So that makes a lot of sense. And increasing the block size, increasing the block times is going to give us fewer orphan blocks. But at some point, you reach diminishing returns there because network latency starts to become minuscule in that equation.
Well,
we need to model that, but all I'm saying is that Alaska, in general, your proposal is like to make it more impactful. You would just change the constants in your in the time weighted adjustment. You would just change the constants of that formula, or change the formula itself. Right now it's linear, but you could do a bunch of different formulas there.
But the point about it is, it's a network latency is part of the issue, and that is basically an actual time between blocks. So you're actually, if you go, I mean, I would say that, in my opinion, from what I've seen from a lot of chains, is that 2 is pretty close to the minimum 2 minutes. So adding another 30 seconds over the 1 minute that was added should have an impact. We can do the modeling, what we think is going to look like. I really wasn't too enthused about the idea of just going for a little amount, but the minute you talk about 30 seconds, it's kind of nice also because it's the same thing that Litecoin is doing. So you're sort of following their model. So there's some advantage there. It's not a huge impact on the user experience, but it will have an impact on latency. Network latency, and this is a common misconception. Network latency is ultimately.
I mean, that would increase the amount of time you have to wait for the 10 block lock, right? Because we're talking
not
about
really, because suddenly the 10 blocks become 8 blocks.
Okay, so it works.
So it doesn't really change that. I mean, if you turn around and say, I'm going to have blocks every 2.5 minutes, if we go to so what we're saying is basically that we're going to have 2-minute blocks, and we're going to wait 20 minutes. Now we're going to go by 2.5, and we're going to wait 8 blocks. And in fact, so that doesn't really change that parameter. What it does do is it does lessen the probability of orphan blocks, and that's not that's what I consider a nice incremental option. But like I said, I would add Trevidos and
does this go into the immediate response category? Or is this more
all of these are what I would consider simple hard fork responses. So what you're doing here is you're hard forking, but you're not doing something that's going to take 2 years to get proofs audited and so on. You're doing little things that are relatively easy to do, but to require a hard fork. And that's, I think, what's going to have to be done. I would call it in the simple hard fork category.
If you change If you change the block time to every 2.5 minutes, and you lower the 10 block lock to an 8 block lock, doesn't that require you to have to redo the formulas or whatever for the output distributions to get the output distributions for ring CT proper again?
Yes, but I mean, we don't have Rockingham in this, but you are changing the distribution. That's correct. So that's an impact there. It definitely and ring well, actually, what we're talking is off speed as opposed to ring CT, because the off speed will also be used after for certain applications after future membership proofs. But yes, you do. I don't think it's gonna fundamentally be a huge thing to do that. I don't know if Rockingham is available. I'm sure he can comment on that issue. But yes, it does have an impact on our speed, definitely.
He could probably make a reasonably good translation from one to the other, or at least a reasonably good estimate.
That's kind of what I see in the situation. I don't see it killing our speed.
Let me get things back on track too, otherwise, because we still have a lot more to go through too. So, in terms of super chats, I think this is the last one we had or that we missed. Austin tip 69 cents. Is there a way that we can enforce a rule that you could only mine 1 out of every 10 rolling blocks? Would probably need a form of block signing as well, but would demand pool decentralization. I don't know if anybody has a response.
Okay, so the same signature cannot show up in consecutive blocks, or cannot show up more than a certain number of times in a certain number of blocks? Okay, so I think PDP Pool is going to have a problem with that, because now you have everybody signing the hashes. So, let's say you've got a pool. it's an interesting idea. But the assumption is if the signature cannot have a certain percentage of the block reward in a certain period of time, I mean, that might be a way to do it. So if you sign the block and then say that a signature can only have a certain percentage of the block reward in the last 10 blocks or something like that. That's how you'd have to formulate that.
But anyone can act as multiple people, right? I can just generate multiple key pairs and then.
Well, that's the counterargument to that. The issue with that is if you're targeting centralized large pools and it creates difficulty for them. If you're a botnet operator, now you're going to handle a whole bunch of different keys to do that. So yes, that is one of the counterattacks. As you have multiple signatures, it becomes obnoxious for the attacker if you do it enough times. So now you got to manage all of that.
All right, let me keep it moving, guys. Woof goes bleep teeped $4.20. Thank you very much. We have another tip here. Superhero tips 3 cents. Instead of using donated funds for hash renting, could it rather be possible to jackpot some of it out to P2 pool poolers during a certain time period, increasing the incentive for a potential higher reward for a lucky one, but also maintaining decent? That's basically what I was proposing as well. Yeah, if you're going to go do something like using the general funds to rent hash, maybe just use it to supplement P2 pool to give out larger rewards. That's already kind of been discussed, thrown around here. Arctic is of the opinion that we shouldn't be using community funds probably for those purposes.
It's definitely a last resort. I mean, that's
it's a last resort.
It's not something that you want to be a thing to look for that.
Let me get back to so we did kind of the short term responses here that are on the table. The next main category is longer term options with limited impacts. These items don't address the core 51% attack problem, but they have some supporters for their simplicity. So on this list is 2 things. Tevador's proposal to make pool mining more bandwidth intensive.
Well, that's we already discussed it.
That's been discussed. Yes. And then Sec1 signing blocks proposal, which I think really is
basically what I'm remixing. But I didn't want to mention his name because he's asked not to be pinned regularly. Okay. But that's the one that I'm remixing.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as proposed, it's kind of been written off. Because
I mean, the original intent, I think, was to kill the centralized pools. And the interesting thing about it is you could actually do 10% if a pool chooses to do that. And that may be an interesting opportunity. So I'm not precluding the 10%. I'm just setting the threshold lower at 1%. But that's basically the one there. I'm very supportive of that. But I would rather see a 1% minimum than a 10% minimum. His original proposal, that was just a suggested number. The objective, and the thing I want to emphasize about the objective here is to decentralize the centralized pool rather than kill it.
So let's move on to long-term, because these are the fun ones, right? So the Qubic attack is forcing us to not only potentially immediately respond, but it has the community thinking of long-term solutions, things that can be done to essentially bolster Monero's proof-of-work consensus system. And so some of the longer term ideas, require a hard fork, require a lot of development up front, or a lot of thought would have to go into it before the trigger is pulled on things like this. But these are some of the bigger ideas being thrown around. So long-term options with high impacts. Number 1 is switch to an ASIC-friendly algorithm. That's pretty straightforward. So we could talk about that, the pros and cons of staying purely random X ASIC resistance, or putting our hands up and saying, ASIC resistance doesn't work. There's negative consequences to being CPU only. We're going back to ASICs. Number 2, tack on more proof of work algos. This stands in for some multi-proof of work algorithm monstrosity. I don't think anyone is in favor of this due to it having significant issues in practice. So rather than just being purely random X, it'd kind of be a multi-proof of work algo system. I think Decred is kind of renowned for implementing things like that.
Tari's doing that.
Tari's doing that as well, correct?
They're doing SHA-3 and SHA-3, I think it is, and RandomX.
Okay, and the next big long term, this is the real one that's kind of being highlighted, is finality layer. So adding essentially a proof of stake finality layer system on top of the current proof of work system. So
I'd like to discuss the first one, the one about the SHA-3s.
Okay. Let me just finish them all, and then so that one's seriously being considered. Luke Parker is excited about that one. He's proposing to do a CCS to write essentially he's calling it writing a book on explaining what the finality layer system what a proof of stake finality layer system could look like. The fourth major option would be to just go full proof of stake. And then the fifth major, long-term option is essentially do nothing. So keep things the way they are, and it will have long-term implications. We would see how things work out. Maybe there's just more essentially merge mining that ends up taking place. Projects like other projects in addition to Tari come on board, start merge mining with Monero. Things end up working out just the way they are. Is the fifth and final option.
Okay, so
go ahead.
Okay, so. First of all, I'd like to sort of create a separate category for proof of stake and or proof of stake hybrids. And so let's deal first with the ASIC one. The SHA-3 ASIC was the backup proposal during the discussions on the Bitmain attack. I believe it was supported by Ricardo. Fluffy Pony was one of them. It was a minority response. And it is definitely an option. It's also an option to consider basically a multi-algorithm solution with SHA-3 and RandomX. Those are options to consider. They're not totally eliminatable. And I think SHA-3 was the idea behind the SHA-3 ASIC at the time, and it may have changed, was to commoditize the ASIC. So to turn the ASIC into a commodity. And that's the solution. It's not as disruptive as people think it is, although I think maybe it has. But I mean, it could have some elements of saying that if we're solely proof of work dependent, SHA-3 ASICs is an option. So that's that one. I wasn't in favor on it. I'm more in favor of keeping RandomX. I am not vehemently opposed to SHA-3 ASIC solution, to be honest. I think it's a bit of it's too much. I don't think we should give up on RandomX so easily. But it's definitely always been there as a backup to RandomX. That's how I've seen it. If RandomX really doesn't work, then that is something to take a hard look at.
Okay.
The proof of stake solutions. Now, this is the one that's really controversial. So,
yeah, let's get into it. I mean, so there's two. We're talking about proof of stake as a hybrid, as part of a finality layer solution, and then we're just talking about essentially a hybrid proof of stake, proof of work system, kind of like what a Xano does, and then we're just talking about a full proof of stake system.
Okay. So basically, the finality layer has actually been discussed in depth by Zcash. And they've written a big write-up on this. So if people want to learn about finality layers, I will go to the Zcash site and I will spend some time studying what they're proposing, what they're discussing, and so on.
That's the trailing finality layer.
Well, there's a trailing finality layer, and then there's various types of finality layers. What they are, and this is one of the things that becomes sort of politically controversial, but what in reality you have is you have a proof of stake set of validators, and then essentially finalize the block. The proof of work. They go and say, well, we're going to pick this orphan chain over that one based on some criteria. And it's essentially a proof of stake approving proof of work. Now, you can say that they have to pick one of the blocks and so on and all that, but that's essentially what these type of finality layers are. It ultimately comes down to what you see the problem with proof of stake is. I've been called a Luddite and out of touch with modern reality because I'm a baby boomer over this. So I'm going to really double down. If you want to attack proof of stake, you have to look at fractional reserve banking in the 19th century with gold. And the issue is very simple. You have a fractional reserve bank. Instead of using gold, you use Monero. You use the same kind of formulas they used in the 19th century. Essentially, they have say a 20% fractional reserve, so 20% of Monero, and then they issue Monero certificates for the other 80% at interest. As long as these things are paid back and the interest is solvent, then you actually create an interest rate on the Monero, so you can deposit Monero and get interest in the bank. That's how a fractional reserve banking works. And it's all very well and good if the bank runs into trouble, and this is where proof of stake really fails. If the bank runs into trouble, they still have the 20% fractional reserve. They have your bank run, but they still have the stake, the 20% fractional reserve. What the bank can do is then, instead of staking for the benefit of the network, they stake for the detriment of the network. Now, a lot of proof of stake supporters are going to go and say, we can slash it. We can do this and 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 that. And then the answer to that is, yes, but can you figure out a way around the slashing and still do harm? And the reason is that the bank, at that point in time, the failing proof of stake bank that's suffering a bank run, they are effectively short the asset that they're fractionally reserving. So they would be beneficial to them to cause a crash in the price of the asset that everybody's clamoring to take out of the bank, because then they can buy it on the open market. So if you've got a whole bunch of people lining outside of the bank wanting Monero, and you have a way to crash the price of Monero, then you keep the doors open for a few hours and buy some Monero. And that's essentially what the stake attack is. So you stake the Monero to cause trouble, cause the price to crash, disrupt the network in some way that doesn't get you slashed.
Yeah, but I'm not totally convinced that can't also be done in proof of work.
No, because in proof of work, the bank has to pay right off the bat to buy they don't have the stake already in place. They have to go out there on the market and buy the CPUs or the ASICs or whatever to attack the proof of work.
It's just renting. It's just renting hash.
No, but you still have to pay for it. They still have a cost. They still have and it's expensive. They have to rent the hash power to then turn around and attack the proof of work. In the case of staking, they're already staking the coin. All they're doing is they're not staking it for the benefit of the so they're still getting the stake rewards and everything. Well, they're not staking it for the benefit of the coin. They're staking it in such a way as to cause harm. The fractional reserve has already been staked. It's just you change how you operate the stake, and then you work your way around the slashing rules to not get slashed and still stake it and cause harm. So they don't have to have an additional cost at all from what they had before. All they have to do is tweak how they do the staking.
Okay, so apply across both scenarios of a finality layer and a full proof of stake, or is it more specific to the full proof of stake and less?
Exactly. Yeah.
It can also be the finality layer, because the trouble with the finality layer is in a full proof of stake, this actually works. Now, in a finality layer, I mean, in principle, you could do the same thing if you were combining it if there was some sort of Qubic attack going on or whatever. If the finality layer makes it irrelevant because you've done all this other stuff and it's hardly any orphan blocks and the way it's proposed, so then it just becomes irrelevant because you hardly ever get an orphan block. So why would you even need a finality layer? And if it matters because you're getting tons of orphan blocks, then it can be done just as well there. In the finality layer, they pick the detrimental rather than the favorable block. I mean, that's essentially what you would do. So now you're weighting the stake in a different direction. So the attack on proof of stake is, in my view, you really have to figure out a way to discourage banking of Monero, period, or staking a bank to Monero in order to kind of take that sting away from proof of stake. I mean, that's essentially where you get into a problem.
So
I'm still
gonna
having a hard time conceptualizing exactly like the specific mechanics in a step-by-step fashion of how this attack unfolds. Like, could you humor me and not make any comparisons to gold or any anecdotes or analogies, but like in a specific fashion, how exactly does this attack unfold on the finality layer?
Okay, so on a finality layer, if the finality layer matters, then you have multiple choice of blocks to pick. Because you basically, what you're trying to do in a finality layer is you're going to choose one block over another. And if the stakers have actual stake on the coin, the stakers will pick the block that's most favorable to the network. If the stakers don't have a stake in the coin, they have a stake in the coin failing, they will pick the block that is less and finalize the block that is less favorable to the network.
I'm not understanding exactly how, without also conducting an attack on the proof of work side, how are they going to be able to leverage that to be able to pay off?
Not even.
Hang on, please. Let me finish asking the question.
Okay.
How, if they're, so let me start over, reorganize my thoughts. I'm not understanding how on the proof, if the stakers are nefarious, let's just assume they're nefarious, and let's assume they already have the stake. Without some kind of problems happening in the proof of work area where there's contestation for blocks or potential for reorgs, it sounded like you're saying the stakers are shorting on other platforms. They're shorting Monero so that they can then do the finality in such a way that makes the chain appear contested, but that also appears to require some kind of proof of work disruption simultaneous. Otherwise, there's not multiple blocks for them to choose or to choose from. It's the network is largely just all, 99% of the time, the network doesn't have reorgs. So I'm still not connecting that part of it, if you could.
Of course, no, absolutely. The point here is the finality layer really needed? If there's no reorgs or very few reorgs, why do you need it in the first place? So of course, if you make the finality layer irrelevant, the malicious stakers are not going to be able to use it.
So it does, and then it does imply that the finality layer does need some problems happening in the proof of work area.
In order for it to be an attackable, yeah, if it's relevant, it's because there are problems in the proof of work area.
What happens if they just don't sign it?
Well, that's a good question. Then there's no final. That's an excellent question. That's an excellent question. What happens? That's an absolutely excellent question. Because if they don't, what happens if they don't sign it and the market just sits?
So
yeah, like there's a possibility that they could just become irrelevant under those kinds of circumstances.
Well, then you hard fork, and this is what people are saying, and you hard fork it back to getting rid of the finality in the first place.
Well, I think you just end up in a situation where you fall back with no finality. So in other words, you might fall back to something like the 10-block lock. If there's no finality, you can say, okay, well, or the way that Luke puts it, he says, well, the Monero network is still functioning. You can still trade, you can still use it. You just don't have finality now. And so maybe services would be reticent to continue their services in such a scenario. But normal people could just continue using it. So it's like, we don't lose anything necessarily.
So guys, I just I gotta throw this in real quick because I have a work function to go to in like 3 minutes. But
yeah,
one thing that's not on Doug's list, and for shame, sir. So if anybody remembers, Dandelion had pointed out that there was like on the pleb level, or even like the slightly technically proficient but time constrained level, a lot of people who would be interested in mining are kind of like tech bro walled garden out of just firing up goo packs and using it. I hear this constantly because I'm constantly like onboarding people to Monero who are like well deep into the normie sector. And so many of them are telling me that it's just too complicated for them to figure out how to mine, especially when they're trying to figure out like, where, what is P2 pool, all this other stuff. There's nothing, just download this, click this button, and it just works. Most of the time it doesn't work on whatever they're using. But I just wanted to point out, like, one of the more popular processors, like a 5900X, there's tons of these out there. A lot of people would be willing to just mine on them right now. You usually get about 1600 kilohashes per second at 105 watts if you're just like mining the crap out of that CPU. Well, it would only take 1,000 of these on P2Pool, which is like a very doable number because there's tons of people who would love to be mining right now and aren't. Like if you had, 1,000 of those on, running peer-to-pool on GooPax, it would change the equation of like just about everything that we are talking about right now. And very little conversation is ever done on making UI and technology more noob friendly and more just works friendly. And a lot of us in this space right now, especially like, if you're like a Linux dinosaur, right? The thing is you come from this world of like always having to mess with stuff to make it work until it works. But these people are not the kind of people who are tech savvy enough to figure out like, oh, I'm going to make it work or whatever. They don't know if it's a problem that they can and can't figure out. They don't know where to start looking. They don't know how to use forums, all of this other stuff. We need to focus really, really hard on making the UI and the compatibility of a lot of these like peer-to-pool focused mining softwares way easier, way cleaner. And then like just a big fancy start stop button down on their taskbar or something like that. Or your computer has been idle for such minutes. Would you like to, mine with more threads? Yes, no. Like we have got to get there because there's so many people who want to contribute to this fight that just can't because they are tech broed out of the equation.
Yeah, I think what I've just heard is another simple implementation to mitigate by helping noob miners, and that can be immediately applied.
Yes.
Which is perfectly fine. Great idea. Let's do it.
I think I said the other week that in Monero D, when you download the wallet and you click open and it synchronizes the blockchain, you click the simple and it syncs the last like 5,000 blocks or whatever it does to get the simple node up and running and your wallet, it should automatically be mining with say 10% of your CPU. And it should tell you that it's doing so that you can stop it if you want. And it should say mine quickly, mine slowly. And the mine quickly should say uses a lot of resources, may slow down your computer. And the mine slowly should say doesn't have very much impact on your resources, blah, 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 blah. Continue, yes, no, start, stop. Like the wallet, when the GUI, when you open it, should automatically be mining to peer-to-pool, just like Tari does to when you open Tari Universe.
To the guy who gets it done,
that's a great idea. That's a great idea. The other subtle twist to that's my little bias on it, but it's really cold outside. Do you want to increase your CPU cycles? So you gather weather information based on the location of the computer.
God bless you guys. I gotta go.
Okay, thank you so much.
Alaska.
Yeah.
So far,
but that's another example, a perfect example of some small thing that can be done that has major impact and no controversy. But that's what I'm saying about. But yes, I mean the argument about the finality layer is if a proof of work is robust enough, then it becomes irrelevant. If you say you're going to use it just to cut the number of confirmations, I found a really interesting response on that when I commented, and this is where I think Lucas said, first of all, you're going to need a certain amount of, as he was talking, you have to dedicate a fair amount of tail emission to do this. So if you pull it, either you change the economic parameters, and he was talking about 20 to 50%, or now what you've done is you have now weakened the proof of work by whatever amount of resources you're dedicating to the finality layer. So if you say, for example, I'm going to go 20% on the finality layer, then now your proof of work hash rate should drop by 20%. If you go 50%, your proof of rate hash rate is going to drop by 50%. So there's a big cost to doing this.
So far, the two proposals I like best that I've heard so far today are Bawdy's time-weighted block thing, and the idea of the miner signing blocks, so that if a pool gets 51% of the hash rate, it doesn't matter. Because if P2 pool had 90% of our hash rate, it wouldn't matter, and that would be fantastic. Because if P2 pool had 90% of the hash rate, no one would ever be able to take over Monero again. We would never have to have this conversation again.
So I mean that's my point. So about the block, the proof of stake solutions. If you want, I mean, I actually wild idea on proof of stake, and I'm not a supporter of proof of stake. I said, well, what about a situation where you mine one block and you validate the second? So you go work stake, work stake, work stake, work stake. And I put it in one of the chats, and one of the supporters of the proof of stake said, "This is not what we want. We want to eliminate the proof of work."
I don't think that it's tenable at all. I don't think that anyone's seriously going to be considering. Like, I don't think any serious proposals right now change block production from proof of work to proof of stake. That would have to be something extremely long term. The political will just isn't there. But you know, we even have problems right now with the political will just to do a finality layer. I think maybe that could still happen, but you know, that's still going to be a year or two in discussions to even get there. So you know, it feels like the things we really have to focus on at the moment are the least invasive solutions that we can do soon to do at least minimal mitigations.
But Bawdy, what are your top choices then for immediate action? Obviously, I think that what you're proposing, I guess you put that at the top of your list. But what do you also see as kind of the options we have for immediate response?
Yeah, immediate response to stop the bleeding. Emergency response. I think that the DNS checkpointing of like trusted nodes is something that we could do, and that's not a good look for us. Like for outsiders, it makes us look very centralized, and it kind of is. But that could immediately be done. And then I don't like the checkpointing idea quite so much, unless again it's sort of managed by a central entity. And then also using dev fund or using the Monero funds to mine on P2Pool as sort of a to bump up the hash rate during times that we're being attacked. We need to be able to see more clearly and define more clearly when we expect that there is probably an attack happening, and then use that criteria to deploy those funds. But that's emergency level deployment of funds, right? Those are not long-term solutions. Those are bad solutions. Those are like, oh crap, we need to stop something bad from happening right now. Now, don't get me wrong, like it doesn't kill the network, but having reorgs, are still a worse outcome. Long chain reorgs are a worse outcome than those things. But yeah, and on the sort of like near-term solutions, things that can actually be done to sort of like fix the incentive problems. I really do think that the time-weighted difficulty is something that we could do in a relatively short amount of time that would mitigate the problem, or at least raise that threshold, the attacker threshold, to something like 60%. Modestly, I think we could raise it to 60%. And then I do like the notions of like Tevador's proposal. I think that's also
and the block signing and block signing.
No, not the checkpointing, not the hardware.
No, I'm talking about block signing.
Oh, block signing. Yeah.
Tevador's proposal is actually to incentivize the running of your own node to mine. And that, in my view, goes very much hand in hand with block signing, because it strengthens that option. By itself, what the Tevador's proposal is designed to do is to force miners to run their own node, thereby incentivizing P2P. That's the concept. But
the only main problem that I would have with that is that we're sort of changing the mining incentives, and we're changing the requirements on people for mining. And maybe it's not a big deal, but I feel like it's something we need to try and explore before changing. Ultimately, our best, like other than the emergency stop the bleeding solutions, I think we really should focus on the changes that are the absolute minimal changes that can be made that that everyone could potentially agree on, right? I think those are like that's our best near-term solution, as you know, after we stop the bleeding.
In terms of a paying for hash power, which I don't think any of us really like, but it might come down to that at some point if we think this attack is so disruptive. What do you think of that approach versus bolstering the P2 pool reward, subsidizing the award using those funds?
That's not a long-term solution. That's just a short-term
solution.
No,
not a long-term. So comparable to renting hash power, right? So instead of renting hash power, doing that.
It would seem to me as though incentivizing P2 pool would be better, because
that's my hunch.
If you rent the hash power, again, you're getting like a third of it back. So if you put 10 Monero into renting hash power, you might get 3 back, and that's just not a good use of funds.
The problem is that
from an emergency purpose.
If we're in a situation where we're actually going to use the Monero funds to bolster, to do something in the mining, right? To pay money to do mining. If we're going to be doing that, it would only be done in an emergency scenario, and so you don't want to spend emergency funds for a hopeful side effect of saying, hey, we're going to bolster P2 pool by adding on.
Right, it would need to be fast acting, something.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There are two very interesting proposals that actually were discussed that really jive well with us. The first one is this idea of having an alert mechanism, because there are people who are obviously prepared to go and throw hash power at an emergency situation. So an alert mechanism that would tell people when an attack is happening is actually a great idea, and it's very easy to implement. I believe it can be done. So that's the big one. So that's a big one. And the other one was Alaskanon's proposal, which is basically to make it easier for noobs to actually get on board with Monero and do mining. So things such as automatic mining when you go in, simplification of the process, that kind of thing. And so that in itself, like you, for example, instead of saying I'm going to incentivize people, what you can do is you can say, okay, let's automate that your Monero D starts mining on P2P pool automatically right away.
I think I'm going to set up a small bounty on bounties.monero.social right after this for anybody who's willing to vibe code an app for Android, or Android at least, possibly iOS, but it would take longer, I'd think, that would get in the App Store. And this app would do nothing but say, I don't know, ping the Monero RPC on your node, say once every 15 minutes. And if it notices a reorg longer than 4 blocks or something like that.
I mean, it could literally start as just a Twitter account that tweets out.
And it would automatically like send you a notification or something like that. That way you know when something is going wacky. I think maybe 4 blocks of a reorg would be enough to trigger it, or I don't know what the other criteria would be. So that would be
but that could be a simple criteria. If the reorg is more than 4 blocks, it triggers the alert. And then there are people who actually came online right now and said that they'll go ahead and unleash hash power on the attack. That is a great one. The other one I really like, from a simple solution that you can implement, is non-controversial, getting the noobs to power up idle CPUs on P2P pool. Make it easy for them to do that. That's Alaskanon's proposal.
I don't see why the wallet isn't. I don't see why the GUI is not doing that already. It seems like a small thing.
It's such a
yeah,
and it can be done.
It really needs to have P2Pool integrated, so I could just smash a button, P2Pool mining done.
Like, well, the idea would be that the wallet will automatically start mining on P2P pool, and then it would give you a prompt: do you want to increase or decrease the mining? That's going to have an impact on hash power, right there.
I mean, it helps our response time too. Like, they go hand in hand. I think that, like, obviously today, like, tomorrow, we can pretty easily implement hey, what is the probability that Monero is currently under attack? I think that's an extremely concrete, near-term, top list, like
Great
absolutely
solution.
top priority thing that we should do. And then number two is I really think that if noobs could just download Monero and start mining at P2Pool, that P2Pool hash rate would massively increase. I think that should
Yeah, that's as simple as that. And make it reasonably user-friendly. No, make it reasonably user-friendly. You don't want to increase or decrease? Yeah, that's it.
What was the logic on why P2Pool wasn't originally included in the Monero GUI?
I don't know.
Maybe we just didn't have.
I mean, it's an open source code, like, but it's definitely something that can be done.
I mean, Gupax has done a pretty good job at solving that. But yeah, obviously, the more the better. Different options.
Yeah, but that's a simple automatic mining. I mean,
I was talking about how nice it'd be if you could just literally go to a website and click mine Monero.
That's a totally different problem, because now whoever controls the website is actually it actually becomes a web miner.
Yeah.
I mean unless you sort of you want to get Monero log and put a web miner in there and say, okay, I think that if you go with something like you download the GUI and it automatically sets it up for mining, it makes it easy through P2P pool. Yeah, I mean, it's a great idea, and then people can say yeah or no. It's kind of like, how cold is this? Really, do I feel cold? Yeah, just check it out. Is it too warm? Check it down.
Bawdy, what do you think of the idea of mandating P2Pool? So the only way to mine Monero is via P2Pool. Do you think that's possible? Is that something to consider? Is there a reason why that's not being considered?
I honestly, I don't know the details well enough to like, because you have to change the mining incentives to do that, or you have to do like some programmatic consensus change to do that. And so I don't think I really have a good opinion on that, whether or not that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's some programmatic consensus change that could be done that would mandate it. And then I don't know. It seems like a too good to be true. I mean, if you could just basically mandate that anybody mining Monero needs to use P2Pool.
Until it's just click a button, simple. I think you'd lose all of your solo miners if you did that, because solo mining actually just works out of the Monero GUI wallet. And for P2Pool, apparently you have to download this thing called Qubic and then figure out how to make it work with something else. And that is that's above a lot of people. So I think that
Gupax is pretty plug and play. I mean, it ties in the Monero miner and P2Pool automatically. So it's like you're not really setting much up. You're just downloading this piece of software. You're executing it, and it does everything for you. But I mean, you're saying you're saying you would lose solo miners. I mean, the option would still be there in the GUI.
Well, give them a choice.
Yeah,
give them a choice. Give them a solo miner. You want P2Pool. I mean,
you gotta understand how much people don't understand technology, though. Like, a lot of people will hear Gupax and they'll think of a sticky political action committee or something.
So what would happen here? What would happen here is that you would go to getmonero.org, you would click download, you would click download GUI, you would click open GUI, or like you would click open. It would open the program and give you your seed phrase and everything like that. It would just go through the setup. And as soon as you got to the screen where it says your balance is currently 0.0 XMR, you would be mining on P2Pool already. You would not have to do anything at all except for set up the program.
That needs to happen.
And you could stop it if you wanted to. Like, there should absolutely be an option to stop it, and there should absolutely be an option to, I don't know, check weather data in your location or whatever, like Arctic was mentioning, that would automatically be like, hey, it's cold outside. Would you like to turn up this to generate more heat, or turn this down to make your computer work faster, or something like that? And this would automatically happen.
That's hilarious. You go to the wall, like, hey, I'm going to go turn up the thermostat, and then you hear all your CPUs just like.
I mean, I very much hope that is in the cards in the future for Monero, right? I mean, that we need to get there at some point. We have Gonbat Fire up. I would love to get his take on proof of stake. I know I think he's more on the side of advocating for proof of stake based on some of the comments I've seen he's been making. So, Gonbek, go ahead. If we want to kind of rehash that convo a little bit, we have Arctic Mine here, who's an ardent opposer of proof of stake. So yeah,
I actually did have a conversation back in Monerotopia with Arctic Mine. We had one in Spanish, I remember. But I'm curious. So I'm curious for Arctic Mine takes on this. So what do you think it's the current cost to attack Monero, like monetarily? Because I saw that in the research log, people were saying it's around 100K a day. So do you agree with that number?
Guys, by the way, I'm gonna step back. I'm gonna step back, just letting everybody know. So continue on. I'll try to come back in at some point to close things out. If not, hopefully Tux can close things out. I'm stepping back for a minute.
The number that people will take is you take the tail emission, and you figure out what the cost in USD is. Say that's the attacking rate for Monero on the proof of work. That's the assumption that people are making, and that's very much a dynamic number. I think it's low, and I believe it's low for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that you do get people that mine Monero in situations where it's not necessarily economical to do so. The classic example would be people who are heating their house with Monero and have idle CPU sitting around. Or conversely, they have excess solar power or whatever, or they want to be altruistic and simply mine Monero to help the network. That's one group. The other group that can have a bit impact is actually botnets that were simply stealing the hash rate. So when you actually crunch the numbers, you find that to actually mine Monero and pay for the hardware and all of this, if you want to compete, it's actually more than that.
Yes, that's what I thought. I don't know how much higher is it. Especially, I don't know how many people use it to hit, but also because to hit, you also have other alternatives like Bitcoin mining, for example. I know that's pretty popular in regards to business and that. But yeah, let's suppose it's 2x that. I think that will be pretty generous. Do you think that would be enough? How much do we need to raise it?
Well, the problem with the answer here is really interesting, because the real question you need to be asking is, what is the cost of Qubic to mine Monero? And that, I think, is the counterpoint, because one of the issues with Qubic, and this is one of the things that people are missing, is that Qubic basically is what's called proof of useful work. And so they have their algorithm is designed to, you have a bunch of people or a person, which is, and I'm quoting from their own website on this, which is rumored to be one of the devs, who allocates the what it's due for work and the tasks to different miners. And then you turn around and they said, okay, well, we don't have any of what we wanted to call useful work. Let's go and mine Monero as a standby or backup situation. So in that case, what they're saying is, what they effectively are doing is it's a merge mining Qubic with Monero. So if you were to say turn off the AI thing that they're doing and simply mine Monero, then you essentially have a merge mine. So now they start from the perspective that Qubic is also being generated on top of Monero. Now, if you crunch the numbers, Qubic is the difference in their emission rate versus their cost is actually comparable. So they essentially is a roughly equal merge mine. If it were a normal merge miner, then people in the Monero side could turn around and start mining Qubic and compensate. But they can't, because it's so centralized and locked down that only the insiders can mine Qubic.
Right.
So this is where the issue arises. So it's not really about the cost of the Monero network mining, trying to fight them. Is that what you're doing is you're doing a merge mine. If this was done in a friendly way, if it wasn't done in an adversarial way, the hash rate would then go to the combined hash rates of Monero and Qubic, which is basically what happens with Tyric. I mean, if you merge mine, you increase the hash rate of both coins. And so this is the issue. So and what it is a centralized, and some people might argue malicious, merge mining of Monero with Qubic. And because of the structure of Qubic, because it has to be centralized in order to control this distributed proof of work, that's where you get into the problem. This useful proof of work. So I think we need to understand a bit of what the fundamentals are. It's not like Qubic is out to destroy Monero, although there's some elements of that, and it's become that in some ways. It's more, but the whole structure of Qubic is a highly centralized merge miner with Monero the minute they stop merge mining Monero. And that's where the threat lies. So this is why I think personally very much on the block signing proposal, is that what you want to do is not kill the opposing pool, the centralized pool, but rather what you want to do is to decentralize it. So if you design it so that blocks have to be signed blocks with a low percentage, then what happens is that in the Qubic situation, they either just forget about doing anything and they can still merge mine with Monero, but they lose control over the signing, or they try to wrest that control back by doing a whole bunch of things, such as sending out keys and using DRM and whatever. But now they've become much more adversarial, and then what happens is that all people are going to shy away from them. So that's the issue with Qubic. It's just not brute forcing the hash rate by just it's trying to understand what they're doing and trying to understand in many ways, can we work with them? And I think by block signing, we can actually work with Qubic rather than fight them, because it's a lot cheaper to work with them than to fight.
Right, because also it's because they're not like just pumping money into it. It's just a matter of incentives here. So
yeah, it is. It is absolutely, yes.
Yes, but with the block signing proposal, I understand that will also kick out botnets, right? Wouldn't that leave us in a more vulnerable state?
Well, this is some of the arguments. The answer is no, and I'll tell you why. With my botnet proposal, you would have a minimum of 1%. So at best, a botnet can simply throw out a public key, which is good, a private key, which is going to get compromised, and just give up on the 1% and let people fight for the 1% of the public key, and then keep the 99%. That's an option solution for the botnet. So it doesn't totally throw out botnets. Quite the opposite. It does make them vulnerable, more vulnerable, because now you have, if they actually just basically distribute the public key with a botnet, and it's the same. They distribute the private key for mining with a botnet, and it's the same for all of them. Then what happens? First of all, you're always sending to the same. Well, since the public key is now, this private key becomes public because eventually it's going to get hacked. People are going to be able to tell whether the botnet is mining or not and what address it's mining to. Because essentially, in order to sign the code, the botnet, what we'll have to do is to send out a private key, which then goes into the user's computer. If the botnet gets disassembled, and if they mass do it, then that public key goes in the wild. So the cost of the botnet initially is 1%. It's basically a 1% tax on the botnet that goes into different people that can figure out how to crack the botnet. The downside to the botnet, in my opinion, is now you have this private key in the wild, which, for example, law enforcement could use to try to trace the botnet and so on, because now they have all the inside information. So it does make them vulnerable to law enforcement, more vulnerable to law enforcement. It doesn't eliminate them entirely, not by a long shot. Some other solutions that people can say, well, what about if we send a flood of private keys out? You want to each one, it's logistically a lot more difficult to do. And then until you get to until you get to full chain membership proofs, you actually have a potential blockchain surveillance attack against the botnet. After full chain membership proofs that want to work, but before, when I think Chainalysis will be able to figure out the botnet. So that's the other one. So what you're doing with a key signing is you're making the botnets vulnerable. You're not eliminating them, because essentially you're costing them 10%. And again, that's a question of debate as to whether that's a good or a bad thing. I would argue that killing them out, well, first of all, you can't kill them outright anyway. What you're doing is you're making them more vulnerable to law enforcement.
Right. Yeah. I think just like outside of Qubic, I still think that Monero is generally too cheap to attack. Like not even with this with this scheme, but just by putting money into it. Like if any state wants to attack Monero, they can. I mean, that's no one is really questioning that. So thinking about it, if you want to be resistant against that, you need to raise the security budget by a crazy amount. And tweaking the proof of work, I think, may get us like a 2 or 3x, but we need something like a 10x. And I think that's the main argument for a proof of stake component. It's just such a big increase into attack costs, even though
it's not necessarily the case. So this is where the issue arises. If you want to play, my opinion on proof of stake, and is who is staking. Let me put it a different way. Is the person who's actually controlling the stake, are they the beneficial owner or the nominee? So do they actually benefit from the stake themselves, or somebody else, the beneficial owner, or are they basically holding somebody else's coins and staking? And this is where the vulnerability of proof of stake lies. So it lies in the financial system, basically. It doesn't lie in the outright attack. So yes, it is harder to attack because you need the stake in the first place. You can still, but the issue that the staker, that people who advocate proof of stake generally miss is what happens if you borrow the stake, or if you can obtain the borrowed stake very cheaply. So the cost of the stake is not the stake itself; it's the cost to borrow the stake. And that's the key point. And so you're not paying. So it's the interest rate on the stake that you really are looking at your true cost of proof of stake. It's not the value of the stake.
Yes, but couldn't you also like borrow enough to attack a proof of work network?
Well, no, but you're borrowing. No, the difference is very different. It's very important. In the first example, you're borrowing US dollars and buying Monero to attack a proof of network, or you're borrowing something else. In the case of the specific proof of stake attack, you actually have to borrow the staked coin. It's not that you're buying stake. Yes, you can do that. You can take out a loan in fiat and then buy stake. The minute you buy the stake, then you raise the price of the stake.
Yes, right.
So then all of a sudden you're fighting a bigger battle. If you borrow the actual stake itself, and you don't borrow something else to buy the stake, but you actually borrow the Monero that you're staking, then you don't have an impact on the market. What you're doing is you got basically you're paying very little, or you're getting it for free. If you're an exchange, or if you've managed to get the Monero for free, the stake isn't costing you any money. There's no cost. And then the issue is, and then you say, well, so you're not really, you don't really have stake because you have somebody else's money in your stake. That's my point.
So the borrowing of stake then in your model would require that you have the right to control to control the reporting or the voting for that stake. Is that the idea?
But my idea is an ideal world, which is how do you enforce this, is only beneficial owners should be able to stake and not nominees. So if you actually are the beneficial owner, you own that Monero, then you can stake it. But if you got somebody, but how does the network tell the two apart? So it has to be a self-custodied wallet that is owned by that person, and they're the actually beneficial owner of the Monero, and then they're staking it. Then the theory of proof of stake actually works.
Do we have any idea in the market as proof of stake as it exists now, how often is borrowing a factor in the market, like borrowing stake on an exchange for the right to vote in that stake?
Sure. I mean, any person who deposits Ethereum into an exchange, if the exchange turns around and stakes it, they actually are borrowing the Ethereum.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously,
and they have the right, to vote on the exchange. If they're a regulated exchange, now the government has control over all of that, because they can tell this is the other big one with proof of stake, is that a lot of the people that can legally do this, that can actually legally borrow and have funds on deposit, are regulated entities. So what you have, and this is the key distinction, your Bitcoin miner, big miner farm sitting in Texas, is not a regulated financial entity. The exchange that is staking Ethereum is. So what you have is people deposit Ethereum, and we use Ethereum, which is the biggest proof of stake coin, into an exchange. because of training, etc., etc., etc. That exchange, the minute it goes into the banking system, it's not on a self-custody wallet. It's actually in the banking system. That Ethereum is actually borrowed. The nominee is not staking. The nominee is the one that's staking the Ethereum, not the beneficiary, which is the customer of the exchange.
Well, maybe that's a specific case of what we could call borrowing, but it seems to me that that is kind of two separate, somewhat overlapping and related attack mechanisms. But the exchange is holding coin that they stake on the network, and the potential for an exchange attack on the network is somewhat different than an attacker, a separate attacker borrowing stake so that they would have the right to vote in that stake. I don't see how that would work without conferring the private key to the borrower, which you really, you can't really do that.
Well, no, you do. I mean, that's exactly the whole point. Is that you have to, you're borrowing the stake. When you borrow something, when you buy, let's give a very simple example. Let's say I want to borrow Monero to buy a house. I go to some lender and they give me Monero. In order to buy the house, I need the private key to the Monero. So if I'm borrowing Monero, I have the private key.
But then how do you, like, in the practical world though, like you can't just give the private key to someone else and say, okay, now don't steal it from me, bro. Like
well, that's exactly what you're doing.
The borrowing would be, the borrowing would be that you transfer that Monero to the person that's borrowing, and then they have to pay you back. Right. But in that transfer, that means that your stake is no longer staked, right? Your stake has to remain locked up. So you'd have to unstake it for them to be able to borrow it.
But let's take a very simple example. You go to a bank, you take out a loan for $1,000, and then you withdraw the $1,000. You have the $1,000 physically on you. How's this any different?
Yes, I think that we can also put it on simple terms and just say that the main issue is that an exchange could get a significant amount of Monero, and this could simply turn around, stake it, and do something malicious, block withdrawals.
Or be ordered to do so by government. Or
yes, or have it
or the other situation. No, have a cosmic case. Is that because these, in the majority of the cases, they are regulated entities. The regulator can now regulate how that stake is voted on. So what you're doing really is you're transferring the votes or the stake votes to the government through the regulated entities that are staking.
By the way, I just created a bounty for the Monero alert app we were just talking about. So
nice. Yeah.
That is now up as a bounty.
So the exchange, you don't really need malice here. You're turning control of the staking process to a regulated entities, and in fact, I would argue that you have to have regulated entities to prevent the sort of attacks that I'm talking about. So, in order to prevent the type of attacks that I'm talking about, you really need strong government regulation. In fact, the counter way to protect a network from the attacks that I'm talking about is strict government regulation. So you're going back to the state. So the state effectively controls the stake by regulating those financial institutions that are actually validating the stake. So the state then has to say they can regulate how the stake is deployed.
Yeah, that definitely, you end up in a sort of an aspect of not just staking now, but a social consensus mechanism that's connected to the government. Because
absolutely,
you end up in this situation where, like, let's suppose you do have a nefarious exchange that wants to attack the network and they're a regulated entity. The very act of attacking the network via the stake that people have entrusted them is a direct mismanagement of the funds that they were entrusted with by attempting to conduct fraud against the network and devaluing the coins of those, devaluing the coins of the people that hold them for whom they hold them. And that's that opens you up to massive civil liability.
Well, absolutely. The counterpunch to the threat against proof of stake that I'm discussing is government regulation. If you regulate the nominee stakers through the government, then you eliminate the risk to the network. You just transfer that risk issue to the government.
Yes, but also this assumes that most of the Monero is sitting on custodians. And I think Monero, even though we can't know it, I think Monero is probably the project where that doesn't happen.
Yeah, the exchanges have no Monero, so
Yeah.
That's no
But
problem
here's
for
the problem: most of Ethereum is sitting in custodians, so is most of Bitcoin. In fact, most of Bitcoin is sitting in custodians, and you know how you can tell that? All you have to do is look at the fiat reward in Bitcoin. I mean, every time Michael Saylor buys Bitcoin, he takes them off the blockchain and puts them into the banking system. That's why fees in Bitcoin have plunged. And if you look at the fee and reward in Bitcoin, it's gone really, really down. So what would, yeah, I mean, it's like you basically are turning over control of the network to decentralized entities. And yeah, sorry, what was I going to say?
No, it's just that's the risk. I mean, you're instead of running the risk of a majority of miners or someone controlling miners acquiring 51%, then you're running the risk of custodians getting 51%. So the risk is still there, but maybe it's a bit, less likely.
Like this is my big issue. So you have custodians that are government regulating easily have 51% of Ethereum.
Yes, but that's also because of the incentives in Ethereum, because it's also so hard to stake that people are just naturally incentivized to give it to a custodian that will stake for them.
Well, that's the mining problem again. So now you have the question of how do you have, so you have to decide proof of stake pools and who controls the pools, and then we're back to the same issue that we are with proof of work.
Well, maybe not. The problem with Ethereum is that you have to stake 32 Ethereum, which, today is like, what is that? Like $100 and something thousand. Most people that have a little bit of Ethereum that want to stake don't have that much. So they ended up in this situation. What's their, Gonbat, do you remember what is the name of the staking pool? Lido? Is it Lido?
Lido, yeah.
Yeah. Or Lido. Yeah. They're in this situation where Lido is like, I don't think they're nefarious, so they don't want to actually attack the network, or they already would have, but they were like getting above 33% hash rate, which would have given them the ability to start disrupting the network. But again, I think like you mentioned, Gonbat, that's a direct consequence of their incentive mechanism, where you have to have 32 ETH to stake.
Yes, that's not necessarily the case. You can have like no limit, no minimum to stake.
But yeah, you can design a proof of stake where you don't have no minimum, and then you're gonna have staking pools anyway, because people, for the same reason you have mining pools in proof of work. True. So you're back to the same pool scenario. That's what I'm saying. So you can design a proof of stake, but then you've got exactly the same scenario.
Yeah, yes, but then infrastructure, servers, uptime to do the voting and to not get slashed. Like the slashing is actually another big reason why they have those pools, because not everyone is running high uptime servers.
Well, this is the other problem.
You can also do proof of stake without slashing, but yes.
But then again, the reason you need slashing is because of potential attacks and borrowing attacks and so on. So this is why it's not the panacea that people think it is. And I mean, you could say, okay, can I do proof of stake and somehow make it very difficult for nominees to actually to stake? I mean, that's essentially how you try to mitigate it. But because these nominees are government regulated, so the government effectively controls the stake. So now you're back to regulated banks. I mean, to put it in a simplistic way, I mean, if I want to get away from the banking system and I go to cryptocurrency, why would I want to go back to the banking system in another way? I might just want to stay in the fiat banking system to start out with. And you say, well, okay, sure, because I have inflation, but there's tons of things you can buy in the stock market or in the fiat system that are inflation-proof, starting with gold and ending with real estate, and all sorts of things you can buy that don't have a depreciating value like that. So the question becomes, what's the point of the cryptocurrency if you're going to go back to the very thing you're trying to replace?
So I agree that if a project has most of the supply in custodians and people only use the project through custodians, and that's a failed project. I mean, it's literally useless. It's just that I don't think that the risk of that happening is lower than a pool or some actor acquiring 51% of the hash rate. I think there are ways to do proof of hybrid model in ways that there is no delegation, no slashing, no minimum amounts. I mean that does happen.
But how do you see? This is the other thing: is that it's not an automated process with the validators. So you need a high availability server. Well, how is that different from you're mining a block? So someone finds the stake, and it's what's what I'm getting at. I mean, proof of stake sounds simple, sounds in many ways simple, but it's too simple, and yet it becomes incredibly complicated because you have all these rules for against slashing and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is Sanos consensus. So that's a very different from what Luke's proposing, because you also have production on the proof of stake side. But the end result is very simple. I mean, there's no need to have like certain uptime or latency. But you will have to move block production into proof of stake 50% of the time.
Well, this is kind of the one that I suggested, is where you would actually have a stake-based proof of, well, it would be like a proof of work, and it works as it was a proof of work, but instead of running hash power, you actually have to have a certain amount of stake in my network to get the votes. You randomize when you're going to be able to get it, and effectively you can make it look like a proof of work network.
Yes,
and
I
the
think
stake that's essentially the idea. And then you turn around and say, okay, now if you want to do a true hybrid system, you will alternate the proof of work and the proof of stake blocks.
Yes.
And that could, in principle, mitigate both risks, or at least disrupt in a big time both risks. I have to say, when I proposed that, even one of the proof of stake voters in this said, absolutely not, we want to take over. That's literally what the response was. It's not the finality layer. I think is a bit of it's not really a solution, because if it's going to be relevant, then you weaken the proof of work. Because how are you going to pay the validators? Well, if you're going to pay the validators a pittance, then what's the point of it? Because who's going to want to do this? And if you want to take 50% or 20% of the hash rate away from the proof of work, well, now you dropped your your economic model for the proof of work by 30 to 50%, which was actually Luke's proposal. He says it should be between 20 and 50%.
That's actually the strongest criticism of the finality. Well, yeah. That how are you going to pay for it? And any pay for it, you're going to have to change the incentive model in some way. Either you're going to have to pay for it with inflation, or you're going to have to take money away from the miners, and that changes the incentive structure.
Yeah, so basically, if you don't touch the money supply, which is the even biggest thing you can do, then you have to take the money from the miners. So now your security benefit, so your security cost, your cost of attack is, and the proof of work side is dropped by whatever you give to the proof of stake side. Now the split block solution that I in principle, you make them both even. And then you're assuming is whether or not you get a better combined security with the proof of work by itself or the proof of stake by itself.
Yeah.
Or are you? The question is it's a whole greater than some spots or not, and that is really a matter for research, because both are attackable. And can you actually offset one with the other and actually get a net gain? I mean, but if you go 100% proof of stake, then again, you could have the same security budget, the same block reward, which then means creating the blocks, and you're back again into how can you attack this and that other way, because you also have to eliminate slashing, and then the high availability services, so on, and slashing, that makes it totally unattractive for anybody to get involved. So you want to have something similar to a proof of work chain where you don't need the high availability. If you drop off, you don't lose your stake. You just don't vote on that particular block. I mean, so these are the whole issues that you have with proof of stake. And the reason that, the reason that you want to time lock it and all this kind of stuff is because you're actually are worried. They're worried about, not a stake problem, which is another issue. You go on and on and on. So I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's not the panacea that people think it is.
Oh yeah, definitely, and also with speaking from Sandal implementation, you also have the problem that you can basically fake your stake with enough proof of work. So the security budget calculation is affected by that. So yeah, it's not simple. It will take like a lot of time to implement this and research.
Well, and even make sure. I mean, the thing that I find particularly sort of, there's some comments in here, seeing in the comments here about we have to do it because we've been attacked, kind of a mechanism. I honestly think that even this conversation we had today, a lot of great ideas come up, and quite honestly, I don't think any one of them by themselves is a solution. But you start piling one on top of those ideas on top of another, and you could really get a robust solution. I mean, that's my opinion on this. When a lot of the stuff that I've heard people have suggested, whether it's body suggestion, whether it's signing, whether it's a Trebador, whether it's simple stuff like incentivizing normie users to use Monero, the even increasing the block time idea to reduce the probability of blocks. You stop piling one on top of another of all these ideas, you're going to have a very robust answer to Qubic.
Hey, what's up, Elias?
I mean, but my preferred approach to this is let's encompass as much of what's been suggested as a global solution, rather than say each one has to be perfect, because it's not.
Is it too late to bring up a whole different idea here?
Well,
say again.
Go ahead. What's the idea?
All right. So I was thinking like this, that in some way the core problem here is that you would like to have a way to prove that a certain thing happened at a given point in time in history. Right. Because that would sort of solve the thing, right? And then I'm thinking, okay, how do we do this? How do humans do this? In the physical world. Well, the classic way is that you take a printed newspaper, right? And you show that, okay, this thing was printed on on that date in the paper, and this paper is printed and it exists in 1 million copies, and it's really, really hard to fake that back in time, right? So there are ways in the physical world to do it. And now there are also some digital things that exist in the world that have nothing to do with currency, but there are some sort of archive thing or just a place in the digital world where you can record some information, and it's there and people can see it. So you could try to sort of anchor the system to something like that. So then every time someone creates a block, then they also, they just put the hash there. And it ends up there with a timestamp, and then others can see it. And then this could be used as a sort of, it gives additional weight then to that block compared to other blocks that were, according to this metric, added later on.
Well,
do you see what I'm getting at?
I see what you're getting at, but what's the system we were talking about? Is it centralized or decentralized? If it's, you see, this is where the interesting question is. Is it Amazon, AWS, someone running some PM on the thing?
Yeah, so it could be Bitcoin, but then you're
okay. So then what we're talking then is basically you're signing the block hash and you're sticking it on another chain that is more secure. Well, and that's going to work for a period of time as long as Bitcoin is secure, and that's what you're saying. So you start with a decentralized change.
But what
and the obvious candidate is Bitcoin for that.
But what I was after was more to do something in the world outside of currencies. Like, let's say there are libraries in the world, there are newspapers, there are whatever things. They have. Suppose there is someone in the world who is doing this. I'm just recording things that are happening in the world, like a journalist, right? Okay, this thing, I observe this hash at this given time, and I've noted it here, and that's what I do. I don't care about currencies. It's like another layer, and then you could.
The problem. I understand what you're saying. The problem is that it's notoriously, like in terms of implementation, it's notoriously difficult to tie non-blockchain data back into the blockchain. You have some really complex systems like Chainlink that attempt to do things like that, and it can be done, but it all ends up relying on a voting mechanism. So you're kind of right back at proof of stake anyways, to tie those non-blockchain events back into the blockchain. So you wouldn't even be able to implement that without already just redoing proof of stake. So it would end up kind of being redundant.
But you also have the checkmate system that I don't know who manages. I think it's like the core team. But yeah,
that's centralized. That's centralized.
It is.
So yeah, so that's what falls in the area of the emergency responses. That the minute you start talking about trusted people doing things, you're talking about emergency responses.
Yes. So as an emergency response, I think what will probably happen is that we'll increase the frequency of those checkpoints.
Well, yeah, those are the kind of things that we're doing in that. My concern about, I think this particular conversation on Monero Talk has been incredibly productive because a host of great ideas have come out. And to be honest, I don't think any one of them by themselves are that strong. But the minute you stop piling one on top of another, that's when it becomes strong.
Yeah,
that's kind of my thought on the whole thing. I mean, like what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on the block signing, on the sort of what the overview of this looks like, and if people want to implement that, and what some of the possible attack vectors are with respect to, and implications with respect to how you can get the private key in the hands of the miners if you want to circumvent it.
One of the questions that I have about sort of the notion of increasing the block time. So I guess there's two things. One, I understand how that reduces the number of orphan blocks, but I don't necessarily see how that prevents an attacker. But the other, on the contrary, so number two, what I would ask is, doesn't increasing the block time increase the variability? So for example, Bitcoin might go 10 minutes per block. They might go 45 or 50 minutes sometimes for a block. And so doesn't increasing the block time increase the variability in how often, like the window for which blocks are found? And if that's the case, doesn't that give someone with a large minority of hash power the ability to do minor network disruptions like we saw Qubic do? Like, doesn't it increase that ability?
Well, I mean, the what it does is if you increase the block time, you obviously increase by the same proportion that your distribution of your hash rate, which lends to of your difficulty will lends to a variability in time. So you do increase that. I don't. I mean, the main advantage of increasing block times is to basically is you get rid of latency effects in the network, which realistically, when you get down to it, those are basically set by the laws of physics. I mean, ultimately, how long does it take to send a pulse of light through a fiber optic cable from Prince George or Johannesburg or something? Vancouver to Johannesburg is a good example. So one end of the world to the other kind of thing. And that's what actually, that's a significant amount of latency right there. And so what latency you have in the overall network. So it will, I think a small block time increase would make it more, less vulnerable to orphan blocks and therefore less vulnerable to reorgs.
Yeah, I think there's also the question of sniping, right? So if an attacker with about 50% wanted to try and snipe a part of the network and intentionally, like, for example, say Bitcoin Cash, where they have a hard rolling checkpoint system, if an attacker wanted to listen for a new block and then snipe that block by broadcasting simultaneously their block to the rest of the network, they might be able to fork the network by doing something like that, or sort of a partitioning attack or a specific version of it. So yeah, I mean, I do see that like as potentially an alleviation of an attack vector, but not necessarily the 51% attack vector.
No, not increasing the block time isn't going to do that. No.
What? Go ahead.
Sure.
Actually, I wanted to ask you. So I think I'm going to actually try and work on this proposal more that I have, and actually turn it into a real proposal, and then do some more like analysis on it, and maybe present Monero Research Lab with something more concrete, or something more better modeled. Anyways, what are the things that you would want to see? Like if I was creating a proposal like that, what kinds of things would you want to see in such a proposal, or in the modeling that I might do?
Well, I mean, the main question that I personally would like to see is it exclusive or inclusive of other proposals. That's my personal concern that I have with a lot of what's been done. I think we have to have a concept. We have to have the basis of what the proposal is, and we have to. I don't think you don't have to be perfect. What are the impacts? It's clearly defined. How it would work, what the algorithm will look like, and what you feel, or what your testing, your ideas, your modeling is going to tell you about what impacts they're going to have and how you've done that modeling. So, what's the rationale behind your conclusions? It's like any other scientific proposal. You want to present something. Okay, does this make sense? And a lot of people say if you make it too onerous and too complicated. One of my biggest criticisms of Luke's approach is he's making it so much covered in jargon, and he does, that it's really hard to understand just because it's so, even for someone like myself. I mean, a perfect example, do people know what a T is?
What is?
A T.
Me, no.
Okay. Do you know what a trusted execution environment means?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Not really.
I do.
But at least you do, right? This is where I'm getting at. You can go ahead and put into a search engine the word trusted execution environment, and you're going to get some reasonable answers of what the thing is. If you put in a T, what you're going to get is ads for T-shirts. I'm wearing one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my point. I mean, do you really need to make it sound so jargony? What is a TFL?
No idea.
Something finite layer, I think.
Okay, what is it? What is a TFL?
A trusted finality layer?
No, it's actually a trailing finality layer.
Yeah.
See, instead of using three-letter acronyms, just use the words.
Let's use the words. Let's explain what it is. Let's stop hiding behind jargon. How does a finality layer relate to proof of stake?
Like it's one of the way of choosing the validators.
Are there other ways of choosing the validators?
Like I think one of the proposal was to base it on block sign, I think.
Block sign.
No, it's just always tokens. It's just that it can be like XMR tokens, or it can be something else based on whatever.
How about saying we're going to use proof of stake to choose the validators?
Yeah, that's.
And that's clear to people what you're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what I'm getting at here. I mean, it's not about, are you trying to confuse the audience, or are you trying to inform the audience and help them make a decision?
I have a question about finality. So one of the problems, obviously, with a hard limit as a checkpoint, and a finality sounds a lot like a checkpoint, right? Oh, this is final, it's a checkpoint, is that you end up in a situation with the potential for network forks. And what's the potential with a finality layer for a network fork? Is there a potential, or is there some magic in proof of stake that sort of like significantly reduces or eliminates the potential of a network fork?
Well, the idea is that the validators in the proof of stake are picking the coin, the output that they believe, or whatever the algorithm believe, is the better one. Of course there is. If they pick the wrong one and most people think they got it wrong, then they're going to fork the network. Just like what happened when the Monero network fell from the Bitmain network, you have an incompatibility, and a bunch of people go one way, another bunch of people go the other. It doesn't have to be the longest chain that wins. This is a big misconception about proof of work. In fact, what happened in 2018 with Monero is that it wasn't the longest chain that won. So yeah, so what can happen is a bunch of people don't like what the validators do, and they'll pick the other line. And then who wins is whoever has the economic power.
I'm not understanding that. You're saying that the not heaviest chain won in that fork in 2018?
Oh yeah. I mean,
So
one had 10% of the network of the hash rate, the other had 90%. And so what happened is once Bitmain was forked off, it took the first blocks took like hours to go through because the network had 10%. So they were mining away on one chain, on the Monero original with their ASICs, and we were struggling along with CPUs in the slow lane. But who won was the shorter chain.
Interesting. Yeah, so that's the social aspect then.
That's the social aspect of the whole thing. Right. And this is what people don't realize is that, this is the mistake that Bitmain made. They thought that the longer chain wins, so therefore we got all these powerful ASICs, we're going to win. Nope. That's not what happened.
They were probably pretty pissed off about that.
Oh, they were pissed off around it. And then they threw a few $1 million, quite a few $1 million worth of Bitcoin at the game. And some of us decided to sell the stuff and make some money.
At some point, that's not viable anymore, though. Like at some point, trusting on this, like, yes, that's a backstop, and that was also pretty early on in the game, right? That was year 4 of Monero's existence. But it's at some point we can't rely on that.
Oh no! I'm not saying that we can't rely on it. I'm simply saying that's what happened, and so the history of that is interesting. There's a lot of people who have misconceptions. So chain splits happen because there is a significant break in the consensus. I mean, one of the most famous examples, a great example is Ethereum and Ethereum Classic. What happened there? The original chain is Ethereum Classic. The one that was forked was Ethereum. Why was it forked? Because some DAO got actually hacked and had links to the key players in Ethereum, and they forked it. And Ethereum Classic is not a totally forgotten chain. It's a decent little thing.
I'm pretty sure that Ethereum Classic actually uses this time-weighted block adjustments.
Yeah, I haven't really looked a lot. They did one thing I didn't agree with is that they actually created a declining block reward, and so they're setting the proof of work to fail over the long term. But that was one of my biggest concerns with Ethereum Classic. But
closely, I was talking to AI about it to try and see what other proposals, like this proposal that I'm making, has anything like this been done before. There are some similarities, like where Ethereum, for example, I think Vitalik talked. I don't know if they implemented it or Vitalik only talked about it, but you penalize people that are trying to reorg, beyond 1 or 2 blocks. They incur an increasing penalty. So that it's like mathematically, it's almost the same thing, but philosophically, I feel like I like the idea philosophically that we say, listen, established history is weighted higher, as opposed to trying to sort of penalize the enemy. The
thing about people need to realize about Ethereum is I believe that block time is 15 or 12 minutes. Seconds. Yeah. Is it 12 or 15? Does anybody know?
I don't remember. I think
it's in that range. I think it's
either 12 or 15. You're right about that.
Yeah. And so that is just brutal. They call it uncle blocks, but it's the same thing. That is just brutal for orphan blocks without doing any kind of attack on the thing. And so that's why they have to do these kinds of techniques. So yes, I think if we want to deter orphan blocks, we can learn from Ethereum because they have a natural problem with orphan blocks way worse than we're ever going to have.
Yeah, they use those uncle blocks as like part of an incentive mechanism to sort of incorporate dealing with that. I don't understand exactly how they're doing it, but yeah, just in general, the idea of time weighting, like increasing the weight of that proof of work or the difficulty of a block over time. I feel like philosophically that makes a lot of sense. It's somewhat congruent with the time value of money. right? It's like, listen, the history that has been established for longer and longer should count for more and more weight in terms of what we consider to be the chain.
Deeper, what you're saying is the deeper it is in the chain, the more secure it is.
Yeah, exactly.
It's essentially what you're saying. And you're making that not necessarily linear, you're making it with some sort of a weighting function.
There's a whole bunch of different ways it could be done. I'm actually sitting here playing with it right now. So I did a linear situation where it's like, okay, just multiply by a linear factor up to some point. And so the other part of that is that I would say, okay, let's cap the increase in weight, because we do want the whole network to eventually converge to the same weighting for every single block, beyond some point. Maybe it's 100 blocks or 200 blocks, but ultimately we want to all agree on the history, on the weight of each block for the history. But then we use this sort of, I would hate to call it weak subjectivity, because that would that might make some people upset because it's too proof of stakey. But you sort of embrace this very minimal weak subjectivity in terms of when did I personally see the block arrive at my node. But in aggregate, when we're talking about block propagations on the order of less than a second to maybe a few seconds, that sort of fuzz shouldn't cause any major issues in terms of like the network being aligned about which blocks should we accept.
I don't know if it would be possible.
One of the interesting ideas or discussion has been made is what is the block template of the node, and how does the block template of the node differ from the block that you're accepting? So is it really within your range as reasonable, or is it something totally different?
And I don't know if it would be possible, but if it is, I think that reorgs should be like maybe penalized at like really, really hard penalized at 10 blocks, because of the fact that that's what we consider to be a confirmed transaction where you can actually spend it again. And so I would not want to see, I don't think I'd want to see reorgs past 10 blocks. So if we could make it like incredibly, incredibly difficult to reorg past that point, I think that would be
incredibly difficult. We can make it impossible, right? We can make that a hard checkpoint limit, but that runs into the same problems of network fractures.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it's what you do. It depends on the type of weighting function that you're using. Really, that's what it comes down to.
Yeah, like this idea that I have with the dynamic weighting, we could make that function so stark, so heavy that it's effectively the same thing as a checkpoint. But the point of the proposal is that we don't checkpoint, that we don't create an effective checkpoint.
No, I realize that, but
no, I was responding to shortwave.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Because I just don't want to. I just wouldn't want to see like people have like a transaction that they think is confirmed and spend it again, and then somebody reorgs the chain, and now not only do they not have their spent transaction for the thing they bought, but they also don't have the transaction that they actually received at all. Because then I think that throws a whole lot of screwiness into things.
Well, I mean, basically, the idea of very long reorgs is a disruption to the chain. Period. And this concept of how do you deter that? Well, there's a whole bunch of things you can do to deter it, including, of course, the block times and so on, and some sort of weighting function. I suspect for something like if you stop putting in a linear weighting function, you're going to have an impact on 10 block reorgs.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at different numbers. I feel intuitively like what we could target as a modest change is that for a 10 block reorg, or at least, a target time of 20 minutes, that an attacker would need to gain 60% of the hash power to reliably do a reorg. Because that gives us a little bit of overhead. It does slightly increase the risk of network fractures in the same kind of partitioning attack that you could get with the checkpoint system. But you should have a massively lower risk of that, right? You shouldn't actually end up with, like you might have a tiny extra risk there, but not like a checkpointing system. So we might be able to buy a significant amount of overhead with only incurring a tiny extra risk in a partitioning attack scenario. But again, I have to model that out.
Well, it's basically a tuning question.
Exactly.
And work out with, here's the impact for this amount of this function, and here's the impact for this function, and so on.
Yeah. I'm looking right now. What I'm playing with is an asymptotic function. So you rise quickly, and then you sort of your multiplication factor, or the what you'll multiply the difficulty by starts to level off, and then it hits an asymptote at some point. And I'm targeting like intuitively like maybe 100 minutes, 200 minutes.
What about the other way around? Something that sort of gets sharper and sharper and sharper. But that's more like a checkpoint, I guess.
Yeah, you end up at somewhere on that curve. You end up with a practically effective checkpoint.
Okay. And the other example, and what you're suggesting is you go up into an asymptote, which basically doesn't grow any further.
Yeah. And so it'll end up in a situation where you might say, okay, that asymptote happens at say 90%, right? Like you need 90% of the network to reorg beyond, I don't know, let's say 200 blocks or 100 blocks. Right. And all of those are just constants. Like, where do you set those constants and what do we consider to be acceptable? Because you still want, like, there could be cases where your node has been partitioned off from the network or had some kind of problem, and you might actually have you might need to reorg your node over the course of a few hundred blocks to catch up, to resync with the network. You don't want to have to sync from scratch. You want your node to be able to self-repair. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, because essentially you've been off the network.
The good thing though too is that, like, if your node has just been offline and you're just trying to catch up to the network, that's different from having been subject to a partitioning attack. And in that case, when new blocks arrive, you just say, okay, I'm only weighting them as they just arrived, right? Because my node only just saw them now, even though I'm very aware that I've been offline for some period of time. But that shouldn't matter, because most reorgs should already have been worked out, unless you're within like that 10 or 20 block range.
This might be a dumb question, but how likely is it to get a partitioning attack besides like a serious like internet outage? And the reason I ask that is because the node connects to 8 or 10 nodes or something, like 12 nodes or something like that by default. So like you're getting a bunch of different connections to other different nodes. So how likely is it that you could partition somebody off of the network?
That's a great question. It's not a dumb question in the slightest. It is a graph theory problem that it's very difficult to answer. I'm sure that it has been modeled, and I'm sure that there's really good answers out there, or at least really good illustrations of what's possible. I suspect most partitioning attacks would probably fall along edge cases and fall along the edges of the network.
Well, I'm going to actually have to leave you guys. I do have other appointments and stuff today.
Well, thanks for stopping by, man. You really, really helped us to make sense of a lot of these proposals.
But I saw this as a really, really, I think, productive opportunity, because we got some great ideas out of it. And that's what I really liked about it.
Thanks, awesome conversation, man. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
We'll look forward to hearing from you in the future. Soon.
Have a good day.
Yeah, I'll be putting together the block signing proposal.
Oh, nice. Okay.
What's going to look like? That's going to want to work on that.
Cool.
Yeah, I would love for P2 pool to have 90% of the hash rate, because then we'd know we'd be safe.
But then, simple. But what I like to do is sort of put together sort of a list of compatible proposals that can be put together, and then add it together as a group.
Whatever ends up happening, I hope that it follows the design principle of KISS, keep it simple, stupid, for those of us who barely followed this conversation that you all had. And also hold fast to the center, that the heart of Monero, the privacy, the security, the principles behind it, whatever is decided, ends up holding tightly fast to the center of what this is about, so that it's as beautiful as it's been before the risk of attack was sort of made clear to us these last few weeks, that we keep it simple and hold fast to the center.
Absolutely.
It's a great response. It's a great idea.
Arctic, thank you so much, man. Greatly appreciate you taking the time. I agree with you. I think this was very productive. We did it with Luke last week. This was another great session. Everybody coming to the table with their ideas, talking openly. You know, there's no trolling going on. It's nice to see. Like we said, that's the silver lining here, right? Everybody's in the trenches together, willing to work together to come up to a solution to thwart our attacker and any future attackers. I do want to quickly go through the super chats. I think we missed some. Francisco, go ahead and I guess you can go ahead and leave if you need to go. I think
I have to leave.
Please, okay, no worries. 10K XMR tipped 50 cents. The real solution is to pump XMR to 10K. Yeah, I agree, obviously, but you know, sure. How do we do that? You know, there's a lot of like people saying, all right, you know, the big problem here is we just need number to go up, and people aren't on. But I think for the most part, everybody wants the number to go up. So like, how do we do that? Right. So that's the hard part. I think we all want the number to go up at this point. I know there's always this kind of, there's this talk of like anti-moon boy and people being against number go up. I do think, all right, maybe this may be change that line of marketing a little bit, which also I think is a good thing, because I do think we should be okay with promoting wanting to see Monero go up in price.
Number does go up on average.
Yes. But yeah, so yeah, how do we get XMR to 10K? I would have liked to brought that up to ask Arctic about those things as well, because I think proof, maybe a proof of stake system is will help us in that regard, or if we're using this finality layer and a percentage of the rewards are going to the proof of stake stakers. They have an incentive to hold and not to sell. They just want to hold their coins. They're staking them. They're earning interest on that. I think maybe that system could help number go up. Gombat, you have any comment on that? And Bawdy?
And also the finality layer is it's just a really nice UX improvement. Like not sure about
that 10 block lock.
Yes, so eliminated that, and there are further like proof of stake systems that will allow crypto now to go, with less than 1 minute blocks and stuff like that. So stuff like that could help. It's worse.
Yeah, getting rid of that 10 block lock would be tremendous for me. The potential for it to help number go up. I would like that aspect of it as well, and then obviously all the added protections you get against the attacks that we're seeing with Qubic. Obviously, we've talked about the potential downsides, but I do think there's some upside there. What do you think of this argument that it could help with number go up?
Did you ask Bawdy? Because
you Bawdy. I don't know if Bawdy's there.
I think it could, but I don't see really the Monero community in a specific, like really like wishing that. Like maybe it could attract people from other communities, so maybe that could be interesting. And like have people speculate with Monero a bit more, if we want that.
Yeah, I'm just saying on a technical level, proof of stake would lead to people holding more than just sell, right? Because they're getting rewarded for staking their coins. That's my thought process there.
Yeah, but I mean, it depends if you implement like lock-in times. Like I don't know what Luke's proposal is, but ideally I wouldn't implement lock times. Like ideally I will love for everyone to have their hot wallet being staked, and you can just stake it and at the same time spend it, and it really doesn't affect the user experience, and so everyone is staking and contributing to the network. So it depends of the design,
how it's implemented.
Yeah.
Okay. Bawdy, I don't know if you have comment there.
Yeah, I've got a few comments actually on that general topic. I got a Richard Hart comment for you in Hex. Incentivizing the behavior that you want. So his point on that coin was to try and make it pump as absolutely hard as you possibly could. And the incentive mechanism there was locking stakes and getting more percentage for the longer that you locked. Now, I'm not saying that we should necessarily copy Mr. Hart, but hypothetically, if your goal was to try and use staking as a mechanism to incentivize the price, you might actually give people more rewards for longer stakes. Right. So if you say, hey, if you lock up your coins for a year, then you get a slightly higher percentage of rewards for locking your coins for longer. And it also sort of incentivizes this game function. So here's a problem with Monero. It's actually simple. It's too simple and it's too boring. Like, people love something that they can just kind of wrap their head around and sort of game out in their minds and be like, okay, well, how long should I lock my stake for? I know, I'll stagger my stakes. It'll come unlocked after 6 months, and then another 10% after a year, and then 30% after 3 years. People love those little, like, but it can't be so complex that it's like, oh my God, like it can't be chess. It has to be checkers. And so that sort of speaks, and I'm not suggesting we do this, right? This is just free form ideas on answering the question of staking versus, bringing new people in and incentivizing price go up via staking mechanisms, right? I'm just answering that idea. So yeah, the notion of creating a tiny little game system where people can decide how long to stake and how much extra money are you going to get, and they open up their Excel spreadsheet, that does incentivize people to come into the network and play the little game and have fun with it, and then do the behavior that makes the price go up, which is to hold the coin and not sell the coin. So that,
I'm interested in that aspect of proof of stake for sure.
In a moment, but I wanted to say one more thing, which was that I never cared about cryptocurrency at all until I learned what Monero was and why it's important for building the more beautiful world that our hearts know is possible, basically. And so I guess when I hear all the talk about number go up and things like that, my thoughts are, that's nice, and I don't really understand it enough to care either way, but my own hope for Monero is that it becomes so user-friendly and relevant and such a better alternative to what we have available to us right now, that other things become irrelevant and it doesn't really matter so much.
She's based.
I just kind of want to say that, and then I've got to get out of here. But thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you. We have another tip. Monero Buterin tipped $1.03. Goopax is a terrible name. Sounds like a 1980s Atari pixel game. Yeah. Or sounds like a type of glue. Goopax. Yeah, maybe it's just as simple as rebranding Goopax as Instant Miner or whatever it needs to be.
Free money, Galaxy.
Yeah, one-click Monero. Easy Miner, there you go. I'm trying to see if we missed any other super chats. I think we got them all. There's a lot of regular chats in here. A lot of good discussion. Yeah, guys, I think we covered a lot today. As always, anybody been keeping an eye on what actually has been happening today in terms of, before we close it out, what is the current situation? Anybody got an eye on how things are going?
I looked at it just before the show, and at that time, both the 1,000 block and the 100 block were at about 35%. I haven't looked at it much since then, but at least as of the beginning of the show, that's what it was. I can go look real quick if you want.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Hash per second for Qubic right now, out of a total of 5.7 hash rate, gigahash.
I'm sorry, what is it? Can you say that again?
1.7 gigahash for Qubic right now. They're still at the top, but it's not not anywhere near 51%. Not at all.
Okay, yeah, lower than they've been. Okay.
Closer to 30%, I'd say. Yeah, not much.
I mean, so what do we think too? I think Tux touched upon this when he was presenting. There's a halving coming up, right, for them or something. There's right there.
Yes,
so
August
their economic
20th.
model is changing. There was talk like, all right, if we could get past this one, then we should be in the clear. Anybody have any opinions on that? And if that is in fact the case, and if it's looking like, Monero is holding off long enough to where their attack will no longer be effective? Do people have opinions on that?
So far, it seems so. I mean, we've been under attack and we've been holding strong. They haven't gotten to 51% yet, and their halving is on August 20th, according to what I understand. So, I don't think they're gonna get there.
Yeah, I think that's precisely why they're pushing on their marketing so hard because they need to bump their price before that date.
Okay.
How long do you think we need to keep mining, by the way? Like indefinitely until they disappear for like a few months? Maybe more?
I don't know. I'm not the right guy to ask on that. I don't know, guys.
I'd say at least a couple of weeks past August 20th to see what happens with the halving.
Yeah.
So probably at least the 1st of September, and then you might be able to make a look again to see what's going on at the time.
The hope is other things start to happen as well, right? If Tari picks up, that will add momentum for Monero since they are mined with Monero. DarkFi launches. I don't know how soon that's happening though. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. But if we start to see other projects kind of come in and maybe mimic them and do things like that, we'll also add more competition and hash rate. So I'm hoping that becomes part of the solution as well.
In any case, I keep mining until Qubic disappears. I don't care.
Yeah, you should be mining anyway, right? I mean, the fact is, it's not profitable. But if you believe in the project and think Monero will be worth a lot more a couple of years from now, in that sense, it is profitable. So
Well,
if you have belief in the project and in the network and that it's going to grow in utility, then you should feel good about mining now.
To be honest, though, I would not be mining right now, except for the fact that Qubic is a threat to Monero, because it is hot down here. It is the summertime, and I'd really rather not be mining in the middle of summer. If this was like November or December, I'd be much happier. But Monero is as Monero is, so I'm going to protect Monero, so I'm going to deal with the heat.
Yeah, same here. I'm in New York, and we're having a heat wave right now. So not ideal in those terms. And that's the problem, right? That's the problem, that the incentives aren't aligning for individuals, for it to make sense for individuals, unless they're doing it for purposes of, out of their own love for the project, which is, it certainly should come into play, and that's an important aspect, but we need incentives beyond that. Monero, I don't know if I said that, Monero tip 250, I think one of the biggest problems to getting noobs into Monero is that most of the Monero software triggers a virus warning on Windows. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, the Goopax thing, you go to download it, it's like it won't install, you have to like override it. What scares people, and they have to trust, that's what scares people, and they have to trust other people that is truly not a virus. That's a very good point. I mean,
think that's avoidable.
That's not avoidable.
I don't believe that's avoidable.
Yeah,
that's just a side effect of microshit.
Yeah, on Sano we look at it, and basically you have to pay like the major antivirus providers to whitelist your software. We did that for a while and it worked, but then we updated and it stopped working. So yeah, there's not really a good solution for that.
That's unfortunate. Feels like that's part of the attack. Privacy OG tip 25 cents. How about a hybrid of proof of stake and proof of work? Yeah, I mean, we got into this for the last couple hours talking about proof of stake. That is what Xano does. I don't know, Gombat, if you have anything you want to say in those regards. I think you kind of covered a lot of it, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I would like Monero just to be a lot more expensive to attack, and I see a proof of stake component as the only way to achieve that. And I think that most people's idea of proof of stake is very tied to what Ethereum does, but it will be nice if if people could look into other implementations like Xano and realize that there are ways to do this in a much cleaner and fairer way.
So in terms of what you see as ideal, do you like the trailing finality layer that's being discussed? Or are you interested more in what Xano's doing as like a purely hybrid proof of work, proof of stake?
Yeah, I'm interested more in what we are doing, especially because from what I understand, the finality layer will introduce things like slashing and unlocking, and it's just things that I think get in the way of a digital cash. But they do have the benefits of reducing the 10 block confirmation. So,
yes, that is tremendous. All right, guys, we went through all the chats. I think we can leave it there. Does anybody have any last words they want to say before I close it out?
Nope. Go ahead and close it.
Yeah, just very short. That about the Microsoft thing. That and virus warning or whatever. That I think it is worthwhile to try to tie in this whole discussion to the wider issue of freedom in the technology or whatever you call it. And I mean, it's not going to work if people keep using Microsoft machines. I mean, that's no, it's not going to work. They can do much worse than just to show a warning, right? They could run different software than you think. They could do anything to you. So, that has to change as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, we'll leave it at that. Thank you, everybody who joined today. We do these shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Thank you for joining us in the trenches today. We're over 5 hours. We have collectively almost 1,000 live views, which is super awesome. Obviously, a lot of people interested in this topic. People other than, right? So, all news is good news, right? All publicity is good publicity, rather. So Monero's definitely getting publicity here. I would say is also another silver lining, right? So obviously we're being casted as failing in some ways, but Monero is out there in the mindshare right now. Like I said, my dad was Googling and came across this. People that are into other cryptos that don't really hear the M word much are hearing, oh, they were 51% attacked. All right. Sounds bad, but maybe it catches their attention, and then they see ultimately, wait a minute, that Monero thing is still around? What happened with that? Kind of Streisand effect could be in effect as well. So me being the ultimate optimist, I see that as a bonus as well. Obviously, I think Monero will prevail. I think we're seeing it here in real time based on all the ideas that are being discussed. We know that this attack, while disruptive, isn't actually really causing network failure in any way. There's no double spends happening. And it appears like we're kind of getting out of the fog now. The fog is starting to rise. The attacker is probably seemingly losing resources because it's becoming more expensive, essentially, for them to do the attack, less profitable. So the end is probably near. But even if we do get through this, and it seems most likely that we will, the positive is it's forced us to start thinking about long-term changes we can make to our consensus algorithm. So we will see you next week. I'm sure that there'll be a lot of news between now and then. Adios, guys. So long.
Peace.
Cheers, everyone.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all.